And good evening, everybody. Welcome to the interview room. Wow. What a great week we've all had. Today's the Lord's Day, and we get to celebrate another breath of life. Thank goodness you're all here, and thank goodness we're all here together as friends. Not only dear friends, but amazing out-of-the-box thinkers for tonight's program. And so take a moment, would you, and show us in the chat where you're from around the world. And we're going to give you a shout out here. We've got Australia in the house, and already Florida. The motley crew is here. We've got, who else? Columbus, Ohio, Florida, Massachusetts, Kentucky, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Louisville, Michigan. Wow. We are so grateful to each and every one of you. Detroit's in the house. Texas, Sweden, Los Angeles, all over the world, you're all here. And I know you're here to see Dan. We've got two Dans. So make sure tonight in the chat, when you say, I'm here to see Dan, I'm here to see Bob, you let them know in the chat. We sure love you guys. And thank you for being here. And thanks our mods for each and every one of you keeping, this. England's in the house. I see that as well. Wow. Thank you.
And Chris, today is Greek Orthodox Easter. So to anybody who is Orthodox or Coptic, happy Easter. Christos Anesti, as they say in Greek. Happy Easter.
Say that again, Gary, because I cut you off in the very beginning. Say it again.
Oh, no, I said it's Greek Orthodox Easter. Or Coptic Easter also. So for Greek Orthodox people, today is a very special day. So I said in Greek, you say Christos, happy Easter.
Wow. Okay. And thank you for doing it. Thank you for telling us that. And if you notice, we've lined the panel up by hair tonight. Those who have no hair, those who have no hair are above, and those who have are down on the bottom row here. So let's start with the upper left-hand corner. Bob, tell everybody a little bit about yourself and introduce yourself, if you would.
Well, good evening, everyone. It's good to be with everyone on the panel and with your audience tonight. And a shout out to Karen behind the scenes and all your great mods, Chris and Karen. My name's Bob Gilliam. I am a retired police officer. I spent 36 years active duty. Many of those years working detectives, and some of those detective years as a homicide investigator and detective. So later on in my career, I had the good fortune to supervise and command a couple of different detective units.
Awesome. Thank you for being here tonight, Bobby. Danny Aarons, tell everybody who you are and what you're all about, my friend.
Sure, Chris, my fellow partner in crime many years ago. Thank you for inviting me on tonight. Dan Aarons, I am retired also law enforcement. I work with both of these guys right here, Bob and John and Chris, back in the early 80s and into the 90s. I have a background in homicide investigation, 15 years, city of Oceanside, California. And then another 20 years with the San Diego County District Attorney's Office as a homicide investigator with them. And then I kind of specialized in the last few years with the DA's office in cold cases. So worked quite a few cold case investigations going back sometimes to the 1950s and 60s in concert with the San Diego Sheriff's Cold Case Homicide Unit. And I'm pleased to be here. And also a shout out to Rory McIlroy winning his second Masters in a row. So if there's anyone from Northern Ireland out there today, congrats to all you guys.
That's awesome. That's awesome. As you We appreciate you being here, Danny. It means a lot
Thank you.
to all of us. You look great too. And then in the upper right-hand corner with the glasses is our dear friend John. Tell everybody who you are, Johnny.
Hi, everybody. My name is John Lamb, and greetings from the Shenandoah Valley, where it is now officially spring, and the pollen is so thick it is like breathing vegetable soup. Over 3 decades in law enforcement, was a CSI, a homicide detective, detective sergeant, hostage negotiator, and also ran, for the final years of my career, ran an evidence room here in Virginia. I'm also an author, and it's a delight to be here, Chris, as always.
And you have 9 books, and he's very humble. He has 9 books, and his links are going to be below in the description. So make sure you jump on those, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And
It'll be out probably next month.
Yep, your latest book is called Bring Out Your Dead, and that's coming. So this is going to be a great read. You're muted. Hang on for a minute while he's unmuting. Whoops. You're muted there. Let me see if I can unmute you from this side.
He's got something helping him there.
That's all right. No problem.
He's definitely got the coolest background with the.
Try that, Dan. No? Okay. So while you're figuring out your sound, so go into the little gear and make sure your microphone is synced up with that gear. Okay. So while you're doing that, I will let you work on that for a second. Gary, tell everybody a little bit about Dr. Gary Briccato. Tell everybody a little bit about what you got going on.
So I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, a book author, researcher on violent crime. I had been the assistant director of the COPE clinic, which is the early psychosis clinic at Columbia Medical Center, for a number of years, where I did quite a lot of research on violence and how serious mental illness, psychosis especially, evolves. And I co-created the Columbia Mass Murder Database while I was there, which is considered the largest and most definitive study of mass murder ever done. I've done, now I'm in private practice, clinical and forensic practice, and I'm a visiting scholar at Boston College, where I do research with Dr. Ann Burgess on serial killings, sex offenses, a lot of other things. I've written a number of books, over 100 book chapters and articles on serious mental illness and violence. Most notably, I think the New Evil, Understanding the Emergence of Modern Violent Crime. And I do quite a lot of television, quite a lot of documentaries and regular TV appearances. So.
And his book will also be available in the link. Danny, are you back over there?
You hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So Dan,
Yeah, you are. I love your background. You've got such a cool thing going with the articles.
He's got a great voice. He's got a radio voice too.
Is that red yarn?
Like radio face.
And a radio face. So tell everybody about your channel and about your background.
Yeah, sure. First of all, great to be with you guys again. I really enjoy doing this. It's a great time. My name's Dan Stover. I was with Chicago Police Department, 33 years total. 22 of those I spent in homicide on the city of Chicago's far south side. I worked cold case during that 22 years for a number of years. My last 4 before I retired, I was part of a special unit that handled nothing but police-involved shootings citywide. And I'm glad to have retired, and I'm glad that I'm here with you guys.
And you have a new YouTube channel.
Well, it's the same. It's my YouTube is at Big City Dan. And in the near future, very near future, I will be having my partner of 22 years. He'll be part of my show, as well as my dear friend who was a homicide detective. He was then promoted to sergeant. He was my sergeant. He was then promoted to lieutenant, my lieutenant. And then we went together to that special unit for police involved shootings, and there he made commander. So a lot of expertise between the three of us. We've seen just about everything on that south side of Chicago.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Talk about a combat zone. So, well, as you can tell, folks out there, we have assembled, quite frankly, almost well over 100 years worth of collective experience with this particular panel here. So we had an idea. Dr. Bricado and I were talking. Gary came up with a thought, and so we're gonna tell you what that is tonight and kind of give you a layout of the agenda. But just to remind everybody why we're here and what we're going to talk about is, this is all about Nancy Guthrie. And what we want to do is collectively put together our experience levels. And, well, Gary, explain a little bit about what your initial idea was and how we can expand on it.
Well, the thing is that people who are homicide detectives or forensic psychologists or specialists like we are, you develop, well, I think you actually start out with naturally, and then you hone a very particular way of thinking about a case. And there are a number of steps that we go through and things that we pay attention to when we hear about a case, the way we filter information is different, I think, than an unexperienced person or a person who doesn't work in that field or a person in the general population would do. And what we were talking about is that, you could take any case, but in particular, might be interesting for the public to do with the Guthrie case, is really to sort of discuss how to think like a person who is on the professional side of this stuff, who really is trying to help law enforcement solve a case. And the reality is that it isn't as simple as it seems from the outside. And I think what often happens is that people underestimate the way that we have to think a lot like scientists who are taking in data, shaping a hypothesis, altering it, making sure that we don't leap to silly conclusions, thinking in terms of probabilities and what is the most likely explanation for something based on our experience and the rarity of something in the annals of crime, and then also how to secure a scene appropriately, not to turn it into a public debacle, all of that. And so what we thought would be fun is sort of like a master class in just how to think like a crime professional. And it'll be fun for each of us because we'll all learn from each other too. But what gave me the idea is that I started, is that I got a couple of times I've been getting messages from people saying, I want to know what's going through your mind when you talk about a case because you tend to think outside of the box about it. So lay out your thought process. And people were proposing it in terms of writing a book about it. But I thought it'd be fun if we all did that here. And so what do you guys think of the idea? Fun?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Love it.
Absolutely.
Inner workings of our minds.
And what's interesting, one of the first things to point out to the audience is everyone on this panel, if you just didn't notice, are active listeners.
Oh, yes.
Okay. We took in everything that Gary just said, and that is like, a qualification of, personality. So, Dr. Bricado, I want to ask you, what do law enforcement agencies, because you've done a lot of screening of different personality types, what type of personality makes a good homicide investigator?
Now, this is a tricky question.
I
Because
know.
do you
I
mean
loaded one too. You weren't ready for me.
the good ones who are attracted to it, or the disturbed personalities that are drawn to it for the wrong reason? Because that
Well,
happens too.
we're talking about coppers here. So
Okay, you
what
mean the
makes
people
the
that
good one?
really should be doing it? Well, you know, it's an interesting thing. I think that first of all, there are unfortunately a lot of people who wind up in these professions that don't have a natural inclination for it, which is a problem, I think, particularly if you're faced with a case that is very unusual and you need someone who has a set of critical thinking skills. Because I think we would all agree that in the Guthrie case, there are a lot of moments on the road where all of us were cringing that people should have gone a different direction than they did. And that's just from, I mean, I know in our private conversations from the experience you guys have, a lot of times you were going, what? Like, that's like 101. Like, you don't do that. So that's it. But anyway, to answer the question, I think the type of person who would be good at it, first of all, has a tendency to be extremely analytical, to be the kind of person who can understand common sense. That is a great rarity, right? So, for example, there's an old riddle that says, what?
It's a rarity that people don't have common sense. What the fuck? That's not, girl. It's a rarity that people don't have, that people have common sense. What the? I can't even. Right, it's a rarity. Like if that was the case, we probably all still be cavemen, illiterate, like wearing rags and tattered like pieces of cloth and shit. Like, what do you mean common? It's a rarity that people have come. What do you no? Are there people that don't have common sense? Sure. But it's a rarity that people don't have common sense, and it's a rarity that people, and it's common that people have common sense. That's why it's called common sense, because a common person has it. What the fuck?
What could you sit on, sleep on, and brush your teeth with? Right. And the answer is a chair, a bed, and a toothbrush. Right. In other words, the answer is as plain as the nose on your face, but you think in too complicated of a way about it. Or another example of it that I always like is, because everybody knows I love the Sherlock Holmes stories, is the famous scene where Sherlock gets annoyed that Watson has been living with him on Baker Street for years and can't say how many steps there are in front of the building. He's gone up and down the steps hundreds and thousands of times, but can't count them. And so he says, you see, but you don't observe, right? So I think a naturally observant person, the kind of person who would pay attention to minutia, but also screen out things that feel salient but are not important. Because that's another problem, is the judgment issue of noticing something and it seems interesting, but it's a red herring. So good judgment. Another thing I find to be a great predictor of being good at it is having a natural imagination and intuition, because you have to be able to imagine yourself into the scene and say, if I were this offender looking in this room, you know, I'm imagining the whole thing around me. What would I do? You also have to imagine from the perspective of that person's intelligence or that person's mental health, if you have any clue to it. Or does this seem like something a disorganized person did or an organized person? So I think imagination, intuition, analytical skills that are very unusual, and then also having good judgment about. And I think also, finally, having real empathy that allows you to get information out of people without judging them and kind of making them feel comfortable is a great skill. And I think a lot of people that I have experienced who are in the business are not very good interviewers. They're not very good at getting, I see that in physicians and psychologists also sometimes, is they don't know how to engage people and then to pay very careful attention to the little minute things that they say and catch contradictions and entrap them, or to pick up on who's telling the truth based on the affect and things like that. Chris, you happen to be a very good interviewer. Because I've seen video footage of you that's available, you know what I mean? And you've got a natural gift for that, I think. Have you guys ever seen Chris interview someone?
I have not.
Yeah, I've been in the room with Chris when he was interviewing people.
Oh, there you go. Isn't he terrific at it?
Yeah, he's very good. He had a great teacher.
And a great teacher, but it's a real gift. He makes people comfortable.
There's my teacher. He's in the middle. There he is.
Are you? There you go.
Danny broke my teeth, for lack of a better term, in terms of he let me run, and he taught me so much. To your point, and I learned from another really interesting guy real fast, 30 seconds to your point, and then we're going to jump into Nancy here.
Yeah.
So I was at a CHIA conference after like my very first year in crimes of violence, and Danny was assigned to basically either fix me or let me run, okay, and give me my wings. And I was at this CHIA conference, and over in the corner was an old timer from LAPD. His name was Jigsaw John. And I thought, okay, I'm going to get the courage to go. And this guy spent, in his career, he spent over 43 years in the homicide division in Los Angeles. Now think about that, for the audience. What are you going to do? What are you going to tell this guy? And here's this kid, because I was young, okay, at least younger than these guys here. I'm teasing, but I was young at the job. I knew that I needed to learn and pay attention, and so I got the courage up because nobody was sitting near him to go over and sit down. And that would be like a young guy today coming and sitting next to any one of these guys on the panel here, literally. Okay. Long story short, I sit next to him and I introduced myself. I said, "Hey, Jigsaw, you don't know me, blah, blah, blah. I'm just getting into this game, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Can I ask you a question, please?" And he looks over at me, and it was kind of like this look of, "Yeah, go ahead, kid. What do you want?" And I said to him, I said, "Sir, may I ask you what your secret is?" Right. And I thought he was just going to, start giving me all this. Yeah, do this, do this. But instead, he turned to me and he says, "Well, let me ask you a question." And I was like, "Oh, crap. Here it comes." Right. And this was his question. "Are you teachable?" And man, oh man, talk about the weight of, check your ego at the door. You've got a guy 43 years in homicide looking at you, and you're like, "Hey, I'm just getting in this game." And the first question this guy wants to know is if I'm teachable. And I kind of hesitated, and he caught that, and he says, "You hesitated with the answer." He says, "I'm going to ask you again. Are you teachable?" I said, "Yes, sir, I am." And I respectively said it just like that. I said, "Yes, sir, I am." He says, "Okay." And he spent like 25, 30 minutes with me. And he gave me some ideas that I took into my career. And, that changed my life. And it changed how I looked at families and victims. And how, our role went from, "Hey, look at me," to "look at them." And I think that's what everybody on this panel tonight is going to bring to the table. So we're here for Nancy. So I want to start off with the two Dans, because in Chicago, when you guys get called out, I think that it would be interesting to hear how the audience, will respond to how you guys actually get the call. And then secondarily, with Danny, Aarons, John, and Bob up there, how, in California, how we get the call and what each of the teams do potentially in the different, arenas. Does that make sense? Am I making sense there?
Yeah.
So, Danny Stover, let's start off in Chicago. You guys got the call, and, patrol tells you, "Hey, 84-year-old woman, Nancy Guthrie, the doors propped open, blood on the porch, looks like a disturbance inside of the house." Okay. You're there on scene. Sheriff Nanos has called you out. What do you got?
Sheriff Nanos, huh? Well, immediately, as soon as we pull up, my partner and I, we would we get the call from the sergeant, says, hey, head to whatever the location is, you guys got one. As soon as we pull up, as soon as I get out of the car, I'm immediately looking at the scene. From the time I step out of the car, even if the yellow tape is a ways down, I'm looking at everything as I'm approaching. Flashlight if it's dark, obviously. And even though the first responders, the uniform guys, are there well ahead of me, I'm still looking at the whole scene as I'm approaching. Then I'll get to the officer, the first officer I'll speak with, or supervisor. So, okay, what do you have? And let them talk to me about it. And there would be times where I'd say, hey, let's move this tape. There's something I see over here that was missed. Not trying to make myself out like I'm some kind of investigating genius, but, you know, sometimes guys would miss stuff, and I would want that as part of the scene. And then I would enter the scene, and as I'm entering, I'm constantly already thinking about down the road with court from the get-go. And I know I could speak for my partner, Tim Murphy, because we thought the same way. It's immediately, how is this going to fit in if we have an offender in custody somewhere down the road? And how are we going to have a successful prosecution? That is exactly how I'm going to approach. I'm going to go in, I'm going to enter, going to try to keep that scene minimized. Not too many people in, not too many people out. I'm going to make sure, and I don't care if they're a boss, if it was Nanos or the superintendent, if they're going to come into my scene, I'm going to have them logged. I'm going to have either a detective that's assisting me or a uniformed police officer that, hey, so-and-so, what's your name, what's your star, and what's your business here? Because I would often see it a lot of times, in especially in heater cases, as we called them in Chicago, a lot of times we would have bosses that would show up and want to walk through the scene and look at it for what? What are you looking at? You want to see the dead body? Is that what you're here to see? I mean, unless you have business in my scene, get lost. You don't need to be in here. We need to minimize it. And why? We're doing that because of down the road, so we don't have contaminated scenes, minimize the amount of people. And then from that point there, then I want to start talking to people. And like what Dr. Gary was talking about earlier, about, you know, what do you do with I kind of lost my train of thought there.
You did. Yeah.
Dr. Gary was talking about how, help me out, Gary. What was it you were talking about? What do you do? So to me, the huge part of an investigation is being able to talk to people and common sense. And I'm fitting all of that in as we're starting to investigate this scene. That's preliminary how I would
Outstanding. Aarons, what do you, and John and Bobby, what do you guys think?
Well, first of all, thanks, Chris, for having me on. This is, if we're going to go under the assumption of we're talking about specifically the Guthrie case, you're already getting there and arriving there with the knowledge that you have a no body case. You don't have a victim. You've already been told the victim is not home. There's indications that the crime scene of blood, a door possibly forced open, lights on or off. So you're going in there with the mindset of, okay, first of all, where is this person? Why aren't they here? Why is there blood there? So you have to approach the scene differently because you don't have a body and you don't have evidence around a body like most of the homicides that we have investigated over the years. So the first thing I'm doing is before you even enter the crime scene tape is you're going to talk to the on-scene patrol sergeant, gather as much information you can from what he knows before I even go in with the team that's with me, and try and piece together some kind of outline in your mind of what may have happened to her. But at the same time, you're also using your own visual instincts as you cross that yellow tape and you're going into the scene. You're being very cognizant of potential evidence you might trample or miss, like Dan Stover said. It's not just the things that are there. You're also looking for things that aren't there, that are out of place, that don't make sense. You have to identify who the potential witnesses are. Where was this? You got to work backwards in time from where the victim was last seen alive, and then kind of work from there. So this is a unique case because there is no body when the initial investigative team gets there. Because as my understanding, it was all a missing persons case for a number of hours. I'm not sure what the timeline was where she was considered just missing. And it wasn't until the information about the blood on the front doorstep became available that, okay, this is something more than just a person who's walked away, an elderly woman who's walked away, had medical issues, maybe medicine issues as well. There's a little bit more to this. So now everything gets amped up and you start bringing in other resources. And that's what the sergeant of your team is there for, is to make those resources available to you so you can focus as the lead detective or detectives on just the crime scene initially until you have some semblance of an idea of what may have happened. This is one of those tough cases where there's apparently very little physical evidence that we know of. And of course, we're working from hindsight because we don't have access to the murder books. We don't have access to the interviews with witnesses. We don't have access to the crime scene photos inside the house. We're only, speculating like you guys have been doing in past episodes. And it's tough for us to speculate accurately without having that inside information about, what the actual homicide team or investigative team in Pima County knows that we don't know, and that they've kept close to the vest because for the integrity and security of the case, we as detectives can't release a lot of information to the public because that would then ultimately, hinder any prosecution down the road. And it looks like this case is rapidly turning into a cold case because the leads have stopped coming in. We don't know what's going on with any DNA evaluations right now. I don't know how much DNA samples that have been collected that are currently being worked on, but these days DNA goes a lot quicker than they did back in the 80s and late 80s and 90s when it first became a thing. We had sometimes have to wait up to 10 or 11 months to get a DNA result back. So, there's a lot of speculation, and I think I can stop right there, but that's my take on arriving at a scene such as this one, as opposed to a body scene where you actually have a body and then you work from the body out, and vice versa with your team members. So this is a very unique case, a whodunit case with no body, and these are extremely tough to investigate, especially after 2 months now. She's been missing. They've got their hands full, and they've got a long road ahead still.
Yep, great insight, John. Bob, anything you guys want to dovetail into our first open up here?
Do you want to go first, Bob?
Sure. Yes. As I said before, beauty before age. So thank you, John. I appreciate that.
You are pretty.
The thing. Actually, I agree with both Dans on everything that they have said at the detective level. But let me approach this from a supervisory level. So if I'm called out to this, if I'm the sergeant and you guys are a couple of detectives working with me, I'm going to make sure that you have absolutely everything that you need, regardless of what that is. And if I can get it, I will make it happen. From a command level, and what I mean for the audience, what I mean by that is from the lieutenant rank on up. And I guess we can say, in this case, Nanos, because we know he responded to the scene. But I also have to believe that there was at least a captain or even a chief. Remember, that agency has, I believe, 7 chiefs underneath Sheriff Nanos. I'm probably going to respond to that. And as a chief, or in my former position as an undersheriff, I'm going to make sure that my sergeant has everything that he needs. I'm going to make sure that the detectives have everything they need. I'm going to make sure that either I call out a PIO, and a lot has been said. We've all said a lot about the PIO work in this case. I'm going to make sure that I have a PIO coming out to this, because this is obviously going to be a high profile case. And so I'm going to put all those things in place. One thing that was always a pet peeve of mine at any scene, whether I'm a detective, a sergeant, or any position above, is too narrow of a perimeter. And I always like to expand the perimeter out a little bit. And so in this case, I would be pushing, and I know some of the media heads are going to have a conniption fit over this, but I'm going to push them back. They're not going to be in the front of the house. I'm pushing them away. I'm putting some uniforms in the back. I'm putting not only tape up, but I'm putting uniforms in the back of the house to make sure nobody can come up and start photographing over the wall or approach the residents in any way. So I'm going to expand this crime scene. And then once again, I'm going to make sure I have a good PIO in place. And I'm going to make sure that, again, my sergeant, my lieutenant, whatever, and especially the detectives have everything that they need. And when the crime scene evidence people get there, same thing goes with them. The whole team, whatever the sergeant and the detectives need, I'm going to do everything I can to get that for them. Because if you can't listen to, and I don't mean this in a demeaning way, this is actually a military phrase from a Delta Force commander by the name of Pete Blabber that always says, always listen to the guys and gals on the ground. Okay. And the guys and gals on the ground in this case are the detectives and the sergeant, the first line supervisor. So if you can't listen to them and give them what they need, you're really missing the boat. And I think that's where the leadership in the Pima County Sheriff's Office in this particular case failed miserably. So,
Okay.
And even if I can jump on that,
Okay.
I mean, even before that, from what I'm hearing, the sheriff there has they've had a mass exodus of experience, which is horrible. This poor guy, whoever it is that's handling, I'm hearing he's never handled a murder. Not his fault. That's Nanos' fault. I mean, you've got everybody leaving the job, and now you get a heater case like this. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Terrible.
and I totally agree, Dan. And just one more point. I'm not in the camp, and I've said this on the show before, I'm not in the camp where I'm poking holes at everything that the uniforms did when they got there, because number one, we don't know exactly what they did. Number two, I got to think that there was some experienced patrol deputies there, probably a patrol sergeant. And I'll go back again to the Pete Blabber quote, and that's always listen to the guys on the ground. How many times as detectives did we go to the uniforms working a particular area and want to know what's going on in this neighborhood or at that house or over here or over there. Dan Stover, I know you did that a million times in Chicago.
Oh,
The
heck
street
yeah.
cops know what's going on. And it's the same thing, in my opinion, in a homicide investigation. You get a hold of the street cops, the cops that are working that area, and I'm talking about the uniforms. I don't care how much experience they have. I don't care how many years they have on the street. You go to them, you find out what's going on if you need to know what's going on in that particular neighborhood. And this case is no different, in my opinion. So,
Yeah, like in Chicago, we had what we call beats and sectors. And I'll tell you what, nothing better than a good beat copper that
exactly.
knew everybody on their beat. Any trouble, if you got a shooting, that person's going to know, okay, that's probably going to come from over here. Just huge amount of knowledge.
Regardless of the jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Sorry to jump in there, Dan.
No.
Regardless of the jurisdiction, I think most cops throughout the country would agree that, and most detectives, that you go to the beat cops because they really know what's going on. And that's where a lot of command level administrators, sheriffs, undersheriffs, captains, and so forth, the ones that are behind the desk, that's where many of them, not all, but many of them really miss the boat, is they don't go out and talk to the street cops and find out what's going on out there to stay current.
Great insight. John, what say you?
Well, I'm not going to revisit what everybody else has said about approaching the scene. What I would say is that certainly the way I approached a homicide scene was to resist the urge to do something. We are, as cops, part of our mindset is see the hill, take the hill. I'm going to go someplace and I'm going to do something. What I attempted to focus on was get to the scene, put my hands in my pockets, and absorb the scene. What am I seeing? What am I not seeing? What am I smelling? Aromas have given away crimes. Is there symmetry disturbed? Very often, particularly with young investigators who feel they're under the gun to win their spurs, they feel like they need to charge forward and solve the case when you really need to just sit back and absorb it almost through a form of mental osmosis. Slow the process down so that you understand intrinsically what has happened, what you see, and then you don't attempt to fit it into your preconceived notions, because the scene will begin to tell you a tale. The problem we have is that we're all speculating on what was inside that house. But I wonder, since we all are in agreement that this was basically a rookie investigator who had this case thrown in his lap, was probably under the gun to make something happen. So who knows what was missed? Who knows how the scene was compromised? And the reality is once the scene's compromised, you only get to walk in for the first time once. It may never be recoverable. So those are my thoughts.
That's a fascinating insight, because that's every one of you, just listening, basically said the exact same thing. You said it differently, but it was the exact same thing. And so, some of the points that you pointed out is you only get one shot when you originally get there. Like Danny talked about, getting your light out, looking down, maybe pushing the scene back. John said, there's odors, there's things, your first impulse is to try to, maybe want to do something. As Bob is saying, from the administration side, is everybody has a role, and you must stay within your lane. If you don't understand what your role is, then you go to somebody more experienced than you and you say, what do you want me to do? You just don't arbitrarily do it, okay? Because that's how you get in trouble, is what John is pointing out, and what Danny Ahrens is saying in the middle is, look, if you don't have information, then you can't make logical decisions until you get that type of information coming back to you. And so, when you always hope, and the supervisor on scene, I have found out, the homicide sergeant, he had not worked a major caper like this ever. And his detective is a very junior detective that didn't even want to be involved as a detective. He was assigned into the bureau because they thought, he needed some growth. Okay. So we can't, as we're all thinking, through this, common sense tells us, okay, well, that's probably why the administrators were making many more decisions than the ground troops that Bob was talking about here. Okay. So how can this, if we're now thinking about this on, okay, well, so what does this mean? Dr. Gary, any thoughts before I go to the next slide here, or anybody else before we keep moving the conversation forward?
Well, the level at which I'd be commenting is where somebody like me would come in. It has more to do with looking at the scene and trying to determine characteristics of the offender, victimology, etc. So I feel like we're probably a little premature for me to chime in.
We're going to get there, and
we're at a procedural level, and already but you see already what's interesting is, and I bet if we went around, everybody would have an answer. You already see some things that were done in a questionable way. For example, Chris, based on everything you just said, everybody here would probably have been pretty surprised by, for example, not taking the mat in front of the front door, which you've mentioned a few times. Well, doesn't that fall under one of these kind of step one, first thing you would do kind of points? And then it raised the question, well, what logic is there behind not taking it? And that's one of the things that I was curious, that I was listening to all of you, is when you're dealing with this stuff, are you erring on the side of caution, or are you trying not to waste time and resources by being too meticulous? In other words, is it like, would it have been better to take the mat and find out there was nothing on it?
Well,
Everybody jump in.
Yeah, one of the first rules in Homicide 101 that you learn is, when in doubt, take it.
Oh, it would seem to me. But
Yeah.
Well, I'd have taken the door, Gary. I'd have taken the security door that day, because we knew the suspect. We had to presume the suspect would have been in proximity to it. I'd have taken the door. I'd have taken anything that I felt might have had evidentiary value.
But, well, and all this goes back to leadership at the scene. And again, we don't know. We know a little bit about the detective, or I don't know if that's plural, but the one detective we've heard rumor that he or she did not have a lot of experience. Okay, so now what about the sergeant, and what about on up the chain of command? That's where leadership has to really step in. If you have some inexperienced detectives, you make sure that that they have good people to learn from, and again, you make sure that they have everything that they need. And you also should have known, if you didn't, you should have known as a supervisor or a command officer, that releasing that scene too soon was a huge mistake, and you step in and you correct that. Same thing with the evidence. The mat, the doormat, as John said, the door, the front door, the bracket for the Nest camera, and so on and so forth. And I've said this earlier, and at some point you're going to release the scene, but I'll tell you what, I'm sure as hell not going to leave that blood out on the front porch once I do release the scene back to the family. I'm not leaving that there for the media to come up and start photographing it. And I'm not blaming Brian Enton. He's doing his job, or any of these other media people. They're doing their job. If I were in his shoes, I would have done the same thing. But you just don't leave it there for people to make hay out of it. And they've done that. And it's created a lot of controversy in this case, and a lot of speculation, unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we're going to play the bouncing ball. I'm going to pretend I'm the first deputy on the scene and you guys are showing up, and I'm going to give you just a 30,000 foot level debrief on what I know, basically getting there. Okay. So I talked to the family. They're right over there. Okay, here's what we got. We got a back door propped open. Okay. We've got blood on the front porch. It looks like the interior of the house is disheveled. Mom, who's 84 years old, was supposed to show up this morning for a church service, which is streamed online with her girlfriend. She's been doing it forever. Okay. She just vanished. She never showed up. Approximately around 11, they get a phone call, the family, and they shoot over here looking for mom. Said they, ran around looking for her, and then they called 911. Now, the interesting part about what's going on here is they were also last night together. They ordered an Uber. I'm not sure, who did that yet, if it was mother or if it was the family, but we have an Uber driver out there somewhere that we need to, get hold of and nail that time frame down. And then approximately, later in the evening, after playing games, eating dinner, hanging out at the daughter's house, the family brought her back. And so they were the last person to see her alive, and they were the first people last night to see her alive outside of the Uber driver. But that's what we've got, and it looks like the blood trail may go out towards the front on the walkway out there. There you go. That's the scenario. What's the first thing comes to your mind you'd want to do?
Well, I'm a patrol officer, correct?
I'm the patrol officer.
You're the patrol officer, and I'm the detective.
You're
Okay.
the detective.
Okay, Officer McDonough, have you done a thorough search of the home, the inside of the home? Have you looked everywhere?
Yes, sir. We
Okay,
have.
and you're certain that Miss Guthrie is nowhere inside the home, correct?
Right. They're saying that, this is not a walk away either, but they're saying they searched the house as well, and they started searching the general area.
Okay, and what do you think happened here? Do you think this is a walk away, or do you think we have something else going on?
I think it's possible either way.
Okay, and so you think there could be foul play?
There could be, absolutely.
Okay, so
because of the
okay.
blood. I saw the blood up on the front porch.
Okay, so let's secure the residence, and then I'm going to start making assignments to separate the family that's there and start taking initial statements from them. We may be going downtown with them. I'm going to form my perimeter, as I spoke about earlier, and make sure that that is to a level that I'm comfortable with. And then I'm going to get a crime scene unit started, because I do think that there's foul play here. There's definitely suspicious circumstances, and we have a missing 84-year-old at-risk woman that we need to find. So I'm going to treat this as a crime scene until I know otherwise, and I'm going to get the ball rolling in that
Sir, do you
direction.
want me to start a log?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. Or assign another patrol, because I may have a lot of questions for you.
Okay. Anybody else? Danny?
After I get through talking to you, Deputy, where'd you say the family is? Oh, over there. Who is that we're talking about over there?
It's
Who's the lady?
The daughter of the missing woman and the son-in-law. They're married.
Okay, and that's all. That's the only family that's here right now.
Right now, yeah. But the daughter told me this is Savannah Guthrie's mom, the famous lady from the Today Show.
Oh, okay. All right, she's not here right now, right?
No, my understanding is she's in New York.
Okay, then I'm going to walk over to T and A and I'm going to introduce myself that I'm the detective in charge of this investigation. I'd like for you guys to come down to the station with us. I'd like to do a proper interview with you, if you don't mind.
Well, can we stay here? Can I call my sister?
You know what? We can do all that in a station, but right now, this isn't the place for us to do this interview. So we'll escort you to the station, and then it shouldn't take a whole lot of your time, but I definitely want to talk to you in private. Okay. And then I'm going to walk back to the deputy or talk to my sergeant and say, okay, I want transportation arranged for both of them separately, and I want them placed in separate rooms. This is the last guy who sees Miss Guthrie alive, the son-in-law. I want an in-depth interview with him. I'm not saying interrogation at that point, but a good interview, good, solid interview. And I want to document it well. And then send them off to the station, and then the investigation will continue from there.
In the interview, because you can anticipate that they're going to say, why are you separating us? Why are you, why can't I be with my wife? Why can't? And the reason is, of course, that you tell them, well, you each remember things differently. And we need to interview you separately, not because we're attempting to catch you out, which, if that happens, we're certainly not going to discard that information, but different people will censor themselves, they'll edit themselves because they don't want, particularly a married couple, they don't want to be in conflict with each other. We don't know whether this is a sticking point between the couple. You want them separated, and when you turn the tape recorder on and they say, well, why are you recording me? Well, the reason why is that I'm trying to get the information from you, and I don't want to interrupt it by going into detail that might eliminate your chain of thought with your memories. We can always go back and listen to the recording and work from there, because there is and we've seen this where you have family members that don't want to be separated. Privately, I'm not going to say this to their face, but privately, I don't care if you want to be separated. You are going to be separated because we're talking about a potential investigation into somebody whose life is at risk. And I'm not super concerned with your sensibilities beyond my the capability of getting you to cooperate.
Okay. And so, question for the panel, does status matter?
Status as far as like marital status, or?
Yeah.
It's going to tell us it's potentially a high-profile case, but in terms of what rings true and what rings false with the information, no, of course it doesn't matter, and it shouldn't ever.
Okay.
No, and
right.
I agree with all the panelists. They all nailed it. Initially, what I would want to do is identify who that last person was that saw her alive. Put that person in a room separately, quietly, and just pick their brain about, what was, as you drove this woman home, is this the Uber driver or is this the son-in-law? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
I think, okay.
Which has changed, by the way. At first, it was both.
Yeah,
and then it changed to the brother-in-law only.
Okay, you get that brother-in-law alone, sequestered from everybody else, and you find out exactly what was the conversation you had with her. Did you happen to see anybody in your rear view mirrors or side view mirrors that might have been following you? Did you notice anything funny as you were driving back? Now, all of those questions may have been asked. We just don't know because we're not privy to the inside of the investigation. But I mean, it's just pretty routine stuff that we all would do that makes sense to try and find out what the mind frame of the woman of Mrs. Guthrie was, the mind frame of the guy that was driving her home, and what did he see on the way, and also when he left, did he see anything? You want to get as technical as you can, and like John said, everything should be on videotape so that it can be subject to scrutiny later on by maybe a jury or a forensic psychologist such as Dr. Gary, because there's a lot of tells that they look for, and a lot of insights they see when you're interviewing somebody under pressure. And like Danny said, it's not necessarily an interrogation, but you are interviewing. You're trying to get facts. Interrogation is when you've already made it known that the person is a person of interest, and I'm trying to get stuff out of you, evidentiary wise. But in the interview process, it's early in the investigation. You've got to really nail every bit of information out of the guy that last saw her alive. That's where you start.
Okay.
Little details in that initial interview could come into play to be huge somewhere down the road. Little details.
Break that down a little deeper, Danny. What do you mean for the audience?
What's that?
No, about why little details are
just little details. I think it was Dan was talking about when you're coming, or it might have been Bob that was talking about the ride along the way, in which I want to ask questions. What were you talking about? What was the conversation? Did you talk at all? When you got her to the house, did you give her a hug? Did you walk her in, or did you just sit there and let her go in on her own?
What route did you take from your house back to hers?
Yes, exactly. Little things that could come up to be huge somewhere down that road. Let's say this whole talk we've talked about before, the GPS of the car. Like what Bob just brought up, what route did you take? Is it going to match that GPS? You know what I mean? There's just a lot that first interview is so critical.
Yeah. What surveillance cameras are posted along the route, businesses or residences? So that could be helpful. And
so we're now at so let's take a look at the scene. Let me show you guys. I'm again officer friendless. Okay, so I'm going to remember for the audience, they're officer friendly. I'm officer friendless tonight. So following the bouncing ball, we're going to walk you guys. First of all, let's tell the audience, who would I be taking for an initial scene walk, and what question would you ask me, the deputy, before we even enter into the house or around the property? What anything jumps at you? Right? Has it been established? Do we have a point in, a way in and a way out? Have we established that? What you talked about earlier, Dan. Okay, so a good deputy, and I'm just talking as a deputy, a good deputy or a good police officer, a new police officer should say, "Detective, we got one way in, one way out. Let me show you what I've got." Okay. And if it's a nighttime scene, the first thing you tell them is get your light, look down, and make sure we know exactly where you're walking and stepping so we're not destroying evidence, footprints, whatever. Okay. The list goes on. So I get you to the front door, first impressions, blood, etc. We've had a couple of weeks to think about this. First impressions.
First of all, nobody else walk in here, because I want that Mac recovered. I want, like John said, we're going to take the door. The forensic people aren't going to like that, but we're going to cut that door off for possible evidentiary value. And I'm going to stand back and kind of what John was talking about. I'm going to take it all in, and I'm going to look, and I don't want to go in and contaminate any possible evidence. And there's really no need at that point for anyone to go that way, in my opinion. So now let's go around to the back.
Anybody else?
I want to know if the lights were on. I want to know if the light bulbs are operative. I want to know the level of illumination. And I would, as Dan said, I would be sealing that off, because we don't know that there aren't latent footwear impressions on those tiles
Absolutely.
that might be visible via an alternate light source if they've either been wet or even in some sort of biological substance. So they needed to close that off. The other thing I'd add is with the scene, they had the house yellow taped off. I would have easily expanded that to a half block, maybe more. We just don't know how big the crime scene is. You never know.
Okay. Anybody else want to dovetail? Danny?
Focusing in on the blood. Once I learned there was blood spatter apparently in the front entryway, absolutely minimize who is going to go in to that scene. And whoever does, it's got to be, you got to tread extremely carefully, but you've got to get in there to get a look at it to see what kind of spatter it is. Is it cast off spatter from a weapon? Is it a bloody nose? Is there directional indications of which way the blood drops are spattering? Because we all have dealt with blood scene or blood spatter experts, and they can tell you the direction a victim is being moved just by looking at the blood stains on the ground. And one of your earlier shows, Chris, you showed a close-up overhead photo of the blood drops, and to me they were 90-degree drops going straight down.
Yeah,
there were no tails on them, which would indicate a travel or a direction per se. And then also when you look really carefully in between all of the obvious blood droplets, you see a lot of hundreds and hundreds of fine little dots of blood. Now, some of that is just from the splashing of the blood of the original drops, but some of it could indicate aspiration, or somebody that's sneezing up blood or spitting up blood at the same time they're dropping the blood from whatever the source is, whether it's a human being or whether it's a weapon that's dripping blood or article of clothing that's dripping blood. We just don't know until you actually get a look at it, but it's imperative to keep as few people as possible from going into that walkway. And John made that observation earlier that you just can't contaminate a scene like that, because it really ruins the integrity of the investigation. It opens up the door for the defense attorneys down the road to question everything that you did as investigators. As hard as you are working on the case, we saw it in the OJ case and at trial, where the defense's whole focus was on the DNA and how it was disturbed, and too many people had access, and people were trampling around the different areas of interest, and it just opens the door for the defense attorney, and that's where
right. So don't mention that the prosecutor was a fucking racist piece of shit. Yeah, forget that. And that's the reason why OJ got off. Had that motherfucker not have ever been in the picture, the lead detective Mark Foreman, he's a racist piece of shit. This is 100% fact. Just like it's 100% fact OJ stabbed the fuck out of that girl. Yes, it's 100% fact his ass was a racist piece of shit. And so unfortunately that's why OJ got off. Like, they should know this shit. Like,
some of my 20 years of my career was spent as a homicide investigator with a prosecutor office, San Diego County Prosecutor's Office. And I know how they think. I know how the prosecutors and the DAs think. They think like defense attorneys. Their whole job as a prosecutor is to also think like a defense attorney so that they can be prepared in court someday down the line to explain away evidence or explain away mishaps or explain away anomalies in little pieces of evidence. And it's crucially and critically important in those first hours that you're there with your team to keep as few people out of that scene as possible. And again, we're Monday morning quarterbacking what they did. I don't know all the measures they took because we just don't know. But I'd like to think that they were cognizant of all those things, and maybe they were. I have to give them the benefit of the doubt.
And Chris, if I can add something,
Oh, Dan.
when I said I wouldn't go into that hallway there,
Yeah.
what I would wait for is for that to be
Processed.
processed by my forensic guy. That's what. There's no need for me or anyone else to go in to contaminate. Let them take their overall photographs, their close-up photographs, light it up, and proceed into that little area there, and they can do their swabs of the blood then for collection. They can just whatever remainder that you want done. But that was my point about not going in immediately.
Yeah, and wouldn't I think all of us wouldn't we say to the evidence folks, the CSIs, just say, hey, get me some photographs of this quickly. While you're doing your overalls, give me a couple of shots, and then today they can text them to you. But back in the day, right, you'd grab a couple of Polaroids.
Yep.
Your guys would hand them to you, right? And so you had it in your pocket, right? Remember, you would just stuff it in your jacket, and you had it with you all the time. If there was something that didn't look right, as we call it, we'd have it in there. One of the things that you pointed out, Bob Gilliam pointed out early when we did these, critiques of the crime scene here, was the fact that Nest camera device, whatever you want to call it, the mount, is still on the door. It was still on the door when this photograph was taken. And then I never caught until later the fact that there's a wreath on the left side of the door, hanging on the wall there, which, caught this anomaly of, well, wait a minute, this guy's, when he first shows up and looks to the left, and then he kind of walks around, and he can't figure out how to disengage this camera, and he walks back over and he picks up the weeds and stuff. And I thought, man, that something's not clicking here, and we all attributed it to, well, maybe, initially, which happens, and it's part of the critical thinking process for investigators as well as those on the scene, is, okay, well, why is that happening? Why is this person, reaching around, grabbing the things? Why couldn't he have just grabbed the wreath, et cetera, et cetera? So, okay, are any other thoughts on the front of the house before I take you guys around the back? All right. Oh, by the way, I just want to show you this too, and this is to your point, both Dan's. Here's the blood that you were talking about, and
yeah, if you look real carefully on the right big square with the heavy blood droplets that are straight down impact, 90-degree impact, you'll see mixed around in between all those are hundreds of tiny little dots. And that could, blood spatter experts, I'm sure, have looked at this ad nauseum, trying to explain away why you also have that. So, I mean, it's the difference between a person actually bloodletting as they're being carried out, or it could be a weapon that's dripping blood. It takes a true blood spatter expert to be able to answer those questions.
Yeah, and if it's from the lungs or from the mouth or whatever, they will also test that for the audience with a swab to see if there's any saliva or anything like that within inside of that blood pattern that Danny's talking about after they photograph it. So, also one other thing is the weeds there. Obviously hindsight 50-50, but would you guys have collected the brush?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't belong there.
Yeah. It's an anomaly. It's a scene anomaly. So absolutely, you bag it up, dry it out, and have it analyzed by the lab. it should not be there. Like Dan just said, it's not something that's supposed to be there. And you saw evidence of that on the camera when he was trying to use it. And I don't know exactly what reason he was doing that. Trying to block the camera. I never understood that.
And
well, traces of that brush is going to be on the suspect's shoes and pants and maybe even the jacket or other clothing. So it's critical you collect that.
Okay, and now when we go around the back of the house, there's supposed to be the doors propped open. We don't know for sure if we've heard it's flower pots, but we don't know. But there's a flower pot on the front porch. And
shit about this
if
goddamn
the suspect
flower
was
pot,
bringing her out the front, hypothetically,
right.
What comes to your mind with that flower pot being on the front porch, if anything?
Why wasn't it taken?
It was kicked. I don't know.
Anything on that front porch should have been seized as evidence. And if you got pot, and we don't know that if indeed it was pots that were used to prop open the door,
right,
in the rear, we don't know that those weren't seized as evidence. But anything on that front porch should have been seized as evidence. Because we don't know what happened there, you have to safely presume that at some point the suspect came into contact with it, or that Ms. Guthrie came into contact with it. So it's another thing that we shouldn't see on the photograph, but there it is.
Okay, and thought mechanism or thought process from the panel about the lock mechanisms and the suspect coming or going. If he's taken her out through the front door, what's your thought about all the gloves and all the different?
Well, why? Why, if the back door is propped open, why are you going out the front door?
Okay.
And that's who knows, but it doesn't make any sense. But are you actually going to go through, and I have no idea of what the mechanism is on the interior of that security door, but it sounds to me, or it appears to me, that if you are attempting to either physically move a poorly ambulatory older woman or carrying her, do you actually want to select a route where you're going out that way? And then how do you do it?
Okay. There's evidence that she's bleeding, right? And that would lean into the idea of maybe there's blood interior on the door as well as exterior on the patio, right?
And that'd be safe presumption.
Okay.
Yes.
And now let's go to the back of the house, and it looks like, and I'm still officer friendless. When I got here, they were in the house, the family, the daughter and the son-in-law, and the back door was propped open.
The deputy, did you ask how these doors were propped open? Did the family do this, or is that how it was when they arrived?
Yeah, they told me that they were propped open when they got here, and they called 911.
Okay.
But, at this point, I haven't, gone into a deep dive with them yet about how that would have happened. So what's the panel's thought process? When you see this, you've seen blood on the front, and now you see a back door propped open.
Well, at that moment, until we have testing done on that blood, we don't know whose blood it is, right? This is the scene. We know we have blood or apparent blood, but we don't know whose blood it is, right?
Correct. And by the way, sir, this is the only other door in the back patio, and it's secured.
Okay.
It looks like this door here going into the kitchen could be the POI if this is either she walked out or a suspect walked in.
Gotcha. Do we have any evidence of blood anywhere in through here now, through this pathway?
Not that I've seen.
Not that we,
not that we know.
okay.
And the family didn't mention it.
Okay. Well, now I'm going to take a look.
Okay. Anybody else? I think Bob went fishing. Okay, here's an overview of the area. What strikes you from a geographic concept?
Well, you've got a lot of dirt and gravel, so obviously you're looking for footprints, ingress, egress, different areas around the house. Did somebody walk around looking in each of the windows first, the back door? Could that have been propped open because that was the initial attempted point of entry? I don't know when this picture was taken, but obviously you're dealing with desert type conditions. So it's possible that you've got some good footprint evidence. It's hard to tell without actually being there. We're going simply off of photographs. So,
okay.
Deputy Unfriendly have we arranged to do a grid search on the exterior?
Yes, we have. I've notified you guys, and you guys have notified, or somebody notified, search and rescue.
Okay, well, I want, but see, to me, I want it done professionally, meticulously, by trained professionals, trained sworn law enforcement to do an immediate grid search. Because honestly, at this point, like we've said before, we don't know what the inside looks like. So to me, I have seen medical emergencies during my career to where people do crazy stuff and bleeding. It looks like a darn homicide scene, and it was strictly something that went medically. And it can get somebody doing stuff that you couldn't even imagine. So my first thought is it possible that our 84-year-old stumbled out this door bleeding, panicking, and we need to search the immediate area, even a little bit beyond him? And I know that they say 50 feet, but in a medical emergency, I would want to take that a little bit farther out. And the side note in this case is I don't know if that was ever done.
Well, then how quickly was a witness canvass done of the surrounding homes? Perhaps, you would want to eliminate this, that she hadn't shown up at somebody's house and was, the residents were unaware that she was on a back porch. But the other thing you want to know just as quickly is our surrounding residents, did they notice anything strange? Better to do it at, contemporaneous to the event than do it later when, they would forget. There are nearby neighbors and they needed to be spoken with.
For sure.
Hey, detective, also, the family said they called all the hospitals.
Call them again. You don't know?
Yeah, we'll make those calls.
Should I ask dispatch if we had any medical response out here?
Good idea, deputy.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you want me to run the CAD too? Have them check the CAD?
Yeah, for previous responses, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're getting some teams. We don't know if she did wander off, and
You're breaking up, Bob. You're breaking up. That's
okay.
all right.
I forgot I had my earbuds in. I'll be with you.
Yeah, they're coming in and out. So say your thought again before we lose it, because we're getting close to calling Dr. Picado.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just going to say that I bring some teams in, some deputies in, if I think this is a crime. But I also think search and rescue folks could participate in this if you embed a deputy into each search and rescue team.
Good point.
So to do a yard-to-yard search, just to
Why is
oversee.
that important? Why is that important for the audience?
Because if you discover some evidence, then you should have a sworn police officer or deputy there to safeguard that and preserve it and to make sure that it's not disturbed in any way.
Okay.
So I think you could do that, especially in this area, because Pima County, as we know, they have a very competent and capable cadre of search and rescue volunteers that do have some experience in doing grid searches. So I wouldn't hesitate in calling them out.
Okay. All right. So I got to tell you guys, I've noticed a couple of weird things.
What?
I checked dispatch. They said they had no medical event here. And within last night, for sure, it's, almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon now. And, the family had said their initial impression was that mom may have had a medical event. And, they thought maybe the paramedics would have left the doors open. And that's how they found them. What do you want me to do with that? I love this. This is exactly what it's like right here. Because I know where you guys are, you're all going, what? What do you want me to do with it, guys?
So what you're saying, Deputy, is that they said the family thinks there could be something medically, and that the paramedics arrived and they were the ones that left the door propped open. Is that what you're saying to me?
Yeah, and I checked with dispatch and
No calls for service.
nothing.
You're just going to document what you did. You called. There's no calls for service.
The
Well,
only
and I
thing
think
would add to that is if there was, I would make a call if there's a private ambulance service on the off chance, and I'm certain that there are in most areas. Get a call into a private ambulance service to ascertain if there was a call in the middle of the night that perhaps you wanted to go to a facility. So you would want to chase that down. But that wouldn't be something that you would be doing, Deputy. We will let dispatch assemble a list from CAD of possible facilities and let them call private ambulance services.
So this is where it's important to make sure that you have a good yard-to-yard search and go to the door of each home, especially in the immediate vicinity within, a block or two. We don't know that Nancy didn't stumble over to a neighbor's home, was able to knock on the door, ring the doorbell, and they have transported her to a hospital or a medical clinic or, emergent care type location that is not a hospital. So we've got to cover those bases as well. And we've all seen that happen in various cases. So,
which is why it's important to canvass immediately.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Totally agree.
I'll get on that and make that happen. So something happened to where the detectives felt that they needed to go over to the brother-in-law and the daughter's house. And also quickly, there was a car that was towed that night that belonged to the daughter-in-law, or excuse me, the daughter. And so I need to let you guys know that inside the garage, the Mrs. Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie's car, her Subaru, is in the garage. Do you think I should get the Honda, the last car she was in? Should we impound that?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And impound her car.
Right. And
We
it's
have
not
no-
going anywhere. We've got the scene
Yeah.
secured. We can take our time with that. I'm sending a deputy down to TNA's residence or wherever that vehicle is. In fact, I'm sending a deputy down to TNA's residence and secure that at this point. Just I'm not searching it. I'm just securing it. Nobody's going in and out until we know further. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, 2 Dans, weigh in.
Go ahead, Dan.
No, you first, Mr. Chicago.
I kind of struggle with the absolute need to tow Nancy's car. I guess I can understand it because at that point you have no idea, but I don't know. It's possible it could be processed right there. Now let me back up. Yeah, let's go ahead and take it, and here's why. We can always revisit it. So let's go ahead and tow it.
Okay. Detective Ahrens, what do you want me to do with the cars?
Are you saying that the initial car that was shown inside that garage, that was the son-in-law's vehicle?
No, that's the victim's, the 84-year-old missing victim.
Well, you had 2 garage photos. What was the other one?
They don't know.
That's the son-in-law's car, who
Right.
the last car she got out of.
Yeah, it leads me to believe they think there's some kind of a tie-in to her disappearance in that vehicle. What that is would be pure speculation from all of us. I just, we're at
That's
that
what we need.
disadvantage.
We need fucking speculation. That's why this case is called. And the motherfucker got away with it. Now, the family was given polygraph tests. Okay, so, and I say that because my initial suspect was her son-in-law, Tomas, guy with the big beard. That I thought he kind of matched the guy that was on the porch. But so do other guys that are in the suspect pool also match the figure and favor that guy that was on the Mortal Kombat Scorpion guy that was on the, all matched up and stuff. But they were given polygraph tests, so you have to rule the family out. I'm gonna rule Savannah out because this bitch went back to NBC News knowing that her mother was. To me, I think I don't agree with her decision doing that, but to me, if she had a part in her mother's, there was no way she would go back to no way, unless she's like the best Golden Globe Oscar actress in the world. No, so I don't. And all the family were given polygraph tests. They're not involved. It wasn't a family member, but yes, they did take the family members' cars into evidence, and the reason why they did it, and of course it's speculation, but it makes sense speculation. It's because, like, what if they were trying to kill the family too? What if they put a bomb underneath the muffler or the axle or something? What if they put an air tag in the car? They were trying to, it doesn't necessarily mean they're suspects, but they have to look at everything in order to solve this fucking case. Like, oh, what is wrong with these men? Like, oh, girl.
Advantage of not knowing the entire murder book and the investigation. So I could only speculate, or it's a tough one. It's a tough.
Okay, but I'm on the scene, and I'm telling you, she was dropped off in this Honda Civic. Do you want me to get it?
Whether to take it or not. Well, again, that goes back to that rule we talked about. If when in doubt, take it. You never know. It could produce some kind of evidence or information that is crucial to the case. What that may be in this case, I don't know.
It's the last place she was seen alive, if we can believe the witness statements.
Mm-hmm.
But to take it, are you saying it was taken that first night
Yes. In
That
fact,
tells me they've got some kind
you
of
see it there
information.
on the tow truck at night.
Yeah, if that was the first night, then they had some strong indication. I'm again speculating that ties her to that vehicle, and there's something in that vehicle I think that's very important, points towards her disappearance.
And again, and I know we've talked about this before, but that car was taken, TNA's car was taken pursuant to search warrant, correct?
That's our understanding. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was searched pursuant to a search warrant.
A search warrant signed by a judge.
A car was.
It's got to have probable
House
cause, and there's got to be
Right.
probable cause in that complaint for search warrant or the affidavit. There's got to be probable cause established for the judge to read it and sign off. Yep, Mr. Detective, go seize this vehicle and search it.
Now, I may need one correction. I'm sorry. And this happens too, by the way, for the public. Okay. Hey, I made a mistake. It could have been a day or two later that the car was towed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was several days, and Dan's right. If you've got to get a court order signed by a judge after showing probable cause as to how it fits in with this disappearance of the lady, but you could also get permission from the owner of the car. Say, hey, we'd like to take your car and analyze it. Do you have any problems with us doing that? And they could have given permission or consent to take written consent to take it. But in a case where you got a missing body, it's always best to get the warrant and make it a lot cleaner that way. But I don't know what the factual basis was for them taking that car, whether it was consent or a court order signed by a judge.
So, Chris, let's back up a little bit. So, where are we in the case now? Are we still
Nowhere.
within several hours of the initial response from detectives?
24, we're kicking into day 2, 48 hours. We're getting close to
Okay.
the clock, ticking away,
And we're still holding Nancy's house, right? I
so
am.
far.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a great question, Bobby. Are we still holding the house on this?
Yeah, I am.
Group?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I know we have the luxury of hindsight for those that are thinking that. Of course, we have the luxury of hindsight, but we've discussed on this panel many times before, we never would have released the scene as quickly as they did in this case. So
well, the opposite side of that pendulum, right? To use the scales of justice, right? There's also there are hundreds of murders that everybody on this panel, if we collectively put them together, we've all worked these kind of capers, and it's like, okay, I think we're following the bouncing ball, to your point, Bob, saying, yeah, in hindsight, but in reality, we're trying to project to the audience what we would really do, from the get-go, without the knowledge that we have now, and even in hindsight.
Well, let's face it, that night, I believe it was that night or that early morning,
Yep.
there was a decision made to call out the Dicks, right?
Yep.
All
Yep.
homicide.
Yep.
So something had to trigger that. And with that, why would you ever think about releasing that scene that you don't even have a body yet? That just blows my mind that happened.
well, and that's where leadership failed, in my opinion. I mean, they totally failed in this case. I don't know if a sergeant made that decision. I doubt a sergeant made the decision. I think it was much higher than that. It may even have been Nanos himself. He's implied that in interviews, but with Nanos, we don't know what's accurate and what isn't accurate.
He's
So
an asshole.
it's difficult to tell. But somebody, I think at least in my opinion, I think it's safe to say that somebody much higher than a detective and or a detective sergeant made the decision to release that as quickly as they did that night. So,
Yep.
or that morning.
Exactly. I'd have hung on to that house until they'd evicted me as a squatter, because we don't know what the evidence is.
And
And the rush to hand the house back, to me, is incomprehensible, other than perhaps somebody was being pressured or somebody was doing it to curry favor, because it doesn't make any sense otherwise.
But at a point in this investigation, the determination was made that this is foul play. We've got a missing person, possibly could have been taken to Mexico or to another state. Thus, the decision was to bring in the feds, i.e. the FBI. And they then continued their investigation in conjunction with Pima County Sheriff. So I don't know. I think the scene was still under control until after the FBI.
No, they released it before.
No, they released it, Danny. They
Was it?
released it. Yeah, they released it Monday morning sometime, overnight Monday.
So the FBI was brought in after it was released
Correct.
officially, and then they conducted an investigation. That opens up all kinds of problems for a prosecutor someday down the line, where all of the evidence that was found, or any evidence that conceivably was found after it was released and then closed down again for the FBI, is called into question, the integrity of that evidence, because who knows how many family members walk through, neighbors walk through, friends, relatives, and then the FBI comes in. No, we want to do our investigation, and everything's been compromised. So I'm really disturbed by that. I was not aware that it was released that quickly. So that's my apology for that.
No, and you know, the interesting,
You don't know, shut the fuck
to
up.
dovetail into your thought, Dan, was
This 85-year-old
when the
woman's probably
sheriff was
dead out there.
asked, did you
I don't know
release
what
it
the fuck
too
they're talking
early?
about.
He said, well, we'll let the courts deal with that.
No, they're going to.
Well, be careful what you wish for, Sheriff. Yeah.
When you see the defense attorney come in with 2 big pieces of lumber and 3 big nails, yeah, they'll deal with it.
Okay, so the brother-in-law and the daughter are at the station, as you guys suggested. Who wants to step into the interview room? Dan,
Yes, sir.
what do you got?
So, Mr. T, I'll refer to him as Mr. T. And this is the point where I want to get all those fine details, the obvious questions. Remember when you left, the route you took? What'd you guys talk about? Did you talk at all? Little things like that. And then I'm going to ask him, how close was he with his mother-in-law? You ever borrow any kind of money from your mother-in-law? You know, do you ever borrow money? Do you ever need money and mom was there for you?
A polygraph test.
How's your relationship with your wife? It's just all the little things I want to document. I want to get that documented. And of course, I'm going to extend my condolences at this. Well, not condolences yet, but
Concern.
My concern, yes. I want to extend my concerns, to you. And, we're going to do everything we can to find her and get her back. Then I'm going to go into the room with A. And basically, I'm going to run the same thing. What were you guys doing at home? What were you were playing Uno? Who was winning? Just everything to document.
So they killed her because they lost the Uno game? What the fuck?
Let me ask you, how was your relationship with your mom? I know it's your mom, but did you guys have a really close relationship? Just all kinds of questions like that is stuff that I want to get documented. The same thing, money. Did you ever have to borrow money from mom? Does mom keep a large amount of money in the house? All kinds of little things like that. Again, not to interrogate, but just to document an initial interview, because down the road, that interview could change some of the shifting sands of a guilty mind, as they some say. And well, wait a minute. When we talked to you 3 weeks ago, you said you were doing this or you were doing that, and that can all come into play.
Who in the world do you think would want to kidnap your mother-in-law?
Yeah.
What's your
They
tell
don't
me what
know.
you think. What happened to her? Why do you think she's missing? This is your mother-in-law. Who would have a grudge against her? Can you think of anything? Can you think of anyone?
Has she reported any problems with anybody?
Yeah.
Put
Then
him on the spot and ask him who he thinks
Right.
is responsible for all this.
And I want to ask him about the neighborhood there too.
Yeah.
Around Mom's house. Do you know the neighbors? Is there any kind of rash of burglaries, any kind of home invasions? When was the last time you heard of somebody getting killed in that neighborhood? Little things like that I'm gonna ask. And of course I'm gonna verify it all on my own, but I'm just looking to see what they have to say.
Okay. Have enemies to the family? Tell me about your sister,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
As far as
Enemies,
Savannah?
grudges,
Okay.
jealousy,
Litigation.
money owed.
All right. Let's play this out hypothetically. Would you mind if I search your house?
Yeah.
Would you ask that question?
Sure.
Absolutely. And when they ask why, you say, well, when we eventually locate who it is that did this, the very first thing the defense attorney is going to do is point a big finger at you. And we need to be able to diffuse that accusation by saying that we covered the ground thoroughly. And you do that, and this is where Danny Aarons said this. Prosecutors think like defense attorneys, and good homicide detectives think like defense attorneys too. We want to have a case that's prepared in such a way that we are ready for anything the defense attorney throws at us.
Okay.
Just
What's
part of
your-
crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's. It's
Yeah,
not-
we know she was in your house last night before you drove her home, and we'd like to get a look at that area and just take a look in the house and make sure that and see if there's anything that stands out to us. So,
Does cooperation mitigate suspicion?
no.
Dan, the two Dans,
No.
No.
why?
Well, over experience, I've seen a lot of times cooperation come, and it turns out to be bogus cooperation. It's a front. I've seen it over and over again, which I'm sure everyone on this panel has.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretending that they're cooperating, but they're lying to you at the same
sure.
time.
For sure.
Yeah.
Are you saying
Misleading
that
you,
people
trying to
lie?
guide you in another direction. Yeah.
Well, they have the presumption that we're morons, dumb cops, and we can be led. Be led like a horse with a bridle. And I'm always cautious of when somebody answers a question in such a way where they say, well, I don't know what to tell you, or I'll help you as much as I can. And when I hear I help you as much as I can, I'm thinking, well, you're not saying you're going to help me. You're qualifying that.
If I can jump to another big one when I go into that interview room with
Go down.
those two, I'm watching big time body language.
Yes.
I've seen it over and over again. They're going to be, they'll sit like this with their legs crossed and everything. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing.
Or Dan, how about talking like this? Well, I'm going to try and help you. Cover their mouth when they talk.
Yeah. So so you got the body language part, and then, they'll be all locked up. And then it's funny how as time goes and you break them, how they open up. Because now you're going to get the truth, or at least a good amount of the truth. But anyway, I just want to throw that in there.
No, that's a great thought. Hey, Sarge, I just walked in from, I got some data back. I'm one of the lab guys. We got a timeline. Here's a timeline. We were able to get a garage door open at 9:48, closed 9:50, 1:47. Door camera on the front disconnects. There's a 2 a.m. pacemaker spike, 2:12. Software detects somebody on the camera. At 2:28, the pacemaker disconnects from the phone, her phone. And then we've got two timelines, guys, I need to tell you about, because when I first got there, they said they got there around 11, but it's actually maybe 11:56. And then there's a 12:03 911 call. What say you? Anything sticking out? 9:48. I might put this up here.
So there's an hour, nearly an hour discrepancy from when they say they arrived to when we know they arrived. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this for me would go back to my interview with especially T, because I'm gonna talk to him now. If I notice timeline now, I want to ask him specifically, how did she get out of that car and get through the garage door? There's specific questions I want to know.
Yeah. And T, did you walk her into the house? Did you turn some lights on in her house? Did you assist her in any way, or did you just pull up? She got out and went in the house, and that's the last you saw. Can you go into detail on what happened there?
Right. Because I know I would walk my 84-year-old mom or mother-in-law into the house, and I want to walk her in. I want to make sure that everything's good inside the house too.
Yeah. By the way, how come she took an Uber to your house for the card party? Is that a normal thing, or could you guys not make it over to pick her up, or what happened there? I'd like to know that.
The Uber? Who has the app?
Yeah.
Did you pay for it? Did your mom pay for it?
Right.
Because that will kick off a whole new series of search warrants, right? We're going to grab the banks.
Absolutely, because you're going to need a search warrant to get the Uber information. I'll tell you that. And, yeah.
Okay. But something happened. I need to tell you, because it moved people. Two things happened, actually. The FBI got involved. They were allowed to come in, to Danny Aaron's point earlier. And there's now some ransom notes that start hitting, a local TV station and, two other outside network concepts, right? TMZ, et cetera. Okay. So now there's these ransom notes. And so the FBI moves towards the house. Okay. They help them draft. This is the FBI number, the Phoenix FBI SAC, Special Agent.
Yeah.
Okay. That guy to the left, I'm assuming, is from the task force. There's a gang task force, and I think it's important for the audience to understand what I mean by that. Is, there's a federal task force. It's focused on gangs, guns, drugs, DEA, marshals, various law enforcement agencies in that area. Okay. They've been activated to help, and it's important to understand they are not homicide investigators. They are, again, I want to repeat, okay, they are not investigating this homicide. If they believe now, it's leaning that way. They are support in relationship to where the case could be moving. And that's important. And that's why this guy to the left there, he's probably one of the task force commanders. And that's why they wear different shirts that says gang task force. If they were to find something connected, i.e., they were to find something connected to this now homicide investigation or suspicious death or suspicious circumstances, all of the decisions are still being made by the homicide team. They are not being made by the task force, DEA agents, U.S. Marshals, okay? And the reason for that, again, is for the chain of custody and who is going to put their hand up in trial, okay? If a task force guy comes across something, they're going to call the homicide guys, like a witness or something like that. They're going to detain that person, and the homicide guys are going to walk in and do the interviews. Why is that important to understand to the audience? Anybody have any thoughts you want to dovetail into that concept?
Well, the primary jurisdiction goes directly to Pima County.
Right.
So they have the jurisdiction of that crime. It occurred there. She's missing from there. The FBI is only invited to come in. They can't automatically come into any case unless they're invited by a local agency under certain circumstances. In this case, because you've got a missing woman close to the border, close to other states. So that's why the feds are brought in. But the primary jurisdiction still remains Pima County, and that's why there was that controversy about where the DNA was going to be sent. It's my understanding from numerous published reports that the FBI really wanted to encourage all of the DNA testing to be done at the FBI crime lab, which is state of the art.
Yep.
In Quantico, Virginia, I believe. And there was, I guess there was some grandstanding being done by the sheriff and the FBI coordinators and as to who was going to win that battle. And ultimately, Pima County said, no, we're going to use our private lab down in Florida or wherever that was. So
yeah,
it's unfortunate, but that's what happens sometimes in these high profile cases.
Yeah, egos.
And
Absolutely.
your task force guy is not going to know the questions that need to be asked.
No.
We've all worked cases where and we're not even talking about separate agencies where, for instance, in Oceanside, where either our vice and narcotics guys or our gang guys would develop a lead and call us in, and then we would talk to them because they're not going to have the level of details and know what questions to ask. So that'd be another reason.
It's like, I'm the detective, me and my partner, it's our case.
Yes.
So we're going to do the interviews. And then, of course, your support guys are going to, hey, everything's got to go through the lead.
Yeah.
In a high-profile case such as this, as we would call in Chicago a real heater, you have to have somebody that's established, that's going to keep everything organized. Who's doing what? Who's working on what? End of the tour, what did you do? And any outstanding reports that are due.
And it's important. Yeah, and it's important for everybody to understand. I mean, there's some people that are saying, well, there's a lead on the task force and yada yada, but that doesn't mean anything in this kind of case. Okay, they may be on that team, but they're not directing the direction of this case. And the reason for that is obvious. When those two homicide guys got there from Pima County the very first night, and somebody turned to them and said, okay, Aaron's your lead, John, you're second, Bob, you're cleaning up, whatever they want, yada, yada. Okay. Or Dan, et cetera. Okay. Now there's a cohesive group that says, okay, we make the decisions. But what that means is if Dan is the primary, Dan Aarons is the primary, and John is second, if I'm asked to go find or do something, I come back to either John or Dan, focused hopefully on Danny first, because he's going to be the one that's going to put the book together, the murder book. He's going to be the one that's going to be first on the witness list, sitting at the table next to the district attorney. And he's going to be the one that knows everything about Nancy Guthrie's shoe size. Okay. It is not going to be a DEA agent assigned to a narcotics gang task force. Okay. We need to clear that up, because there's a lot of confusion out there sometimes about how these things absolutely unfold. And this guy here in the suit to the right, if they find her body, hypothetically, and it is a homicide, this guy's not going on the stand yet. He may go on the stand for the notes and the Bitcoin and all that other stuff, okay? But he will not be asked by the prosecution, Detective so-and-so, such and such, Detective Friendly, what time did you get called out? And all that weight now goes on his shoulders or her shoulders, whoever the case agent is. Anybody want to dovetail into any of that? And then Dr. Gary, I know you have a thought.
And one of the first things a defense attorney on cross-examination, one of the first things that he or she is going to say is, "Are you the lead on this investigation? Were you assigned as the lead detective?" That's going to be the first. Other than that's how are you today, detective? Stuff like that. But that's going to be their first question.
Yep, and they're going to go on board Dyer, you and your training and experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to flush that out pretty quickly. Danny Aarons, any thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the way we work, Chris, as you remember, and John and Bob at our agency, we worked it was generally a 3-man team, homicide team, depending on which team was on call. And the sergeant would designate one of us as the case agent. That would be the guy in charge that you were talking about, Chris. And then the other two guys are going to be, one's going to be the crime scene manager, who's going to be working directly hand in hand with the uniformed crime scene people, which early on in our agency, they were actual police officers, but then they gradually went over to a civilian. They used civilians that were trained in evidence gathering, but we always worked it at the direct direction of the detective. They weren't given carte blanche to just evaluate a crime scene and pick up this evidence or that evidence or photograph this or whatever. They were doing it at the discretion and direction of the case managing detective, which would be usually the second guy on the team. And then the third guy would be coordinating all the witness interviews behind the scene.
And Dan, those 3 detectives, they're going to huddle quite frequently on this case and make sure that even though you have a case agent and somebody as the lead, so to speak, all 3 are going to be making decisions and deciding how to proceed and which direction to go in on the case. Am I right?
Correct. As the case ages, as we say, if you don't make an arrest in the first 48 hours, it's you're running out of leads. You're going to be meeting every morning, first thing in the morning, with your team, as well as everybody in homicide, other teams as well, throwing ideas out there and possible avenues of investigation based on what you're debriefing everybody on from the previous day's events. So it's an ongoing process every single day, and it continues as long as necessary. As long as you've got viable leads still coming in, you're going to be meeting in the morning and usually in the afternoon before you go home until you solve this thing or figure out what direction you're going to go the next day.
Okay. Dr. Gary, you had a thought?
Well, I do, but I'm going to make a very quick comment because I've been reading the chat. So because people are saying, where's the part where, you give the psych side of things? Well, the whole point here is that we're moving in a logical order from the investigative to then the 30,000 foot thinking about the why. And the entire point is that if you deviate from that, you're doing precisely what we're trying to tell you shouldn't do. You should move in a very logical order from the ground up. And so I think it's excellent to listen to this thought process and then don't jump to the 30,000 foot until you've got all this stuff nailed down. Now, the question that I had was from an investigative, the investigative side of things is, because it hasn't been touched on yet, is so what would you guys do if you were faced with this case that is high profile in terms of what you're telling the family and other people about what they should be saying in public? Because there's a high media demand for information, and also how much, because you got people going on talk shows and going on, so in other words, what are you saying to people about how that could be problematic, right? And what are you doing in terms of the messaging from the sheriff's office to the general public? Because the fact is, this is a case that involves a celebrity in one way. So I'm curious. I mean, I'm sure you guys have worked on celebrity cases before, and there's always that problem of potentially, damaging your ability to find a fair, pool of jurors once you have a suspect and all kinds of other problems. So I'm just curious what you guys would be doing, because there are a lot of things in this case that I found a little unusual in terms of the freedom of what people seem to be saying. Did you guys feel that way too? And where the messaging is coming from also seems unusual to me.
Yeah, I was pretty blown away with Savannah Guthrie, that last interview that she did with on her news channel. I was just floored with that. Like, oh no.
Gary, what you're talking about though is the initial press conferences from Nanos and the information that he gave out to the press. So this can be a very contentious part of a case when you have an ego like Nanos has, and you want to take control of everything. As we've said a million times here on this panel, Nanos should have appointed a PIO. Now, I don't begrudge him as an elected sheriff of having an interview or two at an initial news conference or something at the onset of the case, just to show that, hey, I'm the sheriff and I'm running this investigation. But he shouldn't have made he shouldn't have done many of the interviews that he did subsequent to the initial press conference. And he certainly shouldn't have done that without consulting the detectives. And when I mean the detectives, I mean the sergeant and the detectives, the boots on the ground, because there's certain information that maybe they didn't want out in the public sphere. And you're not going to know that if your Nanos and your ego is guiding the ship, which apparently has happened in this case. And so that's a real critical thing. How do you tell the sheriff, especially the one that's been so vindictive in the past, the recent past, that he shouldn't say certain things, don't tell the public this, don't tell the public that. When I was a detective, I had a sergeant that did that on one of my cases, and he was a brand new sergeant without any homicide experience at all. And he went out, unbeknownst to me, the next day after we had worked this case the night before, worked the scene the night before, and imparted a myriad of evidence on the case to the news media without consulting me or even telling me he was going to do the interview. And to say I was livid is an understatement. we got things taken care of after that. But you just don't do that. So that has been one of the big issues in this case, is all of the misinformation and varying things that Nanos has told this. He's told NBC this, and he's told a local station that, and he's told some other reporter this. So that has been a huge part of this misinformation in this case, and has led to so much confusion. So if that's what you're getting at, then obviously that's a huge mistake. And as I said earlier, you appoint a PIO, a public information officer, to carry the torch from the initial press conference forward. And that PIO is going to consult these detectives before he or she says anything to the press. Okay, so the PIO has to really be involved in the investigation to some extent to know what's going on. And if there's details that they shouldn't know, you just don't tell them. And you just make sure that that they don't go out and impart any information. And actually, the detective should know anytime the PIO is giving information out, or prior to that time. And because there could be some reason why the detectives don't want any information out at this point. Maybe they're working on something and they just, or the opposite. Maybe they want a particular narrative put out there, or something specific put out to the public via the press to assist them in their case.
Aarons, what are you thinking?
Yeah, Dr. Mercado, to go to your earlier question regarding family members and talking to the press. It's imperative that you meet with the family early. Once you finally have a chance to catch your breath, they've got to see who you are. You've got to be level honest with them and just tell them right out, there are things that we're looking at that we cannot talk about, not even to you. As much as you want to hear information and know what evidence is, or tidbits that you might have heard and you want us to confirm, we just simply can't. And that's for the integrity of the case. Now, I know there's probably prosecutors and defense attorneys out in your audience listening to this, and they're prosecutors especially chomping on the bit, thinking, we don't want families to know any of the information, because they're the ones that are going to be hounded by the news media constantly. So what are the detectives doing? Tell us. They won't tell us anything. What's going on? And that just harms a case down the line if you do line up a prosecution of a person or persons of interest at some point. But some families, they totally get that. They understand. Look, I don't want to do anything to harm your investigation. I just want the person caught and convicted and held accountable. But other families get very frustrated. I had a case back in 1987 or 88 where I got a little bit too close with the family. And that was a mistake I made as a young homicide guy then. And they were relying on daily reports that I couldn't give them. And then all of a sudden things went bad, and there was a chill period where I wasn't talking to them. And it's just something that every detective is, I'm sure, Dan Stover, you've dealt with the same thing, and John and Bob, Chris, we've all had that moment with these victims' families and neighbors and friends of theirs and relatives where they want every little bit of information, and we simply cannot give it to them. And we have to tell them straight, we're not going to share any of our information. We can't let it out, because if one thing gets out that's picked up in the media by a suspect, that directly impacts the security of our case and our investigation. So you have to make it very clear sooner rather than later with the family members.
Yeah, and we would always, my partner and I would always go have I mean, this case is a little more unique, But in a typical murder case, we would absolutely make the time early on to go sit down and develop a rapport with that family and express our condolences. And then we would explain that, just like you said, Dan, we cannot tell you certain things. And I'll tell you what, 99% of them understood. We get it, detective, and just left it at that. But it's all in the delivery and how you go talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
The worst thing you can do is not reach out to the family.
Yeah.
You know, no matter how bad that victim is, at one point they were their baby, and you have to reach out and sit down with them, not on the phone, in person.
Right. Well, see, part of what I think psychologically is important about this case and unusual about this case is that because it involves a prominent person, and even if it didn't involve a prominent person, it might be one of those cases that just for whatever reason happens to fascinate the public. At some point, a case like this turns into television. And then what happens is the public wants the latest installment of the Guthrie case show. But it's not television, and it has to be handled like any other case. So what I think happens is that people who are involved, or family members or people that are investigating, may forget that the public is not entitled to information just because it's a group of spectators that are interested in a case. And I think that when this case is studied years from now, what will be interesting about it is that it's an excellent example of how an investigation can be messed up by losing contact with the reality that this is not reality television. This is a murder investigation or a abduction investigation. And so I think that what's happened is people are sort of handling it like we've got to tell the public stuff. And the other thing is they drip the information out in a sort of strange way. So a couple of days go by and then we find out there are flower pots opening, holding the door open. And, and then it comes out through an interview with a family member, right? And then now we've got a new piece of information that has to be incorporated into this television show analysis that people are doing. It's that kind of thing. And I think the whole thing is a reflection of something very weird going on in our culture. The other thing is that because we think everything is a TV show now, we're going, why isn't this solved in 30 minutes? Mm-hmm. Why hasn't Columbo come out and put his finger in the air and said one more thing and solved it, right? And this may actually be something where they can't tease apart the DNA profile for like a year. And then they have to use genealogical data. And then it might take many months after that. In other words, I think, and then the public gets bored because let's face it, any day now, something even more horrendous is going to happen and steal the headlines. And then what happened to the family? And then the other thing that's interesting is that, and this is where we begin to creep in the direction of the psychology of this stuff, is that if you're dealing with a certain type of offender, all of that may actually be feeding the motive of the offender. So that's the other problem, is you're making a celebrity of an offender sometimes. And, there are ways that could be used, but there are also ways in which one has to be careful, because you could have somebody like a Koberger, for example, who's sitting there getting off on the idea that there's nonstop coverage and talking about every little thing. I mean, even today, if Brian Koberger said to a guard, I don't drink coffee, I only drink Ovaltine, it would be the front page of the newspaper. Brian Koberger reveals especially interested in this type of drink, as if anybody gives a flying leap about the offender's interest in drinks. But and yet,
fuck. It's okay.
We talked about.
You can say fuck. No, they wouldn't. It wouldn't because of shit. That would never be a headline. I barely remember the fucking Brian double cheeseburger. I did some research. It wasn't. Yeah. So he that case went on forever, but he did something stupid. He went to a Kroger or something and gave himself up or slipped up or something. He did something where they were looking for him, and yeah, so that was stupid. But yeah, it's over with. He's in jail. He's gonna be in there the rest of his life. We don't care about that man anymore. It's so I don't know what he's talking about. He prefers to drink chocolate milk over coffee. Nobody cares about that. What we do care about is if we get information on this case, because that's how most cases get solved nowadays. Because if investigators aren't doing shit, you know, they got a heavy caseload. It's internet age, so it could be anybody. You know, as much as, you know, it's easier to, like, criminals, like, it's easier to track them down now that we have, you know, DNA evidence and all that. It just as much as, you know, just as much as it's now harder because, you know, everybody knows everything. You don't have to be a fucking a fucking forensic detective to know how to get away with a crime. Like, you can just research, use Wikipedia, all that bullshit. Well, I don't know what this motherfucker's talking about, girl.
Talked about Brian Koberger's taste in bananas for weeks. So what I think is there is this very peculiar thing going on in the culture, and I think it has affected this case very badly. Now, I'm curious if you guys agree with that.
I agree with it.
I don't.
And I want to dovetail into what you're saying. I think there's two, and this is also going to be towards the law enforcement arena. Okay.
Right.
Remember, everybody on this panel, we didn't have any of the stuff they have today.
Yep.
Well, that's another story.
Well,
Social media
but where I'm going with this is there are two shifts taking place. There's not only a cultural shift, there's an investigative shift taking place. Okay, and I don't think I think we need to be honest and not be naive to it, because unless it's, when you heard the sheriff say this case will be solved through technology, that was a huge, like, are you kidding me? Okay, because at that point that breaks into what Dan Stover was talking about, and what we started this follow the bouncing ball. If you don't lock in the ability to communicate right off the get-go, okay, you're hosed. You are absolutely hosed. You know, you'll notice that the best homicide guys are, to what you talked about, Gary, Dr. Mercado. They're able to walk up to an MS-13 member and say, "What's up, man? How you doing tonight? I'm sorry to meet you under these circumstances. My name is blah, blah, blah." Or, you know, that guy who just blew up the World Trade Center, okay, and you want to sit down with that guy, how do you get him to tell you why he stuck the axe in his grandmother's forehead? Okay, that just doesn't happen. Okay, that happens because you don't have technology, you don't have DNA. Just check the boxes. What I'm afraid of, and what I'm seeing in this case, okay, is pictures like this. You see, talking to the family is one thing, and then discovering additional information that take you to the family's house with evidence bags is another thing. With a Celebrite U-Fed machine, where you're downloading all of the electronics to tell you a story, okay, that is because there was some conversations or something that focused the investigation towards this. Something happened somewhere in the chain of communication. Am I missing something? What say you guys?
It's a good point.
Yeah. It's an excellent point. I think the thing, Chris, and I would ask a question, and you nailed it, that investigators nowadays they go in apparently, and I'm painting with a broad brush, so I apologize in advance, but the newer breed of investigators apparently presume, as the sheriff did, that this case is going to be solved with technology. I would ask this panel, gee, how did we solve all those other murder cases we had without technology?
Yep.
Okay. You get out, you wear out shoe leather. There's an old-fashioned concept. You get out on the streets. When they call you, when you tell your patrol cops, if you find somebody that's under the influence of meth and maybe he wants to go to jail, maybe you can go the other way. But if he has information on a case and it's righteous information, I don't care when you call me. I'm coming from my home and I'll talk to him. And if it's good information, you can give him his walking papers. And this is where I see detectives losing contact with the streets. And this is where these cases very often are solved.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great point. Behind the scenes, this suspect is watching everything that we're doing here.
How do you know that?
They're listening.
He might have killed
Okay.
himself. You don't know
And
that.
you get to a place
never
where
know.
you're like, okay, I need to tap into that network, whatever that network is. Okay. And you only do that by what we talked about earlier. You know, if in Chicago, Dan, I'm sure you guys would run out to the precincts, right? And go to the patrol briefings and say, okay, this is what we had last night. I need some help. I need info. And they're going to hit the streets. And Danny talked about it as well, Danny Aarons. They're going to hit the streets and they're going to go to their contacts and their informants and their snitches, and they're going to grab somebody with dope, hypothetically, and say, you know what? Okay, this is just a small quantity. Okay, you owe me. You know, step on it, crush your pipe. Okay, you're tweaking out here, but here I'm looking. Have you seen this guy before? Yeah. Okay, I want to know I want this guy's shoe size. You got it? Yeah. And this is what's happening. It's like a domino chain reaction. Okay. That's why the gang task force is involved in this thing. Okay. And I mean, think about that. An 84-year-old woman disappears out of her house, and you have a gang task force involved? What's that all about? Okay. Well, we're telling you what that's all about.
And the thing is, Chris, you know that there's a $1.2 million reward out there. If you don't think that the criminal element isn't jabbering about this, that they're trying to figure out who it is, because they're trying to figure out who might be involved, because $1.2 million is a lot of money. And if these people would roll their discount Judas Iscariots. They'd do it for $10.
That's right.
So 1.2 million, if you don't think the criminal element isn't trying to find out who's responsible for this, think again.
Oh, yeah, the jail's lit up, right? How many snitches want a deal, Dan Aarons, for hey, I know who did it, man. Can you talk to the DA to get me 5 years?
Shut up.
Yeah, that was pretty common.
Motherfucker hasn't been caught yet. Yeah, the reward is $2 million, but evidently that's not enough. Money is what? Paper. I could buy houses and cars with it. So fucking what? I don't care. I can get by with $5 a day. I just need water and a fucking $1 McDonald's burger so I can stay alive. I don't need a big penthouse, a yacht, a fucking Versace, Hermes bags and all that. I don't need all that. That's all $2 million is gonna buy, like expensive material shit I don't need. As well as the little boy from Home Alone would say, shit that rots my brain and my teeth. So yeah, that's all $2 million is gonna get me. So yeah. But yeah, evidently that's not enough. Either the person that or persons that got this woman $2 million, they pretty much wiped their ass with that, literally. So that means that they probably like I said, Epstein. They could be like $40-50 million net worth people. They don't give a shit about that $2 million. That's fine. Maybe somebody with 2 teeth in their mouth that live in a fucking shack. Maybe that $2 million, they might snitch. But no, that reward's been sitting there for like several months now. That $2 million reward. So evidently it's not enough. Or that person's filthy rich, or it wasn't about money, or they didn't give a shit about money. They wanted that to get that old lady and they got her. They don't care about the damn money anymore. So yeah, it's sad, but yeah.
Pretty common all the time in Southern California where we worked. You have jailhouse snitches that come out of the woodwork in cases like this, and but going back to the whole shoe leather business, one of my favorite TV detectives was Hieronymus Bosch, who used to always he'd say, "Just get off your ass and go knock on doors." That's the way you get the. That's the way you get it done.
You got to create your own luck.
Yeah,
and you're not going to do that by sitting on your ass. You got to get out there and talk to people.
Yeah.
And Michael Connolly knew this because he was in LA Times. He worked at Parker Center. He knew Jigsaw John.
He was embedded with with Robbery Homicide for 2 years before he started the Bosch series. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. So when you see things, and this is a great segue into this next picture, and when you see things like this in the middle of the night at the daughter's house and the son-in-law's house, does this raise any red flags from an investigative analysis aspect to you, anybody on this panel? Not saying it's connected or they've done something. That's not what we're saying. I'm asking the question. These are the evidence folks at the house where Nancy was last seen, allegedly, having dinner, playing games, and they're in there taking photographs, maybe running an alternate light source, and they ultimately come out of that house, okay, with bags, something in those bags, okay? Now, mind you, like the day before, okay, or a couple of days before, they're in the house with, hang on.
You don't know. You didn't even get his thoughts across.
This guy with the UFED. And by the way, it drove me crazy when the sheriff, and you guys keep me honest here, it drove me crazy when the sheriff said, well, we had the ICAC guys go over there, but that's not unusual. I'm going to ask any one of you guys. In the capers that
they don't know either.
When the ICAC guys show up, are you going, what are you doing? I mean, what are you saying? What are you doing here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I would say, well, then why wasn't that crew going to all the neighbors' houses and doing exactly what they did at that house?
Great point, Dan. Yeah. Aarons, what do you think up there?
I don't have a clue what those guys were doing at the house.
Yeah, I told you.
With two different station wagons.
What the fuck did I tell you?
Late into the night, I'm presuming you're correct on that. I don't have a clue. We just don't know enough.
Yeah, the media was outside taking pictures. That's where that came from. And they were taking, Brian Enton was live on News Nation with the flashes going off inside the house.
This Brian Enton faggot.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Mm-hmm. Before or after the sheriff came out and said that the family members and their spouses were not involved?
This was before.
Mm-hmm. Well, that has to figure into the interpretation, no?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Can I ask a question of
Sure.
you guys? Maybe you know this. It's a little sidetrack, but does A&T have any children?
Yes.
And if so, what ages are those
Little,
children?
small.
I don't know the age, but they have a son.
Okay. Do we know approximately?
He's younger. He's a younger boy, my understanding.
Like a kid?
Yeah. They're like 6,
I
7,
don't
8,
know
9.
his
I don't
age.
know.
Maybe somebody in the chat, but we need to make sure it's accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like 6,
Laura
7, 8,
said
not very little.
the son, they believe he's 18.
What?
18.
He was that old.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's not confirmed from me.
Yeah.
I've seen reporting all over the map. I saw one article that said it was 10. Another one said
approximately 13, approximately 12. I don't think
and I understand why they would that would be.
Yeah,
that would be helpful. I mean, especially if you're dealing with a minor who could be part of all this public attention and all that. In a way, that might be one of the most appropriate things I've heard. And the
same little boy, he looks black, which is weird because obviously, Annie, her daughter is a white lady. Her husband, which was everybody thought was a prime suspect, but again, everybody in the family, we were given polygraph tests and they passed with flying colors. So I mean, at this point, we have to just kind of go on to other theories, or otherwise we're going to keep whirlwinding, and that's why this old lady, her body hasn't been found dead or alive. Like she's this But from what I've seen, yeah. So Annie, her daughter, clearly white lady, because she's white. This the Guthrie, that's white people, right? So very white last name Guthrie, but yeah. So yeah, but her husband, the boy's father, again, everybody thought was a prime suspect, but again, there are all family in-laws are cleared through uh, polygraph test, right? Uh, to my knowledge, I think he's like Greek or something. Like he's like he's not black, but that little boy that I know they're talking about, like I thought he was like 7, 8, 9, 10. They're saying he's 18. Nope. Well, he must be a midget then. Cat, get away from me. Uh, uh, a girl. Cat, get away from me. Because he hears me talking to him. He's clingy and shit. A girl. Yeah. Yeah. I thought that boy was like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like around that age, like prepubescent. And if he is 18, then he must be a midget or something. Like girl, because he's little. Like this child, this is like a 7, 8, 9-year-old child. But he looks black because he has like real kinky hair. He's kind of tan. Kind of looks like a like a little like Bam Bam from Flintstones before they cut his hair. Yeah, he looks like a little black child. So I mean, I don't know, but his parents aren't black, so I don't know, girl. But yeah, but I don't know. They say Greeks can be kind of dark. I don't know. Maybe I don't know, but yeah.
Story is to keep that out of the public eye, because if you're dealing with a kid, it could have serious psychological effects on a child.
Yeah, we can stay away from all that.
Don't you agree? That's a good thing.
But let's shift to the car, though. This is the car that they impounded, and these would have been the reasons, the telematic systems, right? But Honda has what they call Honda Link, okay? And depends on the year, from 2012 to 2014, they don't have factory telematics. But from 2016 to 2017, depends on the trim models, okay, then they have telematics. So we know that the car was held for at least 30-something, 40 days.
I don't think it was that long.
Okay, or 30-something, 40 days.
It was more like a couple weeks.
Okay. And then it was sent to a Chevrolet dealer in Tucson and, quote, reassembled. Okay. But there's only a couple of things they could have gotten out of that. They could have gotten what they call, let me read this thing here for a second. The CRV, Honda widely rolled out connective services on the CRV. Some higher trims have basic Bluetooth navigation, etc. But the telematic control unit TCUs and the EDR, which is called the event data recorder, are the only two things they could recover out of the older model vehicle. And there you're only going to get, the Bluetooth navigation, the opening and closing of the door, maybe some location tracking, depends on if they had a subscription service, etc. Remote start, vehicle status, locks, unlocks, etc. So would you guys initially go through that much to grab that out of that car unless there was something more to the problem?
Or they're just simply trying to confirm his version of events of driving her home and then coming back to this house after dropping.
Or, hello, these are cops and investigators, by the way. How's my black faggot ass coming up with all these deductions and shit? Or the one thing they still have not come up with, for whatever fucking reason. This is a high-profile case. Yeah, Nancy herself isn't a celebrity, but I argue that because she has been on the NBC News show several times, like different segments to where they're like going to Mexico and stuff and eating out, like having like little vacations and like shopping, and there's even some segments where it's like MTV Cribs, like they're inside her house, and Nancy's like, well, this is my little tomato garden, and this is how I make my bed every morning. And today I want to make some strawberry pancakes for my daughter Savannah because all the news reporter, NBC News people are here. I'm gonna feed all y'all too. She was a very nice lady. If you saw clips of her, like she was like grandma, like very, very, you want to be there. You feel at home there, like it warms your heart being at her house. And so, even though Nancy herself wasn't a celebrity, she kind of is. More so, her daughter is a very famous NBC News reporter. So famous she's supposed to cover the Winter Olympics, so because of this, she couldn't do that. That's not everybody gets to be a reporter for the Olympics. For figure skating and all that. So yeah. So anyways, or because this is a high profile, if they got Nancy, who's to say they didn't want to kill her daughter or kill her son-in-law that were last people to drop her off? They took the car because what if they put a bomb underneath the muffler or the alternator or the axle? What if there's evidence in that car that could lead them to the killer? It has nothing to do with the family themselves, because they said from the beginning that the family was never involved. Now that they revealed that family passed FBI polygraphs, they're really not involved. So that's not why the car was taken, because they think that they're suspects. They think the car was taken because they just want to make sure that, they're safe. Like they're not next. They're not the fucking next. And that's what that retarded ass fucking crackhead ass Sheriff Nano said. You could be his next fucking victim. That's exactly what this motherfucker said. You can be his next damn victim. So that's why they took the car, because who's to say this motherfucker didn't try to put a bomb underneath the daughter's car, the son-in-law's car? That's why the car was taken for evidence. Like they put an air tag or something, that's why the car was taken. For fuck's sake, God. Jesus.
Dropping her off, if it's got data within the so-called car's black box with GPS tracking and that sort of thing, they're just trying to confirm his story to see if there's a blip that doesn't coincide or corroborate what he told them in his initial interview.
Okay, what raises your hair on the back of your neck to want to not believe the guy?
Well,
I'm not asking to speculate. I guess I am, but
yeah, it's not necessarily you're trying to catch him in a lie. You're just trying to corroborate what he said so you can rule that out. A lot of our job involves ruling out evidence and suspects, as well as trying to inculpate them as a suspect. So, we do a lot of corroboration in our job.
Yep.
And we do a lot of, we're also looking to, not prosecute or look at innocent people, if there's evidence that is contrary or is helpful to that person.
okay. So, anybody else? Dan, Stover, did you want to say something, or Bob?
I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. So,
I agree.
okay. So, Dr. Gary, you've seen the videos. We all have seen the videos. This guy shows up on the porch. Who are we looking at here?
A man.
We've debriefed.
That's about it. That's all we got.
Basically, for the audience, we would sit down with a Dr. Picotto, others, in our area where we had
Swan,
Park
a man.
Beach.
That's all we got.
So we would work
That's
with,
all we got.
with Dr. Park. We'd work with Park and say, hey, blah, blah. Who did you guys work with, Dan, in Chicago, for a forensics guy, if you had?
For forensics?
Yeah, if you needed to go that far. Do you remember?
Yeah, we had an actual forensic unit.
Okay.
That was citywide.
Okay, so in this case, we would sit down with Dr. Gary, tell him, hey, here's all the players, here's a victimology, here's all the stuff, and who are we looking at? What should we be thinking about?
Well, you're talking about like a profile person?
Not
man.
a profile,
Like a
but
man.
right? We'd send that to the BAU, and even there, again, that's just a tool, right? It's a profile.
Yeah.
Even from the BAU, it's like it's like a polygraph. You never really know until you sit down with the suspect and he says, yeah, you got that wrong. Okay. Like Rex Harriman. That's why they're going to go interview him now that he's copped out and given all this information, because they just want to learn, right? He's the bug in now, as Dr. Gary says, he's the bug in the jar now. And they want to go listen to him. But because, honestly, have you ever seen a profile solve a case?
Yeah, many times. That's
Anybody?
how they get solved.
I have not.
Dan, You worked hundreds of cases. You ever see a profile solve the case?
Yes.
Well, we didn't call in profilers a lot because a lot of our crimes were not whodunits. You know, you have your occasional whodunits, but the vast majority of homicides, you've got a suspect in custody either at the scene or within 24 hours. It's the whodunits where you want, and as the case ages, that's when you bring in the forensic psychologists to try and help you out, or a profiler.
I mean,
profilers it's just an investigative tool. It's a weapon that we use, or a tool that we use to try and figure out what's in the mind, and based on what they see at a crime scene and based on interviews they've listened to that we've conducted, they can kind of point us in the direction of a possible suspect. And it may coincide with somebody that we were already looking at on the side, but we weren't really sure about. And now you got a forensic analyst or a person like Dr. Bricado or Park Dietz who are really good at what they do, and they can really help an investigation.
Okay, so let's for the audience, I want them to understand very clearly that profilers are like the guy who has stands in front of the pilot with the lights, with the two sticks.
Yes, or the police sketches, or composite sketches. We're not retarded. Well, I guess these people are, but yeah. Yes, they always solve case. In fact, that's the number one way to solve a fucking case. The reporter bitch. We are looking for this man who's wanted for a murder. If you know any questions, the suspect is seen that he's having shaggy hair. He's about 5'9". If you've seen this man, please call in. That's how all cases get solved. Like, God, what the fuck are they talking about? Like, God.
Sticks. And they do this, okay, as the plane is coming in, okay, and as the plane is getting closer and closer, they go like that and the plane stops, okay? They give you a general idea how to steer the plane. That's what a profiler does, okay? Now, why is that important to understand? Because it's kind of like a polygraph. Are you involved in this? Do you know? Do you this? No, yes, no, yes. It's inconclusive. Okay, that's fine. I get that. Now, this guy though, okay, you sit down and you say, give me an idea of who actually flies the plane. Help me understand the pilot, because I may have him in the room over here. How would you help me hit the switches to get him to tell me what's going on in here? That's what a forensic psychologist does. Okay. And I've sat next to, I'll give you a Park Dietz when we had Brandon Wilson, who killed Matthew Checky. And Park, the first question Park asked me, he said, where'd they hook him up? I said, he's in West Hollywood. He said, let's make him famous. Okay. That wasn't a profiler. That was a forensic psychologist. What do you mean, Park? And we dove into it. Okay. And that's how we created a strategy for interviewing and for plugging him in. So Gary, we got this knucklehead on the porch. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go off into left field, but I had to get to left field for the audience to understand, because they hear FBI and they go, oh, the FBI. Okay, yeah, the FBI. And what's the point? Okay.
Well, it's even more complicated than that, Chris, because to call yourself a profiler means undergoing very specific training by the unit. And if you are in the true crime community for more than 30 seconds, you'll see that the word profiler is applied to anybody that's talking about the psychology of an offender who's had no training in profiling formally. And actually, I think it sticks in the craw a little bit of people who have done that training, because it's an inaccurate term. For example, I, as a psychologist, don't even believe that I could undergo training as a profile at the unit. In other words, it is limited in terms of who could do it. And you see what I'm saying? So, and Chris, you know what I'm talking about. There are a lot of people who go around saying I'm a profiler, but it doesn't mean what it's supposed to mean. Now,
Well, Dr. Ann is a good example. They call her a profiler, and she gets offended by that behind the scenes, doesn't she?
Dr. Burgess, you mean?
Yeah.
No, she's not a profiler. She's an academic, a psychiatric nurse practitioner, doctorally prepared, who does research on violent crime.
She's your colleague.
She's my colleague. I work with her all the time at Boston College, in our work at Boston College together. So, first of all, I'm glad you mentioned the academic aspect, because the truth of the matter is that when I am asked to consult on something, one of the first things that I think is important to do is to think about statistics and likelihoods, because at the end of the day, we have to be scientists. And you know, everyone who knows me more than a minute knows that I am a data fiend. I keep everything in databases. When I wake up in the morning, when I go on my phone and I see there's been a homicide, the link to that article on the web is going in an Excel row in one of my databases, and all of the information that on that case that is publicly available and later available in legal documents is going in there, because I want to be able to run statistics on likelihoods of anything you ask me about. Okay. And that ultimately is exactly what we did with the mass murder database at Columbia, right? Okay. So the first thing that I would be thinking about, because I think the point of this conversation is how do you think about a case, right? The first thing I would be thinking about is this. Let's say we have to first think, is this a homicide or is this an abduction, right? Or is this something else, like a robbery that went haywire?
We don't know.
And the reason it's important is because there are different probabilities in each bucket, okay? So if we're talking about a homicide, 60% of people that are killed know the person who killed them in some personal way, all right? So you're already leaning in the direction of it's more probable that it's not a stranger who killed you. That's important. If you are female, there's about a 92% chance that you personally knew the person who killed you.
I don't know about that.
That's extremely important. So about 92% of women, it is estimated, who are killed by their boyfriend, their husband, or a former romantic partner, or a family member, right? 8 out of 10 sexual assaults are committed by somebody who knew you. That's extremely important. Then you say, okay, well, let's start with the sexual motivation, okay? Somebody broke in to attack an 84-year-old woman sexually. Somebody in the chat suggested it. Okay, first of all, statistically speaking,
that's so rare.
The kind of person who would do that is very, very rare.
See?
There are only, in the United States in 2024, the last time I know this data that
like
has been
4
released, there were only,
women raped.
I have the number, actually, I wrote it down.
like 5.
There were 381 killings of people older than 75.
How many were essays?
In the United States? Okay, already extremely rare. Then embedded within that, what's the probability of a sexual assault on that individual? Minuscule, 6. Tiny. Then you have the fact that a sexual assault by a stranger is actually, it does happen, but the idea is you have to look at the age range at which it tends to happen. Okay, so first of all, you're super rare when you're at the level of that age. And statistics tell us that the person will be most likely, who would do that would be most likely to be a family member. And about 70% of the time when it happens to elders, it happens in a nursing home or in your own home. Okay? Now, so what does that tell you? That the notion of an outsider coming in and attacking an elderly woman, sexually assaulting her and killing her, you're now taking unlikely on top of unlikely on top of unlikely on top of and you get down to something that would be like extremely profoundly rare. Okay. Then you add on top of that the fact that the statistics tell us that if somebody were to do that, they would be likely to do it serially. So then you say, okay, how many sexually assaulting serial killers are there in the United States at any given time? It's estimated there are about 250.
More than that.
So we would be suggesting that one of those 250 approximately killers, who are most likely male, right, are breaking into a home to sexually assault a woman and kill her. Then what would you say? You'd say statistically, most likely that person has done it before, is probably somewhere in the records of prior sex offending or probably has been arrested before, because they're going to keep doing it. And within a geographic area, you're going to start to see a popping up of more cases of it, right? You all see where I'm going with this?
Not really.
Rare. So forget that one. Throw that one out the window. It's very now.
We
Is it
can. We
possible?
can.
Of course. It's also
It's
possible
an
I'll walk
unsolved case. They
outside
can't throw
and a
anything
piano
out
will fall on my
unless
head,
it's,
but it's not probable. Okay, so let's put that over there. Then you say, what about the possibility of abduction? Okay, there are 350 abductions approximately a year in the United States. That's it. And out of them, the vast majority of them are children. And when they are children, believe it or not, most of them are taken by people who know them. There is only a 0.001% chance that when you are abducted as a child, that you're being sent off to sexual slavery or held as a sexual
Did he
slave
say
in someone's
negative
home or any
zero?
of those things.
What?
But the public's imagination
What the
goes to
fuck? No. What the hell? What the fuck is he talking about? There's a 0.5% chance when a child is abducted that they're being trafficked. What the fuck? I argue it's like a 99% chance that's what's going on. And then the other 1% chance is like it's custody battle. There's the parent wants the child, and that if I can't have the son or daughter, I'm gonna take them. Like I'm like, maybe I'm just retarded. Like, think he has it flipped. Like usually when a child is kidnapped from a store, from Disneyland, whatever, that child is going to be kidnapped. They're going to be, I can't say on YouTube, but yeah, they're going to, or worse, like that child's going to be, and that other 0.5%, like I said, is like parents that are, have a custody battle. They took the child because, they want the child is my child. Like, we went to court. I didn't get custody. Well, I'm going to take the child anyways. And then, the child usually 99% of the time ends up safe. But that's, I don't know. I think he has that mixed up. So he's saying 99.9% of child abductions are because they're not even really classified as child abductions. Like they're just, I know that my girlfriend took our son, but I just hope that they're not hurting him. Or like I know that my ex-husband took the children, but I hope he's not hurting them. And that's illegal if you're not the custodial parent to take a child, but it's done all the time. And usually the child's 99.9% of the time aren't harmed. Usually they go to a different country so they're not caught. But unfortunately, they're just egos. They wanted the child. They lost the custody battle. They're not trying to harm the child. They're just trying to prove a point. Like it's my children too. Like I gave the child, I gave birth to the child, or it's my sperm. So it's just equally my child. So when they lose the custody battle, that's when they get mad and they abduct the child, and it's seen as a criminal crime. But it's not. To me, I just feel like he has the right. He's saying that's the majority of kidnapping cases. When no, I argue the majority is people that are just sick and they want to take kids and they get trafficked, they get killed, like all that, So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
to that stuff. Super rare. Even rarer than that, an elderly woman being abducted for non-sexual reasons. Also extremely improbable. The most likely scenario, because it happens 1 million times a year or more in the United States, is there is a financial motive. And as I said, statistics tell us if you have a female individual who is killed or sexually assaulted in the United States, they know the person who did it to them. Now we couple that with the comfort that we see on that video, the fact that we've deduced from the timeline that this person spent a great deal of time in that house. There's no evidence of there having been a robbery because we don't know of anything having been taken.
We don't know that.
And an abduction also seems ridiculous because if you're abducting a person for money, you sort of want them intact.
We don't know
you don't
she
want
was
them
when
bleeding.
she left.
You would take their medication. You don't leave their meds.
That's why they're arguing
and
about
have a
the blood.
stopped pacemaker. So then you start saying, okay,
that's why they're arguing about the blood. They're saying that the blood looks like it came from a living person, like someone like she had a nosebleed or like she hurt her wrist. Like if it was a dead body, they would have just covered her up in a body bag, so no bodily stuff. But that's why there are people that if it wasn't for that the blood on the steps, we don't know. We officially don't know, but the blood on the steps, people that are smarter than me are saying that proves she was alive when she left the house because it looks like it's blood from like something minor, like she had a nosebleed, maybe she was coughing up blood, like maybe she her wrist was bleeding, something, her arm was bleeding because they were grabbing her by the arm. That's what a lot of people are saying. So we don't know why that blood is there. Still don't. So yeah. But that people that have that argument that proves she was living or she was still conscious or alive when she left that house, and maybe that she was kept alive for ransom, because you can't get ransom if the old lady's dead, right? No, the fuck you can't. So I mean, just
Based on probability, if it's somebody who knows you and the most likely thing is financial, then you would look at the inner circle of people who know you and how they would financially benefit from taking it, from doing something to you. You see where I'm going with this?
No.
You all follow the problem
I don't.
game? Okay. So then once you get down to that, then we look at this video and we start saying, okay, well, this person is on the screen. What can we feel out about this person? So Chris, if you put the video up, if you don't mind, on the screen.
What video? Oh, the doorbell shit? Oh, okay.
Now, let me emphasize
This
that
is all we have, by the way.
person who knows you,
This is the
could
most
mean
useful evidence
doesn't
we
have to
have.
be
That's
super
sad.
intimate. They just know you. Could be a person who worked with you. Could be the mailman. Could be the guy who cleaned the
All
pool.
we know is it looks like a
You guys
man.
know what I mean?
No.
Could be. So
Miss Swan, it
when
looks
we're
like a
giving
man.
those
That's the guy.
statistics,
That's
we
all we
mean
got.
somebody has more than a
He's covered
passing
head to
connection
fucking
with
toe.
you.
That could be
They're going to know some stuff about you. So then when you look at this offender, what you want to do is try to imagine the psychology based partially on that person's intelligence. The first thing I do when I think about something, I have to step into that person's intelligence level, right? So this is not a person based on using the flowers in front of the camera and some of the other getting caught on the camera after, and all this other stuff. You start thinking, okay, the person's intelligent enough to kind of get away with this.
Yeah.
But this is a person who did some planning and still did some pretty stupid things here, right? So this is not a top-rate intelligence here, right? I mean, we would all agree, right? We're not dealing with Stephen Hawking here, right? Am I correct about that? Okay. I mean, this is not Stephen Hawking. And then, so the first thing that I would be thinking about is you're dealing with a person who probably isn't the brightest bulb in the entire world. So we already are getting a feel for a person.
You got away with it.
Then you start thinking about the outfit that the person brought and the things that they did that don't make a lot of sense.
Which are?
Like the holster, the way that the holster is being held, and the way that the gun doesn't match the holster, and all that kind of behavior. And you start thinking to yourself, additionally, this may not be a professional. So you have an unprofessional quality on top of not being especially bright. Then you have the fact that he looks so cool.
It's 3 months later. He still hasn't been caught. So I mean, and so he has a mismatched gun holster. Okay, so that means he's stupid, or maybe he just like, who gives a shit? Like, I mean, I don't like.
You think, is this guy stoned? Is he some kind of psychopath? Now I have to tell you, when I see a person who is doing.
Is he some kind of psychopath? No. He's Gandhi. He's Gandhi. This is Jehovah's Witness man. He's coming to ask if do you need God? Have you talked to God today? Can I come in and talk to you about God? No, you can't come in my fucking house. I don't care if you ask Jehovah, Judas. I know you cannot come in my fucking house. Get the fuck lost. But no, is he a psychopath? No, what do you think? He's about to do something, abduct, kill, we don't know, to an 85-year-old woman. Is he a damn psychopath? No, he's the milkman. No, he's the Domino's man. No, he's not. You can't be a psychopath. No. Are you crazy? Is he a psychopath? Oh, gee, I don't know, sir. I have no idea. I'm stumped. Damn, we gotta go to Final Jeopardy. I'm gonna lose all my money. I am totally stumped. I am. Is he a psychopath? Girl. No, he can't possibly be a psychopath dressed like that, doing what he's about to do. No, get out of town. Get the hell out of town. No, he's a psychopath. Damn, I would have never guessed. Shit.
Doing something like this without looking scared at all, I start thinking they're a little bit on the psychopathic side, because there's no concern at all. Nothing. Beyond not wanting to get caught and stopped, there doesn't seem to be any threat that is causing this person to have physiological symptoms of nervousness. So then you start saying, why is that person's nervous system not acting normally? Even if any one of us planned, with everything we know about crime, decided we were going to go and do something like this, we would be a little nervous. A little bit.
No.
This person looks
Not
like they're taking a
necessarily. Maybe
stroll
some
in the
people
park.
would,
I don't
maybe
agree
some
with the
people
person in
wouldn't.
the audience who says that that's all BS. I don't agree. I think these things are all logical. So, and if you don't agree with any of this, please tell me in terms of my thought process here. So my sense is this guy, based on what I'm seeing on the screen, looks like this is not his first rodeo with crime.
The fuck you mean tell you the comments there? How many people watch this live? 50,000 people watch this live. Please tell me that shit's going by way too damn fast. You're not gonna see my damn theory. Fuck are you talking about?
Probably committed home invasions before and has a kind of callous disregard. That can also be glimpsed by the fact that this person did what he did with an 84-year-old person, right? And looks like that, knowing that this is an 84-year-old victim, right? That's going to be bleeding and taken out of the house and everything else. So already we get a sense of a person who is callous. If you are a person who is callous, you don't become that kind of person at this person's approximate age. Chances are you have a sociopathic character structure that's going to go all the way back to the time you're a kid. Conduct disorder precedes antisocial personality features, and you tend to see that stuff going back a long way. Now, why is that important? Because this person probably is going to have a history of prior criminal behavior, which means someone in prison might know them, somebody in a jail might know them, the local cops might even know them.
No,
right? That's
we don't know
important
who the fuck this is.
I mean, for God's sake, the
we
guy
don't know who the fuck this is. He's covered head to fucking toe. We don't know who the fuck this is. I don't even think we have a fucking police sketch. We don't even fucking have that. We don't have a fucking goddamn 911 call that her daughter did. Can we at least hear the fucking 911 call? Like, why are they not giving us anything? Like, what the fuck?
has very specific visual characteristics, physical characteristics, the way he leans, the way he walks. They could be interviewing people in a prison setting or in a jail setting and saying, ever seen this guy before? Does he look familiar? You guys know what I mean?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So that you would want to talk to the demi-monde in the area who may have encountered this individual before. And then the other thing that's interesting about it is with that kind of person, since it's so personality based, chances are this person has done things in their life that are going to stand out to people, because I do believe this person's local. People in the local area would know that this is a person who has a very distinct personality. So what kind of personality do you tend to see in people that are cool-headed when committing a crime? They're usually extremely sensitive to being insulted, very explosive.
Say that again, Gary, you cut off.
They're usually very sensitive to being insulted and hold grudges for a long time. So what you tend to hear is things like, I remember that guy. He came into the supermarket once and somebody bumped into his shoulder and he started screaming at the guy, told him he was going to kill him. I remember that very distinctly. You know, that kind of
that
character,
could be anybody.
Grudge holding,
that's everybody
nasty,
in America right now.
Has to level the playing field kind of character. That's very, very important, because you start getting the sense that this person in the local area has been noticed either as somebody using drugs or committing petty crime or just being a jerk.
Not
because
being a
you
jerk.
can't be a sadistic person
every man in America
under pressure like that without some kind of local stuff building up around you, that you have a personality that is nasty like that. People are going to know that about you. Okay. So then the other thing is, if you look at this guy, we don't actually know if this person is operating alone.
We don't know anything
at all. And this kind of person, when you're looking at him, the reality is that if this is some kind of group enterprise, financially motivated thing, it's entirely possible that this is a person working in some kind of cabal, but it's just the only one who got caught on the camera. Now, we've said for a long time, this looks sort of like the waiter that comes out and serves the food, because there's nothing personal about it. Doesn't seem to be anything emotional about it. But if there is any personal motive behind it, that person's more like the cook that we don't see. So the important thing to tell law enforcement, if I were looking at this, would be to say, You have to catch this person, and then this person will lead you to the center of the spider web when you say to this guy, look, your sentence could be dependent upon whether you give us information on who really told you to do this. I think you just have a financial stake in this. Somebody hired you, Now, what gives me that sense? Because if there's a personal thing here, and let's face it, there doesn't seem to be any clear, typical, non-emotional motive, right? The person would be more emotional and less callous, right? If you've ever seen a person who knows you, who kills you, for example, you see overkill. The person, it takes it out on you. They've destroyed your face. They've mutilated you. They've destroyed the entire house. So what I think is this is just this person who got kind of hired or asked to go in and do this in a pragmatic way. And then when you take all the information, you put it all together, what it looks like is nothing went the way that it was supposed to go. You get the sense of this not particularly bright guy who went in there overly confident. I'm going to pull this, that, and the other thing off. And it didn't go the way it was supposed to go. And so my sense is this woman passed away during whatever it is that was supposed to happen. And then this idiot goes back to whatever group it is that said, or person who said, go do this for me, and said, now what? Well, we got to figure out a way to capitalize on this anyway. See, that kind of thing. Now, second point about that. Let's say it was just a homicide. Well, if it isn't a homicide by a person from the outside, then what would be the reason that a person who knows you would kill you? Well, there are two basically big reasons why you would do that. One reason is that you want to eliminate a person because they are an impediment to something that you want. They're in the way of money. They're in the way of a sexual partner. They're in the way of, they're a burden, and you want them out of the way. And as you all know, that's what I've called in my writing elimination murder. As a characteristic of elimination murder, it is so typical that I've made it a criterion of elimination murder, is you have to give the impression one way or another that somebody very, very, very far outside of the house did it. But because you're not very professional or intelligent or sophisticated, you make it look like an outside person did it, but you don't stage properly that there was a robbery or a sexual motive. So anybody with half a brain knows that it doesn't make sense, because a person who's going to break in a house to kill you has to have a clear reason to do so, right? You don't do a good job of staging that. So you sort of mess that up. The second possibility is you just hate the person's guts for some reason. And you, like I keep saying, you would see a much more emotional scene here. There would have been much more going on there. So this looks to me much more pragmatic, and it involves, so it's, you guys follow? It looks very pragmatic, and it looks like it's been carried out by somebody who wasn't particularly bright, but who didn't give a flying leap about humanity, saw people basically as some kind of a means to an end or a meal ticket or something like that in a callous way, and probably has a long history of doing that in a petty way. And because they're not particularly sophisticated, I think that people in the area have encountered this person, and they should be going around talking to people, particularly in legal settings, in jail settings or prison settings, saying, "This guy look familiar? It's a lot of money on the line here. You could really benefit. You want to turn this dope in? Anybody have any idea who this is?"
No.
I also think this is a local. I really do. I think this is a local, and I don't know. I'm curious if you guys agree with that.
I agree.
Comfort and the familiarity suggests to me local. Now, is there anything in what I said that isn't adding up or making sense to you guys? It sounds like it jives with your own feelings about things, but you tell me.
Exactly.
Well, I think you're right on, Dr. Gary. And I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. Remember, people out there, if you're watching, you can recognize somebody.
No, we can't.
The same as if you're identifying. So don't think that, well, because he's got a mask on, I can't make an identification here. There's something where you can say, I recognize that person, and it'll hold up in a court of law.
Well, those
corroborating factors.
All I was going to say is that those type of offenders also tend to monitor everything you're saying about them. So don't be shocked, for example, if the person's watching this. When we talked about Koberger, we knew that Koberger was probably watching everything we say. To this day, I wait to get a letter from Koberger. And I'm telling you, I told Keith Morrison when he interviewed me for Dateline, I said to him off camera, Keith, I'll let you know when I get the letter. There will be a day when that type of person decides that they want to know how you understood them. And they reach out to you. Listen, now that it's safe, I can't help but ask, how'd you know? Right? Well, I think this type of person watches. And I mean, don't you guys all think?
Well, Gary, can I ask a question?
Good
You
chance.
mentioned demimonde, and most people wouldn't. I recognize the term.
Yeah.
Now, would this gentleman be a customer of what we'd refer to as a sidewalk independent female entrepreneur?
That
Or
type of character could be. Yeah.
Or would it be internet porn?
Well, listen, if there had been a sexual motive in this crime, one of the first things that I suggest when I'm asked about cases is talk to the local sex workers. So like if we thought there was a serial sex offender involved here, or a serial killer, it's very, very important that you speak to them, because they did that with many cases, like, for example, Henry Wallace. You ask them and then they start to say things like, yeah, there is a guy who sort of sounds like that, and he makes me do things that are like bondage related, or he likes to strangle me and says he'll pay me extra if I do it.
The family show.
Yes, I know, but what I'm getting at is that there would be fantasy elements that have to be fed by something. And so that helps catch people. Now, if this were a serial kind of offender where there was a gerontophilia, like a sexual attraction to elderly women, like some people are suggesting in the audience, what happens with fantasy-related offenders is that you do a lot of stuff that is not practically necessary to commit the crime. So that you that starts to give you away, right? Like you notice that across 3 crime scenes, the person is always strangled with black stockings, that kind of thing, because the person absolutely must do a thing. They feel compelled to do it. There's nothing that we know of in this story that even remotely hints at something like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he has a fetish to put flower pots outside. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing that stands out as sexually bizarre or anything like that. I just don't think so. I think that's off, unless, of course, there was fluid left. But even that doesn't necessarily mean sexual motive. I am aware of offenders who've told me that they've ejaculated, had an orgasm out of anxiety while committing the crime, or a bowel movement, or urinated because they're so nervous.
He yelled at himself because the guy was, it's a family show. He was gonna say ejaculated, but he had to. Girl, he's gonna say ejaculated, but he censored himself.
In what they're doing, but it's not a sexual motive. You guys are aware of cases like that, aren't you, where people have bodily reactions because of nervousness?
Yes.
Right. So you can't even necessarily presume a sexual motive, even if there's fluid. So, and it is plausible that it's possible, but again, statistically improbable. But so to answer your question, John, look, with those type of offenders, I don't know. With this guy, I don't see anything sexual that sends me wondering about that. But I would bet that in his particular fantasy life, in his private life, or what he may do in the demimonde, or what he may be viewing on his computer, I would expect themes that were probably a little cruel and that had to do with degradation, because you're talking about a person who could attack an 84-year-old woman callously. And so that type of person has to have at least a compartmentalized, if not highly aggressive personality, to be able to do that to a woman, particularly an elderly one. How could that personality not carry over into a person's sexual world?
What's this guy's personal life like? What's this guy's personal life like?
We don't know.
Well, let's put it
We
this way.
don't know.
He's certainly
He's
certainly
manager of a
something
Fortune
wrong
500 company.
with his
for all we know.
attachments
There's
and
usually
his
them.
ability to relate to people
Guy.
in a way that it suggests socialization, right? to be able to be that cruel and horrible to somebody who has never done a thing to you in the world, right? Who almost is the archetype of innocence, right? Like a little kid or an elderly woman sleeping in her bed. You can't be especially socialized. So you have to ask yourself, where does a person like that come from? How could a person be that callous? Have they been abused? Did they grow up in a situation where they had to get involved in illegal activity or gang activity to meet their needs and they feel entitled, right? Were they just born that way? There's something very, very nasty about that type of person. And if you are that type of person, chances are your relationships are going to be characterized by non-reciprocal relations, controlling people, and being cruel to them. If I had to make an educated guess, there is some woman out there who has had a relationship with Door Guy and probably had some DV situations in that situation or felt highly controlled by him. You guys know what I mean about that? Okay. And so that's another thing, that you want to be thinking about. You could be looking at records of people like that. Actually, the kinds of predictors that would be much more important for violence would be things like drug use, committing domestic violence, or having any kind of prior record, things like that. So that's why I think whoever this is, and I know there is someone who's been saying that in the news recently, and I'm frustrated I can't remember who it is, but I am increasingly convinced that Door Guy is already known by the law. He's out there somewhere in the records. He's already. That's right. Don't you guys suspect?
Yes.
That this guy's first road with crime, right? So then.
So which way are you leaning more towards? Somebody hired to, like you always talk about the chef and the waiter. So do you think this is a kidnap for hire, or do you think he just got in there and took her out? And then I think that somebody more intelligent than the person that we see on the camera made an arrangement with the person at the door or people that were involved and basically said, this is what I want you to do. Here's some information, case the place a little bit. Here's some information about her, and her whereabouts, study her a little bit, whatever. But I think that whoever did it, I am not sure yet if it was a flat out homicide where you make it look like something else, or if it was a financially motivated abduction attempt that went haywire because you hired a moron. It's one of the other. It's in my mind, it's one of those things. And you didn't get a professional. You got somebody who like plays one on TV with a silly, What are you talking about? No, Dan stole right when you said he hired a moron.
He hired a moron. He didn't hire a pro.
Yeah.
And because let's face it, if you hired a pro, a lot of this crap that you see on that camera wouldn't have happened. And they certainly would know how to wear a firearm and to put it in the right holster and all that. I keep making the joke, you guys might have heard me, that the guy on the camera looks like Ralph Cramden when he's dressed up as the man from space. Remember, he takes everything in the house and he makes that ridiculous costume on the honeymooners? He looks like that, like he threw it together with the crap that was in the house. It's amateur hour, right? Do you guys feel that way too? That it looks amateur hour?
Not really.
Like he looked up, how do you look like a criminal?
One of these days, Norton.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Everybody keeps making the joke that when Artemis went to the moon, they found Alice Cramden there.
Yeah. To the moon, Alice.
Oh, Alice. Right, yeah. But anyway,
here's a question, Gary.
What'd you say?
I've got a question.
Tell me.
All right, what does this guy eat?
Food.
Fast food? He doesn't look to me like he looks to me like he's overweight. Do you begin looking at I would go to, he looks like
serious?
he might eat fast food.
Are you serious?
And I would be, at this point, we're grasping at
This in the
straws.
camera? Yeah, you are.
What appears to be. I would hit every McDonald's and Burger King and just hit them all. Does this guy look familiar to you? And he's probably a creature of habit. He probably goes to the same one. Does this look like a guy or behave like a guy who goes to the Whole Foods and gets a bunch of groceries and cooks, cooks meals? No, it's
I
the
don't think so.
microwave or fast food. And that might be another way to look for him.
That's a very interesting point. But and also the fact that there appears to be more than one date they're looking at suggesting somebody who may have been casing the place, and yet there were such stupid amateur hour mistakes and nothing went the way it was planned. In other words, you have to picture somebody who is calculating but not a very good planner, because they're not especially bright, and they're probably not particularly, how shall we say, inhibited frontally, right? So you're talking about a person who is able to be callous and plan something out that is dastardly, but then it's executed kind of stupidly. And I think that's to our advantage, that's what you're dealing with, right? Now, the other thing is, when you're dealing with people that are characterologically driven to do things, and who knows, maybe a little attention is thrown in there as a secondary motive or something like that, you can take advantage of it at the level of what you're doing with the public. So, like, for example, if we were dealing with a somebody that we thought was a serial killer, a very classic move might be to hold a press conference where you come out and you say, we really want the public's help on what we think went on here. And you could bet the offender's going to attend it to see what people say, right?
Maybe,
I mean,
not always.
You could sometimes see these people show up at memorial events.
Maybe not always.
For the murders, or you put a camera by the grave, and they're going to show up at some point and visit the person that they've killed, or that kind of thing.
Maybe not
so there
always.
are techniques you could use based on the psychology.
Maybe not always. In fact, I've only really seen that in like movies, like fictional movies, where like the killer would show up to the funeral, like, "Well, I'm so sorry for your loss," like just like a very sick way. I've never really seen that happen in real life, but whatever.
Of the offender with this kind of person, I think whoever the real person is behind, that's the guy, that's the person or persons who I'm particularly interested in, because I think whoever that person is knew this woman, and in day-to-day life probably seemed to her to be somebody that was kind of nice, like a helper figure, or a person that just knew her and was like, "Oh, hi, how you doing, Nancy?" And is in the meantime going, I could really capitalize on that woman. You see, and because that's the kind of person you would have to be scheming enough to get somebody to do this for you. See what I mean? So you'd have to be a fragmented, compartmentalized kind of person, a wolf in sheep's clothing kind of person. And that's the other thing I keep thinking about, is whoever's behind the curtain, that's a shocking kind of a figure that I'm envisioning, because you got to picture a person who in public is one person and behind closed doors is another. You know what I'm saying? Now, is it plausible they're one and the same? Yeah, that's entirely possible too. I mean, if you want to do Occam's razor, the guy at the door is all there is.
Explain Occam's razor for folks. Is there something?
Oh yeah, that's good, because the point here is to teach how we think, right? So Occam's razor is the idea that the simpler thing is probably the truer thing. Like, it's more likely that one thing probability-wise is true than multiple things probability-wise is true. So, like, for example, if let's say a person comes into an emergency room and has a heavy cough and a stomach ache and is having trouble going to the bathroom, the intelligent doctor would say, let's try to think of something that explains all three things rather than three different conditions that have to be present in the same individual. Chances are there's one, right? Now, from a logic perspective, what I have been fascinated by listening to how people are interpreting this case, I think a lot of people are engaging in what in psychology we call heuristics, right? Which is where, it's a thing that's left over, evolutionarily, where we like to put things into very quick categories and buckets because it saves cognitive energy. It's the same reason, for example, why racism exists. We make very rapid snap judgments to save cognitive time. And it's sort of the opposite of what human beings should be doing with our very advanced, frontal lobes. We should be able to hold thought and think things through and see individual differences. But we've got a low brain that makes us kind of primitive sometimes. And what happens with heuristics is something like this. Like if you were to say to a person, what is the most common color for a car in New York City?
Black.
Person might reason it out. I don't know. I'll make a guess. Red, black, whatever. But the answer is yellow, because the most common type of car is a taxi cab.
But that's not a car.
Right. So, but because people put taxi cabs in a separate category from ordinary vehicles that people are using, they make a mistake in their logic, right? And heuristics are what happen when people aren't thinking statistically and in terms of probabilities. And so that's where I always start is likelihood of what we're dealing with. So likelihood is male, financially motivated. They knew her, probably wasn't sexual, right? And what else would be statistically like? They're probably local.
What would you say to that guy right now?
To the offender? To the offender?
Yeah.
Or to the person behind the curtain?
Both. You gave me the chance, so I'm going to take both of them.
Well, I think to both of them, to the lower person, I would say the person who hired you or asked you to engage in this couldn't give a flying fig about you. And I would say, take the money and a plea deal and save yourself. Throw them under the bus, because in the final analysis, this person doesn't care about you at all. This was a gig, and you didn't do a particularly good job of it. And he has no use for you whatsoever. And now there's a messy situation that doesn't make a lot of sense. But so I say, come forward, do what you can to save yourself.
Good luck.
You're a selfish person anyway. That's probably what you'll do. And in the meantime, search your soul, because you did a terrible thing, although I know you don't care. The second person, the person that's probably behind the curtain, that person, I would say, I know that you probably think you're more intelligent than all of us, but you're going to get caught. The reality is you are going to get caught. And when the light shines on what you did, the people around you are going to be horrified, because I think you're a person who is a wolf in sheep's clothing. And a lot of people are going to get hurt, whoever you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the pool man or the mailman or somebody more intimately. I don't know. I only know that whoever you are, there's something about this that suggests to me that there's another motive. And I think part of it is that you are enjoying that you think you are more intelligent than everybody else, and you're not. I mean, so you might as well come forward at this point. And I mean, what do you guys think? Is there anything you would add to that, or do you agree?
I'll go around. Aaron's?
I seriously doubt if whoever the perpetrator or perpetrators are in this crime, have any morals at all. And thus far, it's been over 2 months. They've gotten away with it. It was obviously botched. They didn't get any money. If, in fact, Dr. Mercado is right in his thinking, I tend to agree this is financial motivated crime.
Yeah.
They haven't gotten any money. They have not been arrested. Their names have not been made public. They've gotten away with it. So I don't think there's any motivation for them to come forward. They're not thinking like, I need to get ahead of the game and just come clean. All right, it's me. Gotten away with it, sadly. And hopefully something new will come up, and it'll be another explosion of activity, which is sometimes these cases can take months, years before something happens. And I hope it's not one of those cases, but your analysis, Doc, was fantastic. I mean, it was textbook, the way you've analyzed this from every angle, every motivation possible, and the mindset of these people and the crooks. I mean, that was a classic profile, if I ever heard one. So
been doing it for a while. But I would say this, also based on statistics, I think it's safe to say that it is highly improbable that she is alive.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah,
I have
I would
said
agree.
several times, you guys have all heard me say this before, but for people who are here that are hearing this for the first time, statistically in an abduction, there is a 24 to 48 hour window during which proof of life is put forward, and you want that person out of your hands because you know that the longer you're with them, the more likely it is you're going to get captured. You want them the hell out. And then it's usually resolved within 7 days. There was no proof of life, not the slightest indication whatsoever. I personally think it is highly improbable that she is alive. And also based on statistics, I don't even believe that there is an intact body.
Oh, Lord.
I do not believe that somewhere you're going to find her in one piece. In 2026, I can tell you, and Burgess and Victor Petreka and I have studied this. This is what we do all day long. And in 2026, you eliminate as much of the body as you can because you know the science is going to catch you. So what you generally do is you dismember, or you mutilate, or you burn, or you etc. Or you leave someplace where animals will do that for you. So unfortunately, I would be absolutely flabbergasted if it turns out there's an intact set of remains buried someplace or laying someplace. And I hate to say it, but we have to go by statistics. And so that's another problem here, is that, if we were dealing with somebody that I think had morals, I would say, please, even just to give closure to the family, for God's sake, come forward. But I don't think so. And, so do you guys agree with me that it is very likely that she's deceased and probably not intact?
I hope not.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, let's take a vote. Who thinks she's gone? Show of hands.
Definitely. Was there any hand that didn't go up? I didn't see.
No. How about in the chat? Give a thumbs up emoji if you think she's gone. Yeah, it's sad. It's definitely sad. So, Gary, and hopefully the audience really appreciated how this thing has flown here tonight. Our flow. And John, what were you going to say? John, I can tell you one.
I was just going to say, regarding the message, the one thing I think I would tell the fellow on the porch, because I wouldn't waste my breath with the guy behind the curtain.
Look at the chat. Look at the chat. I'm sorry, John. I mean,
is that I would tell the guy on the porch that if he is still alive, he remains so at the convenience of the guy behind the curtain. And if this case ever begins to break in a direction,
He's next.
where he might be identified,
If there is partners and stuff,
I believe he'll be eliminated, because he has his value has been used up.
Mm-hmm.
And if it begins to, in fact, if you wanted to be cruel, you could even leak the information from the department. Oh, we think we're on the verge of identifying the guy on the porch. I think that would be wrong, but you probably shouldn't do that. But I truly believe the guy behind the curtain will eliminate the guy on the porch just to protect himself. So keep that in mind if you're watching, that you're potentially living on borrowed time.
Well, or hired somebody to get rid of the, not do it himself, right? Because this is a cowardly person who casts attention away. It's sort of like there was an old lady who swallowed a fly. Remember that whole thing? Like, she swallowed what was the whole thing? She swallowed the horse to catch the cow, to catch the goat, to catch. Remember that thing? But I don't know why she swallowed a fly, right? But it feels kind of like that. You have to wind up like following the trail. But I'm telling you, there's a spider at the center of this web, and that is one manipulative dude. And I say dude because the probability is 8 times more likely that a violent act is committed by a male. So there is some control freak dude at the center of this story.
Or the chef could be a female.
they'd have to have an extremely personal grudge
I'm just
and
saying.
be taking advantage of other people.
Well, there is
For
Ghislaine
females
Maxwell,
to do
whatever that
something
bitch
like this,
name was, something.
you generally speaking,
Girl.
the idea is that you have a very personal reason to want to do it. You involve men partly for practical reasons, like I might have a hard time lifting a body, but you wouldn't. Right. So a male, you use a male to do it, even just for practical reasons, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, for
And,
sure. But I'm talking about the person behind the curtain.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? But I think that I think what
Well,
you're
that's an interesting point that Dan brings up here.
that there could be a woman who is the truth.
How does that change
behind-
the dynamic?
behind the curtain.
Yeah, we'll just call her the wizard behind behind the curtain.
Again, it would be statistically very, very improbable.
And would the guy
a
on the
betting
porch
man.
listen to a woman like that?
Yes.
If there's supposed to be a good amount of money involved, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. No, it's I now I'm curious, Chris, if we could, because at this point now we're getting into the guessing game, because so the question
Right. We're 3 hours and 23
No,
minutes.
3 hours and 20 minutes. We probably have about 10 billion questions, but I do
Yeah,
want
we've got a couple questions, and that's I don't want to.
So can I just ask a quick question of the group then, just as like a poll of
Sure,
the group?
please,
Because I
please.
think the audience wants to know it based on their questions.
Yeah.
So how many of us think that this was a flat out homicide, and how many of us think that this was something else that went sideways?
How many don't know?
I'm just curious because our thinking keeps shifting, and I'm just really curious what people think.
No, I
Which way
think it
they're-
was like your first explanation, Doc.
Yeah.
Was spot on for what I feel, what my gut's telling me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think,
you think it was-
I think something went wrong. Something went bad.
Yep.
That's my sense right now. But is there anybody who thinks it was just a homicide being staged to look like something else? Can't take it off the table.
No.
You can't. You can't.
But
But I-
As
more
Mike
like,
Tyson said, yeah, everybody's got a plan until they get punched.
Because if you wanted her dead, why wouldn't you just go in and whack her?
Yeah,
And why
exactly.
Go in the house and whack her.
Why move the body? Why exactly?
Why put yourself in that position? DNA and everything else getting caught with the body. Why do all that? You can just go in and whack her.
well, it's an interesting question. In cases that involve fantasy, you do all that extra stuff because it's necessary for the fantasy. It's not necessary pragmatically. So the more stuff you see that's not pragmatic, the more you think person knew her. There was something else to it. There was something personal.
And I'm just wondering, with all of the pre-incident organization, if in fact those photographs are accurate in terms of what they have, if the one picture where the guy's there and the dates that they're trying to nail down. I've often thought about, has this guy also, surveyed the dump site? Did he have it down to the point, or whoever's involved in this, right? Did they have it down to the point where, let's say they go in. I don't think it's a robbery for me anyway.
Nothing taken.
I'm not leaning robbery, and the fact that this is so rare,
So rare.
and the fact that to what Danny's point was earlier,
We don't know that.
this person so far has gotten away with it.
We don't know that. It could have been a
And,
robbery. We don't know.
There's some anomalies here about, the door left open, the blood, and all the other stuff that we've heard about. But I don't know if we've thought about, what was happening before. Did this person know, okay, we've got A, B, C, and D, and this is where we're going to drop her off once it's all done. And now that person knows, that we're going to do a body dump in the desert, and we're going to put her out where all the coyotes are. And to your point earlier, Gary, that everything disappears.
Right.
Because, you got to give them credit right now. The suspect, they have gotten away with it for, how many days are we into this? 71 days now? Okay. show there was a lot of thought process that went into this, or a lot of luck. I don't know, at this point what it is. What do you guys think? What say you guys?
There's a lot of mistakes early on that could be why this
Yeah, you're right,
person's
Ken.
been lucky to get away.
Well, that's a really good and depressing point.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah,
I hate
very
to
unfortunate.
but it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but I think we have to, if we imagine ourselves into a person who is sort of probably average intelligence, seems cool under pressure, but things don't tend to go the way that they plan because they're kind of impulsive and a little, not especially bright, a little instinct driven, that kind of thing, and willing to do very, very callous things for practical ends. What would you do under the circumstances of an 84-year-old woman has passed away that you were supposed to take out? You've got the tools there you were intending to use for an abduction. You're going to have to use them to take her remains somewhere. What would you do?
Well, that's going to be the key.
And do what?
That's going to slam the door, because if they get DNA out at, let's say, a secondary, what we would call a dump site, if they get DNA at a dump site, okay, and it's one thing to say that there are certain people inside the house and you would expect that DNA in there, and that will be we're going to do a buccal swab. Well, you're going to find my DNA in there. I'm there all the time. Okay. But if they find that DNA out at a dump site somehow, somewhere, that's transferred, now we got a different game.
That's a game changer. Sure.
That's a game changer. And my concern is the first, if this new DNA comes back, whatever that's going to be, and it goes, well, yeah, to that first point I was, talking about. Well, of course I've been at that house 1,000 times. Okay. Now what? Where do you go?
Well, let me ask a question, and let me be absolutely clear that I am aware that the search of the house of the family members was before there was clearance by the sheriff and so forth.
Yeah.
But is it plausible that the reason for that was precisely that they thought that when somebody passed away, they were taken somewhere, and that there was a sense, that, or if a person is alive and being held, you're looking for things like, are you buying a lot of food? Are you buying medicine? Is there stuff in the garbage that suggests there's someone living in a room or whatever? In other words, is it possible that before there was clearance, that to cross their T's and dot their I's, they had to figure out if that was a second crime scene? Anybody thinking that? I'm just curious.
I don't know if it would be from my thought process, Gary.
I'm curious what you're thinking.
Answer the question real fast. From my thought process, I don't think they would have thought that was a secondary crime scene. I think that would have been maybe because the last time she was seen was getting out of that Uber. If that Uber driver said she went into that house, okay, that's the primary crime scene. Okay, the secondary crime scene
potentially
is her house.
Oh, that's an interesting comment. That's interesting.
And then there could be a third. Wherever her body is, that's a third. Actually, and there could be a fourth. Whatever brought her body there, that's a crime scene.
There had to be a vehicle.
There had to be a vehicle. So
where was the cistern that they checked? Whose house was that?
Who thinks the sources are accurate? Oh, I'm sorry.
No. That's Bob. You anticipated a question that I think Chris was going to ask. So you might as well.
Who thinks the sources are correct when they say that investigators have absolutely no leads and suspects? How many think that's accurate?
I don't think that's accurate.
I don't think it's accurate at all, actually.
That's what I'd say. I wanted to leave me alone.
I'll go back to the federal prosecutors walking the crime scene or walking Nancy's house. And quite frankly, I thought we would have seen
I mean, these guys?
I thought perhaps we would have seen a federal indictment by now. But I think that was very telling. And we know that prosecutors go to the crime scene, as they should. But the way that this was done and to the detail that this was done was, for me, telling. And I think there's a good chance that they do have some suspects in mind and that they're working them up. And there's probably some forensics involved in that. And that's why we haven't heard any more, about that. I don't believe that they're not working suspects. I do believe that the agents and detectives have suspects in mind, and they're working a case on them. I believe that, based on everything that I've seen.
Am
I the only one that thinks that?
No, I can't disagree with you, Bob, at all.
And what would be the motive for not telling the public you have somebody on the radar?
Well, there's all leaks.
Yeah, they need more.
Yeah, these are all so-called sources, and this is, it may be accurate, but just based on my experience and what I've seen, and the body language from these prosecutors, once again, the detailed walkthrough of Nancy's house, I think that's more than just if we get suspects down the road, we're glad we came out here, because it's a lot more than that, in my opinion.
Yeah, and no body cases are very difficult, Gary.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're much harder than, Danny made a very interesting thought the moment we started tonight. The very first thing he said, when I get there, I know there's not a body. And now we're at the end of the program, getting here tonight, and we're ending on the district attorneys and the U.S. Attorney's Office are both going, we don't have a body yet. And that's what the attorneys are saying. I mean, Danny, you've been, this is not your first rodeo, Aaron's. I mean, what would Mark Patine say right now?
You got to prove corpus delicti. You got to prove there's a body that's dead, and that was done by illegal method. And thus far, all we know is there's blood at the scene. That doesn't indicate that she's dead, but it does indicate something nefarious may have happened to her, other than just a bloody nose. And it's the fact that it's outside the house would indicate that either they were trying to remove her, or at some point she got out the front door and was grabbed and pulled back in. There's any number of scenarios that I can think of, but it's extremely hard to get a conviction of anybody where there is no body that's been found to find out what the cause of death is. And in fact, are they even dead? So it's extremely tough to do that. Not to say it hasn't been done. There have been homicide cases that have been made where the body has never been found, and people have been held accountable for those murders. But
So these were
a lot of other information that came out that pointed directly to that person. In this case, we don't have that.
So these are federal prosecutors, not state. So what do you think about that, Danny?
The fact that the feds are looking at it.
Why are federal prosecutors walking the crime scene as opposed to Pima County DA's office?
And we know, in fact, those were, or not.
Yes,
just
in fact, the U.S. attorney. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The U.S. Attorney's Office in Arizona put out some kind of 2-line confirmation a day or two after this video surfaced that they were walking the crime scene.
It's hard to tell. I mean, we had a case in 1989 in Oceanside, very famous case with a 7-year-old girl that was kidnapped, Leticia Hernandez. And eventually, within about 6 to 8 months of that disappearance, the feds came in and actually did a federal grand jury. They did not get a true bill on that, so no indictment was made against the person.
Uh-oh. think that's damn let that video give me or not. Oh Jesus. Okay. Great. Okay. Just great. Fuck you. Why? Great. Oh Lord.
Person. Everything was sealed up. So it's possible that that's what happened in this case, or that's what's happening, or they're considering a federal grand jury against one or more persons in a conspiracy.
I think if it goes federal, which I believe it will, it's going to be by way of grand jury. That's almost a certain.
That's a logical starting point.
But I just wonder also. Else they can. That's what I'm thinking at this point.
You actually presaged my question, which is it the interstate aspect of this that then leads them, as you say, to start the ball rolling, but they can get a federal indictment and then proceed from there.
And if there's, we all know this, but for the audience, if there's more than, if it's an out of state, if it's a multi-jurisdictional out of state case, then the federal U.S. Attorney's Office would have jurisdiction. And as I've said before, if I'm correct, if this theory is correct, that they're going to go federal, they didn't do this on their own. They didn't just say, well, we're taking it. They consulted with the DA's office and I'm sure the detectives and the agents on the case, and maybe even Nanos himself, to go federal on whatever they're doing. But I do believe that we're going to see a federal prosecution at some point down the road here, and probably sooner than later on the indictment.
And keep in mind, there is no federal statute of murder. The feds don't have a murder statute. What they have is depriving someone of their right to live. That's depriving them of their rights. And causing that person's death is the mechanism to get that indictment. So, I mean, it's semantics, but that's the federal take on the murder statute. So,
yep.
You guys are amazing. Seriously, I'm always honored to have you guys on. I mean, this has been a fascinating conversation. I've got a bunch of things lining up here, and
was a fun idea, right?
I'm sorry.
It was a fun idea.
Yeah, it was a great idea. That's why you're, that's why you're Gary Mercado. I mean,
No,
right?
everybody really rose to the occasion. It was like listening to a master class.
Yeah, it was a great idea.
I loved it.
Yeah, it was fascinating. I mean, just where can you get a group like with no hair on the top and all the hair on the bottom? I mean, it's like Chia Pet on the top up there.
And it's real.
Dan, Gary, and I, we've all used the water. You just pour it and it pops up out of nowhere. I can't get these three up above me to figure that piece of the puzzle out. I've known them for years.
Chris, we live too close to the San Onofre nuclear plant. That just affected our genes.
Seriously, you've been absolutely amazing, and I think I can't thank you enough. So I'm just going to run through these, so give a get in and get out for our audience so that we can get them home, in time. I'm sure their parents are looking for them. And so we've got to, and I know Aaron's is in the middle. He's going, man, I got to look at my watch.
How many? Are there hundreds?
It's 11 o'clock my time. I'm starting to feel it, or 11:30, whatever it is.
42, 43.
43.
43 questions.
You do, Dan.
A lot of them are statements. So, but out of all due, just real fast. And if you guys want to hang around, you can. If not, I totally understand. I can't thank you enough. But but before you do that, I just let me know so I can.
No, I'm here.
I'm good to the end.
Okay.
This is alumni night for me with you guys. So.
Yeah, I can't fish at night, so go ahead.
And did you catch anything today? By the way, Gilliam?
With dynamite.
Yeah. Exactly. Number one, Ashley said, we need somebody to tell the truth. Perhaps she's directing towards a specific person she knows that is lying. That is a possibility. Did Uber pick up at the walkway? Is blood from earlier that day, blood concentration due to locking doors? Where is her cane? These are great comments. And we don't know where, the blood trail, the totality of the blood trail. We just know it's out there onto the sidewalk. Dan, what were you going to say?
Well, if that blood had been there prior to this whole incident, surely she would have told somebody at the party or the dinner that she was at that she bled or had a bloody nose and was outside and went back in and cleaned up. So I tend to believe strongly that blood is associated with her disappearance. And not something that was as old or outdated blood that everybody is jumping to the wrong conclusion.
Okay, this is based on everything. SG's husband, it's a cleanup job, okay? I'm not leaning that way personally, but if that's how you feel, thank you so much. Even the experienced FBI team didn't take the mat door. Does that suggest perhaps they all know there's no need because the crime happened somewhere else? They should have taken the mat.
Yep.
They should have taken the mat. Did the family compromise the scene when they got there Sunday? Did they think they were immune from everything because the DNA would naturally be theirs?
They're not thinking that way. When they're arriving, they're wondering, where's mom? Did she walk away? They're not thinking crime at that point. When they started thinking maybe they find the blood, that changes their mindset. And then anything that happens after that, then potentially they are inadvertently compromising the crime scene. I don't think intentionally would be the right way of looking at it.
Okay, so many believe Nancy never came home. What does the panel think actually happened? Do you see this? Yes. Yeah, and we talked about that. Thank you so much. I know that was an earlier question. I hope you got the answer based on the conversation we've had here tonight. And thank you so much for your kindness. Was it already too late to seal off the streets and set up the perimeter? What do you guys think? We kind of weighed in on that early too.
Yeah.
No, it's never too late. Yeah, it's never too late to extend it and keep it going. But once you shut it, the light bulb, it's like hitting the switch. You got to go back and you got to convince a judge again, even though you get consent from the family. If they found anything called fruit of the poisonous tree, and the defense will attack that right from the get-go, and they'll try to get it thrown out even before the trial starts. It's called pretrial hearings and stuff. Law Lassie, where were the prosecutors? They could have explained to Nanos how he was endangering the case and shut him up. That's a
I can answer that. The prosecution can't really dictate what the sheriff of the county is going to do until it becomes the prosecutor's case. Once they file charges, then they have total autonomy over the case, and the sheriff is going to have to take the back seat. It hadn't reached that point yet.
Yeah, Penny said, I heard the pacemaker information is 145 after she's sedated. I don't know if this is confirmed. Have you heard any of this? No, I've not heard it. Anybody else? I just know the timeline what the sheriff put out. Okay. Please comment on theory one, garage app controlled, meaning Nancy was never returned home. Two, Cal Texture guy is involved somehow and may be talking. I have not taken personally the Cal guy off of the plate because he injected himself into the highest profile, case going on in the country. And he just happened to know family members' phone numbers that he explained away as just doing an open source search. Could he be? I wouldn't take him off the plate. Anybody else thoughts on that?
Highly likely, in my opinion, that he's just an opportunist trying to make a buck.
Okay. Anybody else?
I think there's again, no coincidence. I don't believe in him. I think it's likely he's involved.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't take him off.
Dan,
No, you never totally disregard anybody, but my personal opinion is just an opportunist trying to make a buck.
what a bunch of strong, good-looking heroes tonight on this live. No, please, enough. Don't talk about their craniums like that. Please don't do that. They got 10-pound brains already, as Maureen says. And by the way, she would have been here, but she's with her sister, and bless her, for taking care of her sister. So what a bunch of strong, I got to read this again. It's so exciting. What a bunch of strong, good-looking heroes tonight on this live. Thank you for your service. Well, thank you, Casey.
Get to rehab. That's all I've got to say. Get to rehab.
I don't know how much John Lamb paid you to put that up here, but we're grateful for you.
Get those cataracts treated.
Yes.
I didn't know baloney cats are so sexy.
It says Goodle.
I'll throw in an optometrist appointment for you after this. Theory, Nancy committed S and the family covered it up, squash negativity. Okay, thank you. Dr. G, which serial killer is the most intelligent and which one disturbed you the most?
Well, that's worthy of a conversation.
Yeah, you got to read his book. Got to read his book. Go read The New Evil. It's all in there. I would like to know how many times, if any, A&T tried to call Nancy that morning before driving over to her house and reporting her missing, and why they didn't check with the siblings to see. We would also like to know that. That is a great question, great comment, and hopefully we can get that answer. Could the motive have been to hurt TNA rather than to hurt SG? Could the perp have wanted revenge for some reason on TNA, on the sister and the brother-in-law? Gary?
Again,
30 seconds. Bob?
Simplicity.
No.
Simplicity. Think of probabilities. Simplicity and probability. When you start getting into things that sound like the plots of movies, chances are that's not what happened. It's complicated. You know what I mean? It's probably much simpler than that. Don't you guys think that would be too elaborate?
I agree.
Yeah, even though the sheriff cleared the family, we know the FBI has not publicly cleared anyone. Let's assume the FBI has interviewed the family. What is possibly going on behind the scenes? Who wants to take a shot at that?
Yeah, we just don't know. It would be over speculation, in my opinion.
Yep.
Agreed.
Yeah. but we know it's good if it's happening. Let's see here. Did Uber pick up at Walkway? I think I put this up earlier.
Yeah.
I did. I answered that. Okay. Dog likely scared them off from activity at back. I love your comments about standing back quietly and observing. I run an animal rescue and do with my animals coming with trauma. Is Dan single? Which one?
Well, there are two of them. There are two
Dapper
of them.
Dan? Dapper Dan? No, Dan. Dapper Dan above is really married. Dapper Dan to the well, it's going to be to your right, and he's married too. Sorry, ladies, they're off the market, but we appreciate you and your compliments. I'm sure their wives do too, because they both married so far up they can't see straight. Let's get that piece of the puzzle. You know, when I married my wife, she looked down and go, "What did I do?" We'll fix that later. Okay. Anyone think it's odd that AD hid their faces? Haven't used the media to plead for Nancy's safe return. Annie's weird line, "We're only human" during one videos. What say you guys?
I'm sorry, Chris. I keep thinking of Rodney Dangerfield when he says,
I know.
I was the inspiration for twin beds.
Well, when I can tell you some stories. 30 seconds. We're in the back of a plane. I'm with that guy up there, my mentor, and he's got me next to a guy, and I'm thinking, why me? Right? And Hollywood up there, he says, because basically, I'm not going to tell you the real answer, but it was the guy that I was sitting next to really liked me a lot. So, you know who I'm talking about. Anyone think it's odd that okay, I already just read that. It's great to be among friends. Did Gary just, Dr. Gary, I just found your page and thoroughly enjoyed it. I love piano. You're very talented and express your gifts so beautifully. Thank you. Well, that's very sweet. Thank you, man.
Chris is very talented.
That's very good. Yeah. Very good. Thank you. What sort of info about the suspect can you glean from the contact with TMZ versus other news agencies, assuming at least one of the ransom notes is real? That's a great question.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of all those TMZ notes. I think the vast majority of them are nonsense, and I almost wish that they would stop drawing so much attention to them, because whoever that person is, that kind of person is eating that up.
Why are you asking for a Bitcoin when there's $1.2 million on the table?
Oh,
that makes no sense.
Makes no sense. And as Judge Judy says, if it doesn't make sense, it isn't true.
That's right. Christine, that same night investigators were at AT's, there was insane coyote howling behind their house. You know, yeah, we heard that. Brian Enton actually was there, and he'd never heard coyotes howl. Never heard again since that night. That was pretty interesting, for sure. The Tahoe Odain Reservation crosses into Sonora, Mexican. I think Nancy attackers took this route and brought her to Mexico. Well, it's possible, but I don't see her going to Mexico. Not at her health condition, and too high of a risk to manage her on that side of the border. Now, could they have taken her over there and dropped her off as a body dump? I could lean that way, but I don't see that was the plan.
Chris, if you left the area, let's say you had a corpse in a car and you left the area, is it safe to assume that there are video cameras at all of the toll booths? And could be checked. They must have looked to see if the vehicles that they were looking at crossed through toll booths.
Tucson has a system that they know when you're coming and going. Trust me. Okay.
So
they have a real-time crime center up there. So there's stuff that they can see.
It makes me wonder. I mean, if they were looking at any particular car, I mean, they obviously would have checked to see if it left the area.
Yeah, right? and that's you notice you're not hearing anything outside of the area.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You're not hearing the Fed say, "Everybody, check your cameras 5 miles away." Mm-hmm. Because they have a system called Flock. Everybody knows it. I can tell you one of the systems. It's FLOCK. Flock cameras get you coming and they get you going. Okay, that's just in their LPRs, license plate readers. Why do you think the FBI or LE isn't asking the public's help? Okay, I just answered that. Thank you. Can we do a mobile assessment on? Can we do a mobility assessment on NG? She usually came for assumed balance issues. The front door had 2 steps. Right. The garage had a slant. How did Nancy get into her own house on a mobility slant? That's a great point. That is a great point. And that's why I think it's important to get the data point if that garage ever went up again, even the next morning. We don't have that data point. That's bothered me from the very beginning of this thing.
Yeah.
So that's, Dr. G, does a janitor custodian fit the bill? A porch guy is the waiter. Great analysis tonight. Thank you. And fascinating. Prime time 411.
I don't know. I think that it's complicated because based on the character that we envisioned, it's not likely that this person is doing something very sophisticated for a living. I would picture somebody that is working maybe in like a trade or that kind of work, based on what I'm seeing. But I wouldn't necessarily be that specific in the interpretation. But I wouldn't be surprised if they did that kind of work. I don't think they're a lawyer or a politician or that kind of thing. I mean, they're probably trade work.
Okay, Dr. Gary, can the less successful older child become vengeful towards the mother for paying more attention towards the successful baby child?
That's a complicated question to answer because it points to a very specific people that you're obviously suggesting or may be involved here. I think what I would say is, in general terms, can that happen? Yeah, I've seen every imaginable permutation of family dynamic there is. I mean, there's no rule. People aren't cookie cutter, and they develop all kinds of strange tensions and so forth. I mean, family dynamics are extraordinary in terms of what can go wrong. Remember the opening line. When you get a chance, go read the opening line of Anna Karenina, and that'll sum it up.
Okay. Should Ellie look at memorials for messages to the family? Yes, they should. Absolutely. I got to be honest with you. I thought it was unusual for the family to place a note out on that memorial. Maybe that was a messaging to somebody. I don't know. Does the panel think this was a cover-up? Anybody?
By whom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it possible the perps are brothers, cousins, hence loyal factor, no leaking? Anything is possible, never say never. Latest demand letter, could it be semi-legit to get a quick closure to have remains identified? Why? All this person has to do is pick up the phone and say, FBI, yeah, I'd like that $1.2 million, not $30,000 in Bitcoin. Okay, it's that simple. Would you guys agree or disagree?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I agree.
But Chris, that actually prompts me to something I wanted to ask you. It's perfect timing to ask you this. If there's a line somewhere where people can call in with tips,
yeah,
what happens when people are calling in with tips that don't jive with your favorite hypothesis of the case?
I get a coffee cup from Danny Aarons called McRockpile because I was assigned all of the crazy psychics, all the other stuff. Right. While everybody's out doing all the amazing police work, I get assigned to go with psychics in my car and go dig for victims that they're feeling the vibe. And when I come back to my office, it's right back there.
So did you talk to Miss Cleo?
Oh no, I remember her from with the 900 number.
Just for my buddy Danny.
Dear Lord, no, but I think what I meant. Maybe you guys know what I was trying to say. If you have a bias, you might not pay attention to legitimate. Like when in the Manson case, the kid found a gun, and they stuck it on a shelf and didn't look for it for months. Oh, he's got the McRock. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. It was the stuff of legend.
That guy,
Holy Grail.
Remember, that guy put. I come back to my office, and this is sitting on my desk. as a token of their appreciation, the team's appreciation of me chasing every crazy individuals. Now, remind you that at that time, this was it was one of the biggest child kidnapping cases in the country, where it was profiled 3 times on America's Most Wanted.
And on the NBC show with Robert Stack.
Yeah, the Unsolved Mysteries.
Unsolved Mysteries, yeah.
Yeah. And so what the public didn't know is it was a mixed situation. Well, I was assigned to chase all the craziness going across the country. These turkeys were actually working the suspect, in another part of the investigation. It was a bilateral investigation, and so of course, I earned myself a cup. It says McRockpile because I was digging up everything that they said.
Well,
she's right she's right here.
Going with the psychic theme, we had so many leads coming in, thousands. We had a whole database created just to handle it. And this is in 1989 and 90. And Chris got to know the area right below the I-5 bridge in San Luis Rey River in Oceanside very well, because the psychic kept saying, you're going to find the little girl's body near a body of water and a bridge. So immediately we all knew the area they were talking about, and he was down there digging up rocks and boulders. Thus he became...
Now the memory comes back to him.
Mick Rockpile.
I show him the cup.
I forgot. That was so many years ago. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris tells that story all the time.
I'm teasing. I love it.
You always tell that story, Chris, but I'd never seen the mug, and I didn't know.
Oh yeah, this is the mug. Mick
Gothic font.
Mick Rockpile.
That's pretty neat.
You can't make that up.
If you ever get a chance, go on YouTube and watch the SNL skit where Christopher Walken is a psychic who stops people to tell them completely arbitrary things. Like when you go home, you're going to eat ice cream and you're going to get a headache. And he gets very alarmed and he says, I've got to tell you something. Your kid is running on the floor you just mopped. And then he has like a psychic spasm. It's very, very funny. You've got to watch it because it's like a useless police psychic. It's really funny.
It's awesome. Should dog be investigated? Dog died December 30th. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, if the dog was healthy,
made it easier.
Because could it have been poisoned? Is that what the question? Right? Anything. Yeah. Would the dog die, pre-incident? Does the panel think the inner circle has something to do with the crime?
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. I think the panel thinks we wouldn't take them out of the circle yet in totality.
How are you guys?
They could be out of the circle already, but we just don't have enough information to make that determination.
So what do you mean by inner circle? Who are you including in inner circle?
The family.
Just the family? Not like people in church, people that might have worked in the house, neighbors. You're talking very intimate inner circle.
Yeah, don't leave the house yet.
Okay.
All right? You don't ever want to leave the house until the evidence takes you out of the house.
Statistically,
we know that Nancy's not out of the house, but we know the suspect went into the house. So that means you stay in the house until you figure out how the suspect got out of the house.
Okay. You think it's a problem, Chris, that it's been handed over already?
To what?
That's been handed over and things are being taken out of it and all of that by people.
Well, a real good clue will be what happens to the house.
Oh.
Like in the D. Warner case, as soon as his wife disappeared, he started putting things, bank accounts started moving, that kind of stuff. And they found her inside the cylinder right there on the farm. He had welded her in. Okay. Those are the kind of things you start looking for. The more people do, the better, the stronger the case gets. That's that for investigators anyway. Does anyone on the panel think Nancy was drugged? Think about the blood droplets on the porch. I don't know if we can answer that. Any thoughts about team meeting the FBI? I already answered that.
Would have been pretty risky to drug an 84-year-old woman and then what? Drag her out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Crazy.
make her more difficult to move.
Like, what's the practical reason for doing that? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's a bag of shit. Yeah. How much time is left for a prosecutor to go forward with a no body? Do you think the DA will prosecute a no body homicide when she has never prosecuted a homicide thus far? Well, hopefully we don't run into the DA's office the same way they ran into the sheriff's office.
Well, maybe they've got an assistant DA that's done a homicide case.
How do you know when it goes federal?
We'll know about an indictment.
Yeah, they'll say.
Thank you. Thank you for the free CSI lessons. Well, our pleasure. That's why we love having you guys here. This,
Who said they were free?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
There's a bill coming. Why are they not searching for Nancy's body? I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. Somebody out there is assigned this cup to do something. Trust me. It's happening still behind the scenes. We just don't see it. We can assure you, I think everybody on this panel can assure you, it's something's going forward. Is it interesting? No Uber driver had been found or come forward at any point if they just wanted to, if they want to say she looked totally fine. I think they may have told the Uber driver right now, we need your cooperation. If you could, just kind of work with us, we'd appreciate it.
I heard there was a recording of the Uber ride, and that's what helps to establish that really happened.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true? Have you guys heard that too?
I've heard that. Yes.
Yeah, that the Uber ride was recorded.
If no footprints, why more than one perp?
Footprints is an interesting question because out in the back where the door was propped open and everything, is there dirt or grass or
Grass.
what?
Grass.
So you would expect some.
Well, you would have expected them to take the mat.
Well, that's another story. But what I mean is, wouldn't you expect some footprints in the dirt?
Depends on the composition of the dirt, Gary.
Right. Well, that's true.
I think it all goes back to the beginning too, with mistakes.
Yeah, Dan's right. I agree. Not claimed because of an inside job. We can't disagree with you. There's something somewhere, something we don't know. Everybody is innocent. The sheriff has said the family's been cleared, and we want to reiterate that also on the channel here. Would it help if ransom emails were shown for someone might recognize something such as a quirk or figure of speech or grammar or error? Yes, that would be maybe important, but most of them I think are emails coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But haven't you all wondered why they're not being released? If they're so significant, put the text of them out. Why aren't they being released?
well, I think and you guys tell me what you think. If it was my case,
Yeah.
I would release how the family got into the house. I would say the family got there at whatever time it was, and they entered through the back because the door was propped open. And that right there would take a lot of heat away or add some type of stress in certain directions.
If this were my case, I would have released that timeline. I would have given approximates and been very, very basic and not any of this detail. You would not have heard any of this nonsense if it was my case.
Well, that's very smart, because if you were somebody who knows her personally and you might be questioned, that would have tipped you off of what to say in your BS story. I mean, that's the whole thing. Best to say nada and leave people,
Right, and that's why I'm saying at this juncture now.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Because what Bob just said, they put it all out there, and now it creates all this. Even I'm guilty of it, thinking, well, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Okay, and you guys all know, you've been on the program multiple times. I've had a problem with 9:50 is the last time she was ever seen. Period. And where's it all originate from? Well, it originates from the guy that drops her off. Okay, well, then how'd the guy get in the next morning? or the family.
Yeah,
know?
you shouldn't be so finite with that tight of a time frame.
Right. Where's
Say
that
you
data
use
point?
you use approximates, not
Yeah.
detailed time measures.
And it goes towards Copilot here, right? It circles this TNA arriving, the circle home. You have video of the perp. Exactly.
Hey, co-pilot.
Yeah, you know that.
Yeah, co-pilot's always talking back and forth with me. Chat.
Oh, awesome,
Oh,
awesome.
well, one of the great puzzles of this case for me psychologically is that if all the facts as they're stated are true, we have a scenario where law enforcement thought that a person might have wandered off, and the family immediately knew that somebody was abducted because of Savannah. I mean, that's the narrative. The police looked at it and took them a little while to figure out, oh, this might have been an abduction, but the family knew like that, and I can't wrap my head around how that could be how could those two pieces of information be true at the same time? I mean, hasn't that puzzled you guys?
I
Yes.
totally agree with you.
It
Gary.
makes absolutely no sense unless you're remembering it that way because of some psychological, thing that people tend to do when they look back on something. But I cannot square those two pieces of information. It bothers
Well, I
me.
wonder if, yeah. So is that why Savannah called Senator Mark Kelly to call the sheriff? Because they were in the process of the search and rescue, and the family is trying to tell the sheriff, no, this is not a walk away. Something else happened. So you get my point, Gary?
Yes,
Yeah.
I get your point. It's an interesting, but I just think that is one of those things that when this is all over, I most want to understand is how those two pieces of information come together because I can't square it.
Yeah, I totally agree. Sorry, you were freezing up, and you had this puzzled look on your face because you're
Who did?
you did. Your photo was your video was freezing up on my
Which part did I freeze up saying?
I won't go there.
Oh, okay. But you heard the part that's puzzling me.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The rest really the look on your face.
Was, vamping.
Yeah, if the perf was wearing your mask,
He said I won't go there. That's really
no blink. Yeah, great point.
so funny.
I'll tell you after the show.
Yeah, I got it.
I would love Dr. Giappani AG reading her prom poem. Yeah, that's another show.
I don't want to.
That's another show. If SG had a sense the family member was involved, would she have the strength to return to work? That's a personal thing. I don't know, Gary. Yeah, I don't know if anybody can. My Jack Russell's over here. He just woke up.
Well,
No, he's getting the zoomies.
a long show.
John, what year did you start as a police officer? I can answer that. 1834.
Yeah, actually got the last 1974.
Dang.
Richard Nixon was still
100 years. What logical use would the kidnapper have to prop two back doors open unless it was to create a staged crime scene? Yeah. I you know what? We've seen crazier things, but you're right. That certainly is something to most definitely consider. Okay, that was the last one.
Wow.
That was the last one.
Well,
Danny, are you still awake?
I'm hanging in there here in Indianapolis.
Yeah,
I think Danny was a great addition. I have to say, you fit right in.
Hair Danny or bald Danny?
Both Dannys.
Both
new
Dannys.
Danny,
Love them
Danny
both.
too.
They're amazing.
I think Danny that it was.
Good morning everyone, my name is Michelle, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Saturday morning, the 11th of April. And I've just watched a really interesting episode of Brian Entin Investigates. He interviewed Anne Burgess, who is a psychiatric stroke psychological expert. Listen, back in the day when I was a psychologist, I used to cite Anne Burgess's work sometimes. She was like one of my heroes when I was doing my PhD back in the dim and distant past. Anyway, it was really interesting to hear her take on the Nancy Guthrie case. So allow me to talk about that for a few minutes. Let's go. Nancy Guthrie, as you will know if you've been following the case, 84-year-old grandmother who was taken out of her bed in the wee small hours of the 1st of February. We are well into the 3rd month of her disappearance. I think people are losing interest in the case. I think people who are still following the case are becoming very despondent that the case will never be solved. Anne Burgess believes, however, that this case could well be solved, but it might take a long time. Who is Anne Burgess? Let's just take a minute to talk about Anne's career. This is her Wikipedia page. She was born in 1936, so she's getting on in years. American researcher. She originally started as a psychiatric clinical nurse specialist. Her work started with victims of trauma and abuse in the essay field. That's where my citations of her work come in. And she was pioneering back in her day on assessing and treating trauma in victims of rape. It was her work with victims that caught the eye of the FBI. And she did some work with the Behavioural Sciences Unit of the FBI to develop modern psychological profiling for serial killers. And in Brian's episode, he just asked her very briefly about Rex Heuermann, the Long Island serial killer. Did a live stream about Rex's guilty plea the other day, if you saw it. As part of his plea, he has agreed to work with the FBI, behavioural people, so that they can gain more knowledge about serial killers. People are critical of this type of work sometimes, saying, well, that's what they want. You know, the narcissists, they want to talk. Yeah, let them talk. Great, fantastic. Let them talk. And Brian said, quite rightly, why did they not do that with Brian Koberger? It's very curious as to why that wasn't part of his plea agreement. But it is what it is. Maybe the FBI thought they weren't going to get anything useful out of him. Let's face it, Brian Koberger was a legend in his own lunchbox, wasn't he? And maybe there's just nothing that they want from Brian. Just stick him in a cell and let him rot for the rest of his natural life. But anyway, yeah, Anne Burgess, a long career. She also worked with the Menendez brothers. I didn't know this. It was the first time that she was in a room with an actual killer when she met Eric Menendez. She spent 50 hours interviewing him. And if you followed the Menendez case, you will know the Menendez brothers claimed that they'd been abused badly by their father, and that's why they went on to kill their parents. There was a chance recently of them getting out, but it didn't pan out, so they're still in prison. They killed their parents. Absolutely no matter what the circumstances are, that's still wrong. But they certainly were abused. I could sympathise with what they had to put up with, and so I decided to testify for the defence. Fellow agents criticised her for doing that, saying she was making the wrong choice, but she felt compelled by the motive. She said, to me, it was important in terms of getting the truth out about trauma and abuse, because it was such a big deal. The Menendez brothers trial was such a big deal back in the day. And then the first trial, if you know the case, resulted in a hung jury During the second time, Burgess was not allowed to testify because the judge did not allow any expert witnesses who were experts on abuse. It was a done deal. The judge completely, in my opinion, abused his position in that second trial. It's one of the reasons why I believe, because they were only very young, they were only in their early 20s, even though they did kill their parents, that life without the possibility of parole was wrong in that case. They weren't serial killers, and I think they should get out on parole right now, but that's just my opinion. Some people agree with me, a lot of people don't. Anyhow, let's talk about her opinions on Nancy. Brian concentrated a lot of his questions on motive, so let's hear what Anne has to say.
Based on what you know that's public, what is your theory? I mean, do you think this was a kidnapping?
Oh, I think something went very wrong inside the house, and that either she wasn't alive when something happened, because you know there was blood. I mean, they have released that, and that there was blood also outside. So it isn't that something could have happened, but not have caused her demise. But because she at least gets out. So you've got some droplets. Again, we don't even know how much you have to analyze. And then why does it stop? Where does it go? You know, those kinds of things. Does it go into a car? Does it follow a path? Does it, those kinds of things. It's just like it vanishes. She just vanishes. And so could they let a little bit more out? Yes, I think that they should, as this case has continued, as you said, for over 2 months. That's well, it's not a long time in terms of a kidnapping. We know that it can take a long time. But we only have cases usually of children is, taken for ransom is what we go by, but not the elder.
Yeah, that's what I've wondered, Dr. Burgess. Like, of all the people that you could kidnap, and let's just say this was because of the daughter, Savannah Guthrie, and you were going to try to get money, but still to take an 84-year-old woman who Savannah Guthrie said sometimes even has trouble walking to the mailbox, and, there's a lot of rich people around. I just wonder why do you think this woman, why an 84-year-old woman?
Yeah, why Nancy? I personally think, and I've said this many times before, that Nancy was chosen because they knew her. It might not be a close friend of the family. They might have only a loose connection with Nancy. It might be the friend of a friend of a friend. It might be, let's say, an associate of the pool guys, or an associate of the housekeeper, or an associate of, I don't know, somebody who is in the local neighbourhood. I do think there's a local connection. I absolutely believe there's a local connection. And they knew Nancy, or they knew of Nancy. And they also knew that she had a rich daughter. So they put a plan together to kidnap Nancy for ransom, and it went wrong. Now, Anne did speculate here on whether she was dead in the house, like it went wrong right from the jump. It killed her. They didn't intend to in the house. I don't believe that to be true. I think she walked out of that house, and that's why we see the blood droplets on the pathway. You can see the spots going down the pathway. But what happened from there? I absolutely agree with Anne that they should release more information.
No.
That doesn't, at this point in time, interfere in any way with the investigation, and that could help the public. Where did the blood go from there? Did the blood stop? Was that because her face was covered up? If, let's say, she had a nosebleed, did they cover her face? Did they pull a vehicle right up to as close as they could get to that pathway where you see the droplets? Why did they exit out of the front and not out of the back when the back doors were propped open? I've speculated it's because they originally planned to get her out the back, but realised they weren't going to be able to walk her through that patch of desert, so they got the car and pulled it round the front. Like, took a risk. So we've now got 2 entranceways in play. They've come round the front. I also would like to know if they've got any suspicious vehicles on camera. We know that they've canvassed the area. Now, it's very dark in that neighbourhood. So if you pulled up a car outside of Nancy's with no lights on, no one's going to see you. And unless, I don't know, you're out in the yard at the time, no one's going to hear you either. Now, we do know a neighbour out the back said that their dog was behaving strangely during the time when that abduction would occur. So there was a 41-minute window that we know about, 1:47 when a camera disconnects, and then 2:28 when Nancy's pacemaker disconnects from her phone. Her phone was left inside. So we know there's a 41-minute window. So during that time period, a neighbour round the back told Brian Henty that his dog wanted to go out, and never normally wants to go out in the night, wants to go out and standing there, like listening. So I think the dog could hear unusual activity. A dog's hearing is, 4 to 5 times better than human, something like that. That dog knew something was going down, I believe. If only we could speak dog. So many crimes would be solved if only we could speak dog. Anyhow, there may not be cameras out of the neighbourhood because people who've got Ring doorbells, the houses are set off from the road, so Ring doorbells and things like that just wouldn't activate, and the sensors wouldn't be tripped by a car going by. If it's true that she's in Mexico, then they've got the highway to then go south to Mexico. Well, there's going to be cameras then, isn't there? We've got a lot of cars then to consider. Like the middle of the night, is it still really busy around there? Middle of the night, maybe it is. Maybe it's just a needle in a haystack to find the right car. And how did they get her into Mexico? This person who wrote to TMZ said she was still alive when she was in Sonora, Mexico. So how did they get her to Mexico alive? I would imagine that they'd tie her up and put her in the trunk. So at some point then, she died, and they couldn't provide proof of life. Now, Anne Burgess did go on to talk about possible sexual motives, as we've talked about on this channel. I use the example of Russell Williams, and says here that they don't normally take elderly people away. Elderly people are unusual kidnap victims, and they are. Actually, in the early days of Nancy's case, there was the elderly man, 85 years old, just outside of Sydney in Australia, and he was kidnapped because they got the wrong person. They killed him and dumped his body. Well, has that happened with Nancy? Or did she die of natural causes because she got such a bad heart? I think that's the case. I don't think they killed her. I think she died of natural causes. I think the intention was ransom, for like financial motives. But Anne Burgess is right that it's very unusual with elderly people. Now, talk about revenge. Is it revenge? You know, like people can be vengeful for years. Maybe, but honestly, I'm sticking with what I've said from the outset, that this was a kidnap for financial gain, because they knew of Savannah. It doesn't necessarily mean they hated her. That would be vengeance. I think it was financial. I do. I really do. Could it be something else? Yes, absolutely. Now, Anne Burgess rightly said that if somebody breaks in for sexual reasons, they don't normally take the victim away. That's true. However, it does happen. Russell Williams, you know, his depravity got so extreme that he had to do more and more things to get his kicks. He started off breaking into houses, and then he started breaking into houses to SA the victims inside, and then he murdered somebody in the process of essaying them, and then his final murder, in which he got caught from, was he abused her in the house, then took her away and abused her for like hours, tortured her for hours in his own property, had no intention of taking her back, even though he said he would, and then he killed her. Couldn't let her go, could he? So he killed her. Something like that could have happened here. It's very unusual, but still, just because Nancy's elderly, let's not just assume that sexual things don't happen to elderly people. In this episode here, and talked about elderly people being abused in nursing homes, and yeah, That's the thing. It happens. It absolutely happens. But a kidnap where they take somebody away as part of a sexual thing, that is rare outside of children. So I'm going to stick with, I think this was a kidnap for ransom for financial reasons. She died. They couldn't provide proof of life, so they've dumped her body. Will this be solved? I think it will. I think it will be solved, but it will need a break. It will need someone to talk who has credible information that can lead them in the right direction. I think the information that they've got at the moment isn't enough to get them there. So I think it's going to require something big to happen, and then things may move very quickly after that. You know, things fall into place after that. But will it ever be solved? I personally think it will, but it might not be soon. But let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, guys. Alice, get it.
Oh shit, I meant to upvote her video. Gotta go back. Oh Lord. This piece of shit computer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video.
True crimers, welcome to Break the Case. I'm your host, I'm Jen Coffindaffer. I tell you what, we're going to be talking about Nancy Guthrie, and there was something that's really been sticking out. I know I've been posting a little bit about all of these individuals that are making contact, and, you know, some individuals that have reached out and said, listen, there's 3 people involved. Other in different chats saying there's 4 people. I even know of a creator and her husband that were contacted saying, listen, we have Nancy Guthrie and demanding Bitcoins or Bitcoin. Anyway, there's a lot going on with that, but I really don't want to talk about that. I don't want to give that too much credence. I think it is important that the FBI follow up, and I know they will follow up. There's not any lead that isn't important. There's not any lead with somebody pointing out different people that might be involved that shouldn't be followed up on. That has to be followed up on. But I'm just, what I'm listening to and what I'm reading, it's not there yet for me to do a show on it and to explore it, because when I did a short exploration, I'm not finding credence. Doesn't mean that the FBI shouldn't look into it, because they should. At this point, they don't have a clear pointer, but you know what they do have a clear pointer on that I think maybe, I know for me, it's something I haven't visited in a while. So I've got a few videos today because I think it's really important for us to look back at what we know. Now, this is the situation though. There are so many people that have absolutely zero confidence in Sheriff Nanos. And clearly, if Nancy Guthrie was not taken across to Mexico, clearly, if she is in and around Tucson, this will not be a federal case. I want to explore this a little bit, just so we're clear on this. In the kidnapping statute, the federal kidnapping statute, it specifically says, it's sub B of the kidnapping statute, that should an individual be gone for more than 24 hours, there is a presumption that that person has been taken across state lines. It's something that's not normally used, not often used, because in most cases, you know generally where they were taken to and what the motive was and whether they've crossed state lines, things like this. Although I cited a particular case that just happened, and in fact, it's in civil litigation right now in South Carolina. I've cited that particular case to show a particular federal kidnapping case of an 80-year-old woman. A guy breaks into this woman's house because he's a thief. He's not masked. He doesn't plan anything. This is another case again. He steals a vehicle. That vehicle breaks down. This woman's house is just strictly a house of convenience to break into, to steal another car. He stays in this house for an hour, eats pizza. This poor woman, what she went through in there. Anyway, he grabs her, takes her from South Carolina to North Carolina, back to South Carolina. He shoots her in the back of the head and leaves her dead. He's caught. He's been convicted, but there's a civil case currently going on. The reason I bring that up is the FBI handled that case. That was a federal case because it crossed state lines. In this case, because there is no definitive information, at least that we know about, that it's crossed state lines, the Bureau isn't necessarily in charge of this case per se yet. However, I believe they really have taken the lead. I talked about this weeks ago after they moved to the Phoenix office and after the, oh, I'm sorry, something flashed up there. And after the Guthrie family was taking their house back over. The reason, let me just put this back up here because I want to recognize this person. The reason that I believe the FBI is really pretty much in charge. I mean, they're working it together, but it's because it's an FBI task force and there's just detached individuals from Pima County that are on the task force, but it's an FBI-led task force. Just so, and then also the assistant United States attorneys that were at the Guthrie home. When you look at that, you can see that they are considering the fact that this could be federal. And when I saw that, I have to tell you, it just makes me think that it is likely that she was taken across state lines or across the border, because it makes no sense that this was moved federally to the federal task force and you have assistant United States attorneys at Nancy's house if it's not a federal case. So they know so much more than we do. I know we've heard, again, a lot of negativity that, law enforcement has no idea what's going on. I haven't heard anything except for source information regarding that, people behind shrouds and things like that. So we don't have arrests. Obviously, we don't have Nancy, but I'm keeping the faith. And I really do believe that this is moved over to an FBI-led investigation. Having said that, again, if it's determined that Nancy did not cross state lines and did not go across the border, you can see why Sheriff Nanos is still very much leading this case, because in most situations, these kidnappings stay local. And without a federal nexus of crossing the border or crossing the state line, you cannot have a federal venue and federal prosecution. So I'm finding a lot of these details a little juxtaposed to each other, but nevertheless, I just wanted to explain why Sheriff Nanos remains in charge. Jointly in charge, I believe. I believe it's very much jointly in charge. But I want to go back and I want to play a very important recording. And I've always said that once they figure out the motive, they will find the perpetrators. Well, unfortunately, listen to Sheriff Nanos. They have and have had the motive. Here we go.
Up and showing their support for Savannah.
I've watched the Today Show for many years, and you become family.
We're not going to stop praying until we get an answer, and some closure.
Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos telling us they're still working to identify that masked man at Nancy's home.
Do you think that this suspect could strike again, whoever did this?
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, criminal minds are criminal minds.
Well, he didn't disclose it. The sheriff says investigators do have a theory for a motive.
We believe we know why he did this, and we believe that it was targeted, but we're not 100% sure of that. And so it'd be silly to tell people, yeah, don't worry about it. You're not his target. No, you could be.
He says investigators are still actively working their leads, including that unknown DNA.
Is there still hope that this mixed DNA will be able to be identified?
Absolutely. That's going to get us to somebody, we hope.
Nanos also confirmed investigators have been looking into a potential internet issue or other electrical disruption the night of the abduction.
There was a timeline when things went offline. So we're looking into them. Why did that occur? We checked with our power companies. We checked with others in the neighborhood.
And that's beyond just the fact that the suspect took the camera off.
Correct.
As the investigation goes on, an incredible outpouring of love for the Guthrie family.
It says, Nancy, all of us are praying for you to come home now.
Tucson artist Donna Prius, who goes by the name Pinky, has been leaving these canvas paintings outside Nancy's home.
Something they can save, something that they read, and I think they'll feel it in their heart. I know Savannah will.
Now, in addition to the sheriff confirming authorities are looking into whether there was that internet or potential electrical issue the night of Nancy's abduction, he said they don't believe that the damaged utility box near Nancy's home is connected. As for what he told us about knowing why the suspect did this, he says they've had a theory from day one. We did press him, but he just would not say what that is. The FBI, for their part, has not commented on any motive. Laura.
Liz, appreciate. So this was huge when this happened, and I remember I did a show on it. This was really had become sort of the focal point of to me the biggest item we learned in this case. They have the motive, everyone. They have the motive. I'm just reminding everyone about this because still, there's all this discussion about motive. No, they didn't release it, but look at the clues we have about motive. For instance, we know that this was planned. Even Nano says they believe something occurred on January 11th. As you can see here. I've also got the quotation from Savannah Guthrie that says not only the 11th, but she talks about, and I want to make sure I get that quote right. She for sure says the 11th. Sorry, give me 1 second while I pull this back up to make sure that I get the dates exactly what she said, because I don't want to quote her and be off, because it's just that important to what we're looking at. The most important thing to remember is, though, that there was site surveys done. In other words, there was surveillance done prior to this operation. That speaks to motive. So for anyone you might be listening to, anyone who is throwing out there that this is some burglary gone bad, please, that is not what happened here. It's not a burglary gone bad, I don't believe. I think this was truly a planned abduction. I believe we know that based on the surveillance that was done and the fact that from the beginning, now we know based, of course, on the 2 ransom notes we have, we know those lean toward the motive of a planned abduction meant for the purpose of gaining a ransom. So I just want to point this out because, and here it is. Yeah, let me put this up. This is what Nancy says. So the key timelines of January 31st and the 11th. I've heard the 24th mentioned. Again, that's source information. I want to go with what we know from Nanos, and that's corroborated by Savannah herself. So the 31st, remember, the 31st is not the first. The 31st is not the first. It's the day before the abduction. So this tells me clearly they believe a site survey, individuals were there, or an individual porch guy was there before the morning of the 1st. In addition, January 11th, which we've heard about from the beginning because of neighbors telling us from the beginning, they were asked to review footage from the 11th. Again, the 24th, the Guthries don't mention it, and neither does Nanos. What Nanos mentions, though, is the 11th. So when I'm looking at a case, or when we're looking at a case, you have to consider what matches, what corroborates. If one thing corroborates another, it pushes toward us having a foundation for belief. We have Nanos talking about the 11th, and we have the Guthrie family asking, please look for these particular dates. I think we can have a lot of faith and confidence that the 11th is a date that is significant, where likely a site survey took place. I think we can look at the 31st and say the same. I know I've heard a lot of noise about the 24th. I just don't have the corroboration from Nanos or from the family. I have a source. So instill Nanos or the family here, this was well after the 24th, could have said, look at the 24th. They didn't. So I think we have to really keep our eye on the ball with all this information floating around there. And what I try to do is take corroborating things. Now, there was something that Nano said in here when he spoke that I just played for you that we need to consider. And that is, he talks singularly about the perpetrator. Him, he. Why he did that. His actions. I don't hear any they. Mac McCollum. We love some Mac around here. She's convinced it's just one perpetrator. She says it's not making a lot of sense to her that both in the site survey, we see what appears to be the same guy and porch guy matching. In other words, same guy. That it would be unlucky, so to speak. It doesn't make a lot of sense that if there's more than one involved, we don't see them. Now, I know there's a lot of infrared. I've seen that out there. There's a lot of other people examining lights, possibilities. In fact, I'm going to bring one up, not on this show, but probably tomorrow, that I'm going to bring forward because it's something I think is worthwhile. But I found that interesting. Let's listen to it one more time, not the whole thing. I'm just going to get the important part, the part that I really want you guys to pay attention to, where he talks about motive, what that motive means. And
as always, if you have any information, it is not too late.
Oh, I don't want to. Oh, sorry.
Call FBI.
Okay, here we go.
Search for answers into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance continues. Over the last week, so many people still showing up and showing their support for Savannah.
I've watched the Today Show for many years, and you become family.
We're not going to stop praying until we get an answer, and some closure.
Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos telling us they're still working to identify that masked man at Nancy's home.
Do you think that this suspect could strike again, whoever did this?
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, criminal minds are criminal minds.
Well, he didn't disclose it. The sheriff says investigators do have a theory for a motive.
We believe we know why he did this, and we believe that it was targeted, but we're not 100% sure of that. And so it'd be silly to tell people, yeah, don't worry about it. You're not his target. No, you.
Geez, guys. I mean, I thought it was so weird that literally I did a tweet on that about what everybody's sort of forgetting is the fact that there is a maniac out there that abducted an 84-year-old woman knowing she would likely die. There is no way, no chance in heck, in my opinion, that somebody who abducts an 84-year-old really thinks he's going to keep her alive. If they have any grandparents or who have ever been around the elderly, no chance, no way. So while I believe that it was for ransom initially, remember the first notes, and this was something I had to actually double check on. The first notes that went out actually went out the next day. So pretty close, not the day of the abduction on the first, but on the second. And remember, again, they didn't go to the family. This wasn't for money per se. They went to the local stations. And then a day later, 12 hours later, but it made it on the 3rd, they went to TMZ. So I believe this motive initially from the beginning was about harming Nancy, harming the Guthries. And they sent those ransoms out knowing that there was no proof of life, knowing there was no way in hell the FBI was going to recommend to the Guthries to pay it. So it was just a torturous situation. You know, if you don't pay by the 5th, something grave was going to happen. And then if you don't pay by the 9th, we're going to kill her. That's what I believe the notes said in a nutshell regarding this, because I'm judging that from the response of the family. So the key points here. Number 1, Nanos, he says, and he knows whether he talks out of both sides of his mouth or whether you believe he speaks truth or not, he knows, he's in the know. So when I'm listening to source information that's literally 2 layers removed, listen close to some of these sources. It's like somebody close to the investigation. They're not in the investigation. They're hearing from somebody else and it's getting filtered through. That doesn't mean that the source information is inaccurate necessarily, but that's why the reporters report, and all of them report, listen, it's from a source. We want to make sure that's clear. It's not from law enforcement. It's not from the family. It's from a source. And they caveat that because they don't want to go out and say something's true if they know it's from a source. We know who this person is. This is Nanos. And Nanos, who is in the know, and I tend to believe that, again, we know it's a joint investigation because if she didn't cross state lines, this is going to fall directly on Nanos and his department. But it seems pretty clear to me that the Bureau is, I think, since a few weeks ago, the head honcho, but keeping it equal for political reasons. You never want to get sideways with any of the locals that you're working with. You just don't. You need them for so much and they need you. It's a very important relationship with all local departments. They understand the areas, they understand informants that work in those areas, they understand who lives where, the uniqueness of their landscape, of just the immigration issues that are there. They understand no matter what jurisdiction you're in. They are important. The other thing is these local guys, they get down and dirty with these violent crime cases much more than the FBI typically, unless you've been an FBI assigned to resident agencies where you have to get down and dirty, or on a task force specifically assigned where your office is in the gang unit and you're working elbow to elbow with these guys every day. You're getting down and dirty with them. It's the locals that are getting down and dirty with these violent crimes. It's not the Bureau. And unless, like I said, you are an agent embedded, we call it, with a particular department on a violent crime squad or a gang squad. So I just wanted to give you that background about kind of how it works and about what Nanos says. They have the motive. And this is the key. They have the motive, and it doesn't make anyone safe. They have the motive. And this knucklehead's out there. And even though they believe it's targeted, I've always said this, once you have one target, what makes the person think they're not going to move to another target? So let's dig deeper into this motive that they already say they know, okay? Let's dig a little bit deeper. Here again, let's talk about what Savannah says about the target.
Do you think because of me?
Sorry, I was listening to that earlier, so sorry.
He saw very clearly right away what this was. And even on the phone, when I called him, he knew. He knew. And he said, I think she's been kidnapped for ransom. And I said, yeah. What? Yeah. Well, why? What? And then, I mean, it sounds so like how dumb could I be? But I didn't want to believe. I just said, do you think because of me? And he said, I'm sorry, sweetie, but yeah, maybe.
So that's hard to watch. I feel so bad for Savannah. I really, really do. The torture that they have put that woman through and her whole family is just sick. So I want to answer this question because I've had a lot of people ask me, do victim families, do they get to know inside details regarding the investigation related to their loved one? In other words, does Savannah have more knowledge than anyone else, Savannah and her family, outside of the people in the inner circle working in this case? And keep that clear too, just really quickly. I've explained a violent crime task force. I guarantee you the entirety of the FBI's violent crime task force is not working on Nancy Guthrie. There are agents and officers assigned. Pima County is probably 100%. Those officers from Pima are 100% on it. I'm guessing somewhere around 10, maybe 12. The other squad has other violent crime. We are talking violent crime here. Other people who are dead, other people who have suffered horrible, egregious acts. They cannot just stop working on those cases forever. And I tell you, when that whole changeover came and it went from Tucson over to Phoenix, they made a command decision about how this case would be handled and investigated. Now, that isn't to say that when a special project comes up and they need a huge amount of manpower, everybody's going to descend and help. I'm just saying, daily, there are only certain people assigned full-time. They might be lead agents. So when our supervisor says, listen, I want you on the Nancy Guthrie case, I'm going to assign you a lead. That's how they track this is so in your file review, we call them, with your supervisor, where he's looking over, how are you doing on every one of your cases assigned? How are you doing on your leads assigned? That's separate from your cases. You have your cases where you're the case agent, and then you have cases you are the lead agent. And not everyone on that task force is going to be assigned a lead. There's going to be a few that are signed as lead agents, and they're going to be judged on their performance on this case. The others will come and help in and out, but it's not a full, and as a lead agent, it's not a full-time thing. It just means you're working a lot on that case, so you should get credit for it. You should be judged on it. So I kind of wanted to explain that. But when you hear Nano say they have a motive, and when you hear Nancy Guthrie say, it's me, could it be me? And her brother says, sorry, sweetie. It was her notoriety. This person or persons absolutely came after the mom, I think, for money, It all went to absolute heck that night when she died. They got rid of her body right away. The next day, knowing she was dead, knowing they had no proof of death, knowing they had discarded her, so have no proof of death, continued to harm and hurt this family. And the point Nano says is, could be somebody else next. It could be somebody else next. It absolutely could be somebody else with a lot of money. Somebody else who is a vulnerable person that they could take. I've always said I thought at least 2 people were involved. It's always bothered me that Nanos always has said him, his, singular. It's really bothered me. Probably because it doesn't fit with my belief on the case. But you know what? Is he saying that because of Porch Guy being, he's just discussing Porch Guy, so that's how he's saying it? Is he saying it? Is he savvy enough to say it not plural because he doesn't want to give that part away? We kind of have to think about if he's savvy or not. I mean, he has dropped some pretty big bombs. This was the biggest bomb he dropped. A, they have the motive, and B, people aren't safe. And then she dropped a bomb too. By the way, I need to recognize our members. Ellen, Crime Case X, thank you so much for becoming a member of our channel. Bagel Deidre, who doesn't like bagels? Like everybody loves bagels. So I love the name. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And I saw up here, and I'm going to chase it down. And sorry if you can hear my typing. I can't hear it, but I have been told you can hear the clicks. And so I want to apologize for that. I have an external mic. It's a Shure. It's supposed to be the best, and it's horrible. So I am going to get another one. I just have not made it a high enough priority. I need to get that done. I want to put up NJZ, who I think has donated, I bet you, seems like 50. Just one of our most dedicated channel members. NJZ, thank you so, so much. I really appreciate it for donating that. And I'm so glad that somebody is going to get that membership. Thank you. Oh, good. Thank you. I think that was Sophia. Says, I like the click. Thank you so much. I felt so bad because a lot of people were complaining about the, oh, good. Song bits, Laura. Thank you. I was feeling so bad about the clicking. I am going to get another. I just need to land. I've been traveling and I've got to land soon. In other words, be home for a long time without a lot of work to do so I can get that ordered and get that figured out. But when you couple the fact that Savannah blames herself, could it be me? That heart, Savannah, it is you. I really believe that. I think everybody has known it from the beginning. Law enforcement, Nano said they've known it from the beginning, that nothing really changed from their beginning views. First notes came in. They saw the first notes on day 2, everyone. The first ransom notes that Savannah says are real on February 2nd. On February 3rd, TMZ got it. And I had been going too much with that February 3rd date. I apologize because I was saying essentially it was 3 days. In other words, the entirety of the first, the entirety of the second, and most of the third, meaning 3 days. And I have been the one that's kind of put that out there. But really, it was just about 24 to 48 hours was the first note. And then 48 hours to 72 hours was the note to TMZ in that time frame. After Nancy was dead. And that's why I continue to say, this is about a true hate and resentment and knife in the chest more than once to the Guthrie family. Could anybody else be next? Of course. That's why Nanos told people that. I wouldn't want to be living around this area if I had a lot of money. And I keep bringing up this case. I'm just going to throw it out there again for those of you who might not have heard my live when I talked about this. Only about an hour to an hour and a half north in Scottsdale, Arizona, in another affluent area. Does everybody know that the day before Nancy was abducted, on the 31st of January, 2 knuckleheads drove 6.5 hours. They had $1,000 to buy uniforms and pay for gas and do what they needed to do. Seed money, money to eat, money to get a hotel, and they hit a house an hour and a half north, an affluent family. They tied the mom and the dad up, they beat them, and they demanded cryptocurrency. I believe in that case it was 60 million. This case was only 6 million. And they were directed by 2 people who, as far as I know, I keep paying attention to this story, waiting for a break in the public, but I don't see it. 2 anonymous people that they were conferring with on Signal, on the Signal app. And these 2 knuckleheads that were only 17 and 16 never knew each other before this. So this is dark web stuff, right? This is, you know, do you want to commit a kidnapping? Follow me. Red and 8 were the pseudonames. I did read an article, though, recently that said that said in this case with Red and 8, I did read an article where it said the Bureau was not part of the investigation at that time. That was probably a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I don't know why, because these kids traveled across California. They kidnapped these 2, that's federal nexus. They beat them up and they demanded cryptocurrency. You see a lot of similarities. This, though, seems so personal, but even that case was personal. That case was personal. They beat them, broke into their home, into their expensive Scottsdale home. I don't know. I just hope the Bureau at least looked at it. If they looked at it and said, nah, it's not related, fine. I hope they looked at it. But the motive is known. And the only motive that makes sense was Savannah Guthrie's money and her limelight with her mother, and the ease at which to find her mother, who had been in her house for 50 years. The ease of which to get into that house. I mean, those back doors that don't have deadbolts, that just have the little turn, I can get into those in 10 seconds. I don't even need a tool. I mean, other than common things you have around the house. And so can anybody else. So my point is that I really truly believe that they do have the motive. I believe it was money. I believe it went horribly wrong. And I believe these people took joy in having the Guthrie family suffer. Is there anyone next on the list? Will it stop with the Guthries? I don't know. I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up again. We talked about it before, but with all this that I see spinning around on social media, I just felt like I needed to revisit that. Everyone, You are fantastic for joining me. I know it was a late notice. I wasn't sure when I thought it was going to have to be a really late show tonight. So I'm so glad I was able to find this block right before, actually, I'm getting ready to head to the airport right now. And so it's been a great trip. Anytime you can be with really, really close friends, it's a good time. So I was with all my girlfriends, and it was fabulous. So you're looking, she's got a green thumb. So her whole house, there's like plants everywhere. And outside, her garden is massive and amazing. And we're both gardeners. So I'm always calling her, upset. I'm like, I won't say her name. We'll call her T. I'm like, T, my basil is dead. And she says, Jen, just go get more basil seeds and replant. Because basil is finicky. It like feels the seasons, and the minute it starts to flower for those gardeners, if it goes to seed, in other words, starts to flower, so it's done as far as providing delicious basil. And I love to cook. So now you can keep rosemary. My rosemary is amazing, but my Italian basil, my regular basil, my parsley's doing great. Everything else I have to start all over, all my herbs. So I am ready to roll up my sleeves. It's spring, and I'm looking forward to that, to starting my gardening again with spring right here. Everyone who has become a member, remember, if you have a membership of $3.99, we try to keep it. There's $1.99 memberships. I have a lot of individual things that go into these memberships, but we're going to have a nice little package of just FBI items that are part of my memorabilia and things I have. And I'm going to put a little package together and draw a name, and it's literally just as a thank you. Something unique and special that hopefully I can give back to you for being members and being on the channel. So I just want to thank each of you and thank my mods. Oh my gosh, they make chat so interesting. And I think on the next show, we're going to start to do some pretty cool things. The mods have been pulling just some of these comments that are so amazing from you all that without my glass, I can't see a thing. And then sometimes it gets to ticking, so I can't read them while I'm concentrating on the message. And I'm going to read at the beginning of the show or at the end of the show some of these comments that I just to give appreciation to all of you for supporting the channel. So appreciate you so much. Nancy Guthrie, this case is something. Let's hope she's found. Let's hope she's found soon. That's another show I've got about the chances of her being found and blah, blah, blah. But I'm going to do that next show or the show after, because that's been another project. Thank you, AZ Dawning, Arizona Dawning. I love the giraffe too. Thank you for becoming a member. Each of you, I appreciate you all so much. Thank you again. Until next time, may justice be served for the Guthrie family and for all the missing.
There are quite a few new leads in the Nancy
I want to talk to you about something very direct today because there's a question right now that needs a clear answer. Should anyone be entertaining the person sending these ransom notes? And I'm going to tell you right now, based on everything that we've seen, everything that we've analyzed, and everything that's been made public, the answer is no. Because the deeper you go into this, the clearer one thing becomes. This does not make sense. And when something doesn't make sense in an investigation, you don't chase it. You slow it down and you break it apart. And that's exactly what we're going to do today. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate it. And if you're new here, go ahead and subscribe to my channel. Like this video and just stay with me, because what we do here is not hype and it's not noise. It's just analysis. Now, let's reset the facts here. 2 ransom notes sent to the media on the same day that Savannah returned to the Today Show. One says that Nancy is dead and the other says that she was seen alive. Same sender, same day. Now pause right there, because before we go any further, you have to understand something critical. In real investigations, law enforcement, they look for consistency. Consistency in statements and in behavior, and consistency in the timeline, because truth does not fight itself. And right here, you already have a problem. Now, let's go deeper into that contradiction. When someone tells you 2 completely opposing things within hours, you're not dealing with confusion. You're dealing with one of 2 things, either fabrication or manipulation, because memory doesn't work like that. Even under stress, even under pressure, people don't flip alive in bed that quickly. So now you have to ask, what was the purpose of saying both? Because that matters. One possibility, they're trying to keep both outcomes alive. Hope and despair, back and forth. And if that's what's happening, this is not information. This is emotional control. Now, let's break down the money again, but let's look at it a little bit slower, because $34,000 in Bitcoin. Now, think about that very carefully. There is a reward of over $1 million available through a tip line, completely anonymous. And in real cases, people with information, they follow the safest path. They protect themselves. They maximize the reward. They don't take unnecessary risk. So why go to the media? Why go public? Why lower the amount? Because this is not behaving like someone who wants money. Now, let's answer the big question. Why should this person not be engaged? Because engagement validates behavior. If someone is seeking attention, you give it to them. If someone is seeking impact, you amplify it. And once that happens, it doesn't stop. It escalates. More messages are coming, more claims, and just more contradictions, because now they know. They know that they have your attention. Now, let's take this one step further, because this part, it's the part that most people don't even think about. What actually happens if someone engages this person? Because on the surface, it sounds reasonable. What if they know something? What if we can get more information? But this is where experience matters. Engagement is not neutral. In engagement, it's a signal. And when you respond, you're telling that person, you have our attention. What you're doing is working. Keep going. And once that happens, you lose control and they gain it. And here's what follows: more messages, more dramatic claims, more shifting narratives. Now it's no longer one incident, it's a pattern. And here's the problem: every false lead has to be chased down. It has to be verified. It has to be ruled out. That takes time. It takes resources. And every minute spent on something false is a minute taken away from something real. And if the person responsible is still out there, they benefit from that, because attention shifts. Focus gets diluted. And in that noise, they get space. Which brings us right back to why this person should not be engaged. Because we don't follow what people say. We follow what their behavior proves. Now, let's zoom out again. There is money on the table, and yet no one has come forward. That matters, because if this were about financial gain, someone would have acted. Money motivates action, always. And if it doesn't, you have to ask why. Now, we step into the uncomfortable part. If this is not about money, then what is it about? Because behavior keeps pointing in one direction: impact, pressure, emotion. What if this is about Savannah? Not physically, but just emotionally. Look at the language. She's dead. I saw her alive. I know where she is. That's not neutral. That's emotional impact. What if the goal is to create enough emotional strain that she feels like she has to step away? Step away from the spotlight and from visibility. Now, let me be clear. This is a theory. We do not accuse. we just follow behavior, and we wait for the evidence to show, because it will. And this isn't coming from out of nowhere, because Savannah and her brother, early on, they both acknowledged that her public profile could have played a role in this. And that matters, because you're not just looking at random behavior. You're looking at something that could be connected. So I want to hear from you. Do you believe that this person should be completely ignored? Or do you believe that there's something here worth exploring? And before we close this out, as we head into the weekend, let's bring it all back to Nancy, like we always do. Because this is not about notes, and it's not about theories. This is about a family that's still waiting. So as you go into the weekend, keep Nancy Guthrie and her family in your thoughts. Because until Nancy is found, we keep talking about her. We keep her name out there. Because attention, it creates pressure, and pressure, it leads to answers. And listen, if you appreciate this kind of analysis, no hype, no fluff, just real breakdown, subscribe to my channel and like this video. And stay with this channel, because we're going to keep following this case. And we're going to keep talking about Nancy. And until she's found, I'll see you all in that next video.
Still loading. Oh Lord. Oh fuck it. Fuck this. Still loading. I gotta restart this fucking game because it's not loading. Stupid. Stupid faggots that made this game have so many bugs.
DNA will solve this, the Nancy Guthrie breakthrough. What if the biggest mistake in the Nancy Guthrie case was also the key to solving it? We're talking about DNA, specifically saliva DNA. And according to the renowned genetic genealogist, C.C. Moore, there's a real possibility that the suspect left it behind, right there at the crime scene. Tonight, we break down how that evidence could still identify the perpetrator and why this case may be far from cold. A quick reminder, if you're looking for real crime insight, not YouTube theories, this channel's different. I'm a retired NYPD sergeant, non-police off the cuff. We analyze cases the way cops and prosecutors do, what matters, what doesn't, and what the internet gets wrong. And folks, I'd just like to remind everyone that the Police Off the Cuff podcast is sponsored by FanDuel on the Believe Network. So folks, hold on to your hats. Hold on to your loved ones. Hold on to your thoughts. Hold on to your prayers. Hold on to your service dog. Hold on to that chicken palm hero. You're about to enter true crime from a police perspective. You're about to enter the off-the-cuff zone, the Police Off the Cuff zone.
There has to be some common sense.
They were the ones who called 911 to get him help, and now they're calling for change.
Joining me tonight, I'm thrilled to have them, actually. We have a full cast of characters tonight. And what I have is retired NYPD sergeant, professor at Albertus Magnus College in Connecticut, attorney at law. Welcome to the show, Professor Mike Geary. Welcome, Mike.
Hey, Bill. Good evening. Good to see you.
Mike, not only are you all those things, but it looks like on the side you could hear some confessions, too. You look very priestly, you know? That's pretty funny. The next guy's definitely not priestly. Anyway, he's a retired NYPD detective. He's straight out of Brooklyn. Welcome to the show, retired NYPD detective Phil Grimaldi. Welcome, Phil.
Thank you for having me, Billy. How you doing, Mike?
Hey, good to see you, Phil.
Phil, it's always good to see you, man. Your hair looks good too, man.
Thank you.
I just thought
I was coiffed the other day.
I just thought I'd mention that. Anyway, let's look into this case. You know, some people, again, the media is obsessed with the term cold case. Is this a cold case? You know, C.C. Moore is making some recommendations. We're going to play a video with her later on. But the crime scene reality, let's start with the fundamentals. In any abduction or home invasion, especially one like the Nancy Guthrie case, the offender is under pressure. Time's limited, movements are rushed, and mistakes, they happen. Now think about this. A suspect approaches the home, possibly wearing gloves, possibly attempting to avoid detection, but there's one thing offenders forget. They can't control their own biology. Breathing, sweating, speaking, even something as simple as licking their lips or touching their mouth can leave behind saliva-based DNA. And that's where this case gets interesting. But that's also where you need extremely competent crime scene technicians to collect the evidence at the scene. Mike, your thoughts about this new, well, it's not new, but saliva DNA, what we found out is that it can either last for many years if it's in a protected place, or it can last a couple of hours if it's not in a protected place, in essence, vis-a-vis sunlight. Sunlight will destroy saliva DNA. A porous surface will destroy saliva DNA. Your thoughts, Mike?
Yeah, Bill, as you said, this comes right down to the competency of the initial crime scene analysis, holding on to that crime scene, then releasing it, then going back and making it a crime scene again. This is where cops and prosecutors, go crazy, because if you have the proper, crime scene people there doing their job, and they pick up DNA and they swab an area where there may be DNA, they do get it. That's wonderful. Now, then you got to look at CODIS and all these other places like IgG. However, and I'm thinking from a prosecutor's point of view, what happens if the person whose DNA that you got and becomes your suspect, your number one suspect. And maybe they're a close member of the family or someone who's been authorized to be in those areas of the house where maybe the saliva was collected, like say a son-in-law, a daughter, or the gardener in some part of the house. And you've taken that crime scene and you declared it not a crime scene, and people are walking around, and now you say it's a crime scene, and say you go back and you get it now, you have a chain of evidence issue. And if you're the prosecutor, you're going to have a heck of a time from a defense attorney who's going to rip you a new one over the fact that when was this DNA left there? Because it could have been left there several times, and you have to prove that that DNA was there at a particular time in a particular place, that someone was not authorized to be there. It creates a whole can of worms, but for a prosecutor. But as you said, it comes right back down to how competently was that crime scene handled right off the bat.
One of the things that was mentioned, I think, Phil, you picked this up very early on in this investigation, that the perpetrator here, and I'm going to show this, I'll show it as a still. He had a flashlight in his mouth. There you see it on the extreme left of this thumbnail. Now, potentially, he could have saliva dripping out of his mouth, or when he goes to remove the flashlight from his mouth, he could dislodge saliva from the flashlight onto the ground, onto inside the home. The problem is, for the crime scene technicians, is to find that DNA. Where do you swab? What do you swab enable you to collect that saliva DNA, Phil?
Yeah, absolutely, Billy. There's what we know about these bite lights is that there is a collection of saliva that builds up in the mouth, and perhaps droplets of saliva were left at the crime scene. When I initially saw that video, I thought it was a reflection when the video was first released. But then, if you watch the video, you could clearly see he has what's known as a bite light in his mouth. Now, that video wasn't apparent, obviously, when crime scene investigators first went to the location. That video came out, I believe it was several weeks later. So crime scene investigators have to do their due diligence along with the investigator on the scene to try and read the crime scene to figure out what it is they're going to try and recover evidence from in that house. And what I mean by that is if you see specific things that are knocked over or touched, that's where you want to focus your crime scene processing. Now, we know that DNA is naked to the visible eye. So it really comes down to is the experience of the investigators to know where to process for DNA in the area. Now, we have other things. We have fingerprints, we have blood evidence, we have all of those types of things that we do find at crime scenes. Again, when this thing first started, we had this, and the police had it as a person who was elderly who may have gone away from the home. They didn't put it together that she was removed from that home and taken and kidnapped not right away. So I think that may have been a little bit problematic with regard to contamination of the crime scene, contamination of evidence. And now we're 70 days down the line. The house had been examined numerous times. Now to go back in, I find a little bit of a problem with that, Billy. And I think Mike kind of touched on it with the legality end of it. When you have, a good defense attorney, if we wind up with a perpetrator down the line from crime scene evidence that's going to be recovered now, I think you're opening the door and serving on a silver platter reasonable doubt because of the fact.
I agree with you, but yet there's an exception. Look at the Rex Human case, the Gilgo Beach serial killer. They went back there several times. In fact, once when they found out his not a manifesto, he had a document that he used that what was it called again? It was like a preparation document.
Yeah.
That they discovered on a Word document on his computer. They were like, we got to go back in that house because on that he talks about how he tortured them in his basement and had something tied from the ceiling coming down. So, yeah, they reopened that crime scene, but they had a really good reason. And don't forget, Phil, and you know this, but I'm saying this for the audience's benefit, they had to go back to a judge and have a judge re-sign a new search warrant to conduct a new crime scene process. So
Yeah.
you're right.
I think it was quite different, though, Billy. I don't think it was as long a period of time. And listen, I'm all for it. They actually went into the pipes in Rex Heuermann's bathtub to try and see if they could recover DNA evidence in the piping if he had killed victims in the bathtub and let the blood flow through the pipes. So I'm good with all of that, but I just think that we're opening the door way wide here for evidence to be challenged in court. When you're talking 70 days down the line, the house has been released to the family over a month ago. We don't know who's been in there, who's been out of there, and I think that a good defense attorney can make a strong argument and create reasonable doubt if we were to do this. Now, I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. I'm not saying it shouldn't be done, because if you have a good piece of evidence, you go through the process, you go through the examination, and you present it, and you can build around it. I'm okay with all of that. But, you know, to look for possible droplets of saliva 70 days in, I think that's really a needle in a haystack. Is it impossible? No, it's not impossible. I just find it could be good if they do come up with a perpetrator, and it could be problematic.
Listen, no doubt it's a Hail Mary pass, right?
Yeah.
However, scientifically, saliva DNA, as I said earlier, can last for years, can last in a home for years, or it can dissipate in an hour or 2 hours if it's not in an ideal condition. So what that indicates to me is that this is a Hail Mary pass. And
it's definitely a Hail Mary, but I think us not having access to the crime scene, the case folder, without knowing what was done at that crime scene, might be something that you would want to look at and then say, you know what, this is a good idea to revisit it. They didn't hit those areas we think this perpetrator could have possibly spent time. We know that if he's building up saliva with that light, and he's in a spot or he's in one position for a period of time, that might be a location that you would want to try and recover DNA evidence, from saliva droplets. So I just think that, listen, the FBI became involved in this case 2 days in. When they realized it was a kidnapping and that she was removed from the home, I think that they probably did their due diligence. Now, does it mean that there couldn't be a good piece of DNA evidence from the perpetrator in the house? No, not at all. It could be, but I just feel like I would think, without having access to the folder, you would think that they probably swept that house pretty good. They didn't release it. I mean, they released it the first time, then they went back in and they held it for quite a period of time.
Well, that was a huge mistake by Sheriff Manos to release that crime scene. It's ridiculous. I want to play this from News Nation. They have CeCe Moore on, and she's the one suggesting that they go back in the home to collect saliva DNA. Let's play this from News Nation.
Today marks 70 days in the search for Nancy Guthrie, and with no suspect on law enforcement's radar, there are fears this case has gone cold. DNA samples could still hold the key, but no second crime scene has been identified yet. And the sample investigators do have is mixed, meaning it contains the DNA of more than one person. This would have to be deconvoluted, as they say, and separated before a real analysis can even begin. Renowned DNA expert and genetic genealogist CeCe Moore told News Nation earlier this week that investigators should return to Nancy Guthrie's home in search of more samples. And CeCe joins us live tonight. CeCe, I always get so much out of our talks. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me again.
And you joined me for an episode of my Truth of the Matter podcast. Almost 500,000 people watching that on YouTube. So many of them commenting, wanting to learn more from you regarding what you said about the likelihood of saliva DNA in that house from this perpetrator. You say that detail of him holding the flashlight in his mouth can't be ignored. What evidence do you think is still left in that house?
Well, it's hard to know what they have already collected. It's possible they collected dozens or hundreds of swabs, and they're still going through testing those. It's so hard for a crime scene investigator to know exactly what to swab, since most of DNA is invisible to the eye, right? So sometimes it just is a trained intuition that causes them to swab the correct thing. Now, if they have tested everything and haven't found a good sample of the perpetrator's DNA, I do think that it is possible to go back to her home and do some more swabbing. But as I said, I wasn't there. I don't know how many they gathered, but DNA is hardy. So it's certainly possible there is still some DNA there. And in particular, I really do think that saliva is the most likely, and that is because of what appeared to be that bite flashlight in his mouth.
Yeah.
Somebody wrote to me that has used one of those and he agreed with me that it would produce a lot of saliva and it would be very difficult not to leave some of that behind.
And I know that you told me before that sometimes, even light switches or really unassuming places in a home can crack an entire case. It was interesting. Our News Nation's Brian Enton spoke with a key source who said that the supervisor overseeing the case had never previously investigated a homicide before. And you say this comes down a lot of times to experience and the gut of the person going in, surveying that area and taking as many samples as is needed.
No, something I'm gonna have to disagree with her there. It's not the gut of the person. They're trained where to collect the evidence. Crime scene technicians are highly skilled, highly trained, and guess what? They come with their own supervisor, right? Usually they have a boss at the scene, especially in a case of this magnitude. They're not gonna rely on John Q, new homicide investigator sergeant, to supervise the collection of the evidence. They're going to have their own boss on the scene, and they're going to make sure that that scene was processed correctly. At least that's the way it's done on the NYPD. Things here were done poorly. I can't attest to how the evidence was collected, but Sheriff Nanos releasing this crime scene after one day was outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Mike.
Yeah, it comes down to the skill and the experience and the training of the people involved, as CC Moore alluded to, as you alluded to, because you've got to make those correct judgments on the scene, and the investigator is going to be there. There's going to be a supervisor. My fear is that whatever issues that Chief Nanos has had or is experiencing with his own uniformed officers in his county sheriff's department, I'm just wondering if that also spills into the crime scene unit, the county crime scene unit. Has there been personnel issues there? Are they as trained as they trained up as they should be? Or are they like the homicide detective? This is my first homicide. It's a heck of a way to learn how to do it first time out in this kind of case. There's nobody taking you under your wing, teaching you the steps. So it all comes down to how competent they were the first time around, because if you do it competently the first time around, then when you go to court, 6 months later, a year later, you won't have a chain of evidence issue. But if you don't do it properly and then you release the crime scene and you go back and you get it the second time you're there, that can create, as Phil and we were talking about earlier, reasonable doubt. You don't need to have that argument as a prosecutor. That's the last thing that you want to argue in front of a jury, because that defense attorney may just turn one juror to say, yeah, I don't, these people don't know what they're doing. It's a real minefield right now. So we got to hope that the crime scene people knew exactly what they were doing.
Mike, Catherine Woods was a dancer in New York City. She was a ballet dancer, and she wound up working at a club called Flash Dances, which was exotic dances to support herself. Anyway, she had this boyfriend who was just stalking her, and she wanted to break up with him. Anyway, long story short, he went to her home and murdered her in her apartment and practically cut her head right off, severed her neck, so her head was almost decapitated. When the crime scene unit processed that scene, they didn't find that smoking gun evidence they needed. But to their and to the NYPD's and Manhattan North Homicide, the 19th Precinct, to their credit, they kept that crime scene open. And a couple of days after the initial crime scene was processed, they brought in the Manhattan Office of the Chief Medical Examiner forensic investigation team. And they went in there with all their fluids, all their equipment, and boom, they found a bloody fingerprint.
Nice.
Behind the bed that belonged to her boyfriend. And it was such powerful evidence in court that his defense was that she was having her period, and he touched it and put it on the wall. And it was perfect because it was different type of blood than would be in someone's.
It wasn't menstrual blood.
But it wasn't menstrual blood. So he basically hung himself. But my point in telling this story is that they went back, and not our crime scene unit, not the NYPD crime scene unit, but the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. That was Barbara Butcher's unit, forensic investigation team, and they came in there, and the print was invisible. They sprayed it with whatever luminol, whatever brought it out, and that was such powerful evidence. So there is a chance that there is saliva, and what we've mentioned in this case also is we need elimination DNA. And what does that mean? Well, everyone that had permission and or authority to be inside Nancy Guthrie's home for probably the last year or whatever, her family members, people that worked in there, her housekeeper, landscapers, people that did work on the house, we need to collect their DNA. So, but tough to eliminate it, because how do we know one of them didn't do this?
Right.
So
good point.
All of the people's DNA that they collect, they probably have to interview every single one of them. And then if they find DNA in an area where a worker shouldn't be, or on a location where they shouldn't have been, then we have to look closer at that saliva DNA, or would be a home run if it's the DNA of someone that has no relationship to the home, to Nancy Guthrie. That's your guy, Phil.
Yeah, Billy, you and I have been in numbers of crime scenes, probably hundreds. And what my experience was, anytime I went into a crime scene, specifically a homicide, when crime scene unit would get there, we would have already examined the crime scene. And I call it reading the crime scene. And we would have an idea of what we would like crime scene to do. And then, like you said, two detectives come in with the boss. We talk about it. They make suggestions. We make suggestions. And then they process the scene. That's how it's done. Now, if they did that properly on the day in question and they did swabs for DNA in specific areas, I think it was probably pretty well covered. And I would think that as the scene was released to the family and then taken back into custody by law enforcement and released a number of days later, I would hope that all the possible places that you could recover DNA, that you recover some type of evidence, forensic evidence that would lead to a perpetrator would have been done. 70 days down the line, if they're going back into this now and they're going to look for DNA samples from saliva, I really think it's a shot in the dark, and I just hope it wouldn't compromise the investigation. As we said earlier, could definitely be problematic for prosecution down the line. Is it worth doing? That's really the key question. Is it worth it? We'd have to look at that folder, look at what they're talking about. She's talking about, she mentions about the bite light, producing a lot of saliva in your mouth. I mean, just from me talking right now, maybe saliva is coming out of my mouth. So if you have this bite light in your mouth.
Phil, I just got hit in the eye. I got hit on my glasses.
I'm sorry about that. I apologize, Bill. But listen, now we're talking about it, even though it's a little funny. But the bottom line is, if you're speaking, you're expelling crime. You're expelling DNA into a crime scene. So, and now if you have this bite light, now I don't know how long he kept it in there. Once he got into the location, perhaps they put lights on. He didn't need it anymore, but. The front door area, that should have been, they didn't have the video right away. We know that. So they didn't know that he had a light in his mouth in the first stages. But the minute that they got that evidence, they should have went right back to that area. We talked about the doormat. How does that doormat stay at the location? They didn't process that. He's fiddling around with the camera right over the doormat. We know the blood drops are there, and it wasn't taken. So it really boggles the mind, some of the things that went on in this case. And I really hope that I'm wrong about some of the things that I'm saying. I hope they're much further down the line. And we know that there's other things they could be doing, not only DNA evidence with all the technology stuff, but I would just hope and pray that we're going to get a conclusion to this case. It's 70 days. None of us on this panel thought it was going to take this long, especially when that video came out. We thought it was going to be wrapped up much sooner than 70 days.
Absolutely. Let me go back to the News Nation with CeCe Moore.
Does that concern you to hear that they had never investigated a homicide before?
Well, even if he hadn't, I'm sure the crime scene investigators were very experienced, and they would be the ones that would be collecting that DNA. And so I still have confidence that those very experienced, skilled crime scene investigators would know, how to collect the DNA. But because, as I said, it's invisible, they may not have swabbed exactly the right thing to find that individual's DNA through no fault of their own, just because it's hard to know in a house like that, where would you even start other than the obvious places?
And investigators already gave the home back to the Guthrie family weeks ago. I mean, could that pose a problem if they go looking for more samples, or in your opinion, should they still go back and re-swab?
Well, it could, but because they know who has been in that home, they can still eliminate those individuals' DNA. So I don't think it's as big of a problem as I've heard a lot of people speaking about. The only issue to me would be more if there was saliva on the ground, for instance, or a rootless hair that could also solve the case. It could have been tracked back out, it could end up on the bottom of someone's shoe. But if there is something that is still on a surface, then I think it's still, possible that they could get that person's DNA if they haven't done that already. Now, of course, this is, a little bit of a Hail Mary, but I think everything in this case right now, based on at least what we know, appears to be that at this point.
And you told News Nation earlier this week that new technology in your field could help solve this case. Can you tell us more? What would that new technology be and be able to do? And is there any hope that investigators will get access to that soon?
Well, because we are working with mixed DNA samples so often in forensic evidence due to sexual assaults or the violence in personal crimes, this is something that the scientists have been very interested in pushing forward and improving the ability to deconvolute, as you mentioned. So there are new software packages that are being developed all the time, trying to make it possible to deconvolute these more complex DNA samples like it appears they have in this case. There's also some machinery, some equipment that I was told is not ready yet, but that could actually help to deconvolute the DNA from the beginning. So typically, the scientists are working with the data that comes out of the lab.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our...
I was not quick enough to catch Andrew. Chris Cuomo again. I'm always trying to be quick enough. CeCe Moore is amazing. And when I was teaching college, I remember there were 3 techniques to processing DNA. I think it was restriction, fragment length, polymorphism, short tandem repeats, and PCR, which is polymerase chain reaction. The fact that I could still pronounce those words is unbelievable.
God bless you.
Apparently, PCR is the most widely used and the most successful in taking a small sample of DNA. And I'm taking like a live oral test in front of Professor Mike. PCR, they can take a tiny sample of DNA and actually make it larger so that they can work with it better. Am I correct, Mike?
Yeah. In fact, they talked about this in the Koberger case because there was only just a few fragments of skin cells from his thumb on the knife sheath, if you remember. And people were talking about the amplification of that and making it more accessible. And people were like, "Oh, you're actually destroying it," but no, you're not. You're not. The technology is moving so fast because of cases like this, especially as CeCe Moore said, with mixed DNA samples, which is probably very frequent, especially when you're dealing with sexual assault or homicides. You got the technology has to advance as fast as it possibly can to answer for what law enforcement needs science to do.
100%, folks. This is a Police Off the Cuff. And if you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. Make lots of comments. Share us with your friends and your family. But we love to read your comments, and also helps our algorithm and helps our show to grow. And if you want to contribute to us financially, we have a Patreon with 4 different levels, and we also have a YouTube channel membership with 5 different levels. And you can become what I refer to as an off-the-cuffer. You can be one of our off-the-cuffer fans, and we really subscribe as if you don't like the term fan, but we appreciate all our fans, our friends, our subscribers that make this channel what it is. So Mike, the whole thing with PCR, polymerase chain reaction, which is the one where they don't say stretch it, they say amplify the sample, make it larger. And we've seen some unbelievable cases solved 30, 40 years And recently, I always refer to it again in the Gilgo Beach case where Rex Schumann pled guilty just on April 8th. He just pled guilty to 7 murders, and he's going to plead guilty to an 8th. The oldest one was from 1993, Sandra Castilla. And I believe they found a hair on her back that belonged to Rex Schumann. So that was 30-something years ago. He was 29 years old. So they got a case going back over 30 years to show that Rex Schumann didn't just start in the 2000s, in 2010. He has been a serial killer. And I will guarantee you, and this is why I was so thrilled, as part of his plea agreement, he has agreed to let the FBI BAU unit, that's the Behavioral Analysis Unit, interview him. So as they get more comfortable with him, it'll probably take years, they're going to come up with more murders that Rex Schumann committed. And this is all due to the science of DNA, which is incredible. And I believe in this case, the science is going to win out and is going to solve this case. Phil.
Yeah, absolutely, Billy. I mean, we're talking about the DNA sample that has been recovered. We know it's commingled with another DNA, so it makes it more difficult to figure out who this DNA belongs to. However, as the technology advances, and Cece Moore was talking about it right there in that interview you just played, where she says that there are things coming available very shortly that will expand the way DNA processing and DNA technology will be able to advance, and perhaps they can separate those commingled pieces of DNA that we're talking about that were recovered in this case. And when they talk about enlarging it or stretching it, however you want to put it, all of those technologies will be put forward in this case. And I am certain that there are other things being done in this case besides the DNA stuff. We have the technology stuff. We know that there had to be some type of video evidence. We know that there's the Ring doorbell camera, which I've been saying since right from the minute that thing was released. Why aren't they putting out a colorized version? I can't understand that. I'm just so frustrated with that. And the other things, there has to be other videos somewhere. We know that there had to be a vehicle in question. So with all of those things said, listen, this show is about the DNA and we're talking about that. But we know there are other things that are being done that perhaps are going to lead us right to the perpetrator. And if a perpetrator is identified through the DNA, now we have all of that other technology that we can try to, connect the dots and bring that into, we identify the perpetrator to DNA. Now we have some video evidence, perhaps a vehicle. We also may have phone evidence, now that person's phone. So those things will bring everything together, as we talked about it in the Kohlberger case, and we've talked about it in the Rex Schumann case at length. So these technologies are key. They are key to solving a case like this. And we really hope and pray that the technology can advance and quickly, that we can get that commingled DNA and we can identify who it comes back to.
100%. One of the things I just want to mention, and I know all you folks in the chat, all you people that are watching this, we watch TMZ and they've been communicating with someone who I think is a 1,000% fraud, who is saying he knows where Nancy Guthrie is. He's trying to get paid off with a one Bitcoin. Calls, and I'm so sick of. They should just dismiss Harry Levin and that whole TMZ. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. And
I'm so glad you brought that up, Billy. I'm so glad you brought it up, because you would think, first of all, there's over $1 million reward. So why wouldn't they be trying to collect that if it's about money? But what about having a conscience? What kind of people are there in the world? You know information. You're saying you're not involved in it, but you know the information about where Nancy Guthrie was, and now you know where the location of our body is. And this family is going through this torture, this horrible nightmare, and you want to collect money off it? That's why I think it's all bullshit in plain English. Listen. Go ahead, Bill.
I want to play this from News Nation, and our buddy Matt Murphy goes on this show and talks about this.
TMZ posting it received 2 new ransom notes today from a repeat sender concerning the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. In the first note, the sender reportedly said Guthrie is dead, but asked for 1 Bitcoin to reveal where her body is and who the kidnapper is. Shortly after receiving the first note, TMZ said the person sent them a second letter, the writer reportedly adding, I saw her alive with the kidnappers in the state of Sonora, Mexico. One Bitcoin, by the way, is worth about $70,000. As to why an honest tipster would forego $1 million reward for $70,000.
Exactly. That's why this is such bullshit. It's absolute. And you know something, Harry Levin, stop making the noise. Just stop. It's ridiculous. He doesn't let go. But well, it's about dollars and cents. He's getting ratings from it, but it's crap.
It's media numbers for him. That's what it is. Come on.
Well, you know, Wendy in the chat says, arrest that bullshit person. What about conscious Phil? Some of us were born without a soul. You know, Wendy, this person has no soul. You know, anyone that would try to collect money on this, but he's also a fraud. But so then how about the TV people having a conscience and say, we're not going to entertain this anymore because it's absolute bullshit. But no. This is the third note, the fourth note. We think it's real. Of course you do, because your ratings are going up.
And poor Savannah Guthrie's family, she even said that she thinks two of the notes are real, which we don't think, but who knows what the FBI has.
So those were the early ones. Those were the ransom notes. That's before anyone really knew what they had in them. That was when they did offer the $1 million reward. You know, and obviously, Phil, and I've discussed this before, and Mike, you know, I discussed this before. The FBI probably advised them, do not pay the ransom. They are not giving you a proof of life, which means two things. A, she's dead, or B, they're full of shit. They don't have her, you know? So, 100%. Exactly. Let me play the rest of this.
In Bitcoin. Well, we'll let you think that part through. For more on where the case stands, we're joined now by former homicide prosecutor Matt Murphy. Okay, you've got so much experience on all of this. What is your best instinct telling you? What are your sources in law enforcement telling you about where the investigation stands and what might have happened?
Well, the investigation is going nowhere fast. And the thing is that it could be anything. It really could be anything. Leadership matters. And unfortunately, tragically, this is a case where leadership has failed, not only the Guthrie family, but I think the entire voting bloc of...
the sheriff has had a no confidence vote by his own rank and file, unanimous. And one sheriff's deputy from Pima County told me this wasn't even the first no confidence vote.
Right. I worked on our case out of Newport Beach with the Pima County Sheriff's Department in 2004, and they were absolutely outstanding. They were top drawer law enforcement all the way. I don't know what's happened, but this is clearly the family deserves better here. So do the voters of Pima County, and it's important to mention, it does not stop with Chris Nanos. There's that's
the sheriff.
That's the sheriff. The top law enforcement official is a woman named Laura Conover. She's the district attorney. And when you see a sheriff's department going out with Bearcats and SWAT teams to detain Uber Eats drivers that turn out to have nothing to do with it, that's an investigation that's in my view, that's performative, that's out of control. And if you, based on inexperience, have some sheriffs that you can kick the door in and you find Mrs. Guthrie, or you find a body, or you find critical evidence, all of that is getting suppressed because the DA herself is not involved in any way that we've been able to see. Vertical prosecution is very important because it marries the prosecuting agency with the detectives. And remember,
just to point out, when you were a prosecutor in Orange County and you prosecuted homicides there for more than a decade, all of them successfully, you were on the scene of every murder scene. You were one of the first people there so that you could assess the evidence. We have not seen this DA be involved in any way in this case.
No, we haven't. And the thing is that every murder case is like what they say about Mount Everest. Climbing to the top is only half of it. You got to get back down again. Catching the person or figuring out what happened is only part of it. The most important part in a lot of ways is then successfully prosecuting the case, which means decisions have to be made now, correctly and in conformity with the United States Constitution, so evidence doesn't get suppressed and the defense doesn't have a field day. And that is the DA's fault. That's Laura Conover in conjunction with Chris Nanos. So right now he's getting all the heat. She's escaping too much of the spotlight, in my opinion.
You have a theory about what might have happened based on some conversations you've had. I know it's just a theory, but I'm curious what it is.
Well, I talked to other prosecutors and other homicide, people that are involved in the homicide world as investigators, even judges. And look, this has all the makings of some sort of a money-related interpersonal issue with perhaps somebody that that owes her money or somebody that might get money after she dies. You just don't know. But here's the thing about all murder cases. You have to keep an open mind. And I cannot tell you how many times I walked into a scene where you see one thing and you think it's one thing and it turns out to be radically something else, which means you have to keep an open mind, which, again, when you have a sheriff who's up there eliminating suspects, saying this person's eliminated and then walking it back, you can't eliminate anybody until
you only eliminate the family.
But you can't eliminate anybody until you know who did it and you understand what happened.
Super quick, I was struck by something Atlantic Magazine put out today, quote, about this case in the Guthrie family. When you're hoping for a happy ending, it may not occur to you that one day you might find relief from any ending at all. But this is the hard truth of true crime. The crime itself rarely resolves as neatly as made for TV shows.
No, that's exactly right. That's well put. And this is the reality. A lot of murder cases and a lot of what families go through these things, it's agonizing. I prosecuted murder cases that took us 15 years to get there. I prosecuted cases that went all the way back to the mid-70s. So it takes sometimes an agonizingly long period of time, and that's with professionals working the case. The FBI is, by the way, the best in the world at this sort of thing. And, we'll see here. I think that this case will eventually be solved.
I hope so.
But it could take years and years. And in the meantime, my heart breaks for the poor Guthrie family.
So, some of the folks in the chat were saying some negative things about Matt Murphy. I find him to be brilliant. I read his book, The Book of Murder. He's an outstanding prosecutor. He's very intelligent. He walks the walk and he can talk the talk. So there's a lot of people that have commented on this case. I never saw so many talking heads come out of the woodwork on this case. And guess what? So far, none of them can say they're right. You know what I mean? Many, many opinions. Mike.
Yeah, I respect Matt Murphy tremendously. And, as a prosecutor, he's seen it. He's done it. As you said, he can walk the walk and talk the talk. Many people may feel that, he's a pessimist, but you got to be realistic at this point. It's been going on way too long. If you believe she's still alive, great, but I believe she's not. And this case isn't going to be solved anytime soon. Probably not. It doesn't seem like that $1.2 million reward may not have really shaken a lot of trees and bushes as we thought it would and given a lot of information to the police. I think he's being a realist. And I think as much as we don't want to hear that, I think it's something that, because we want to hear something hopeful, I think he's got to be realistic about it, and I'm glad he said it.
Mike, 100%. I think that, he also said on another show that there was a potential that she was attacked for, elderly crime or by a sex offender.
Right.
So he listed some things that no one wants to hear because even the thought of that is horrific, but he's seen it all. So he knows the possibility of this. And everything that I've seen in this case and all of the talking heads, all the FBI, all the CIA, all the people that some of them are full of shit, give their theories on this. And Phil, you and I, we have a plethora of people that we could go to ask their opinions that have immense police experience on the NYPD, all different types of experience, chiefs, captains, detectives, sergeants, lieutenants. And we've queried a lot of them. And many of them are baffled as to what happened here. Phil.
100%. Most of the colleagues that I spoke to are baffled by it. However, most of them, actually all of them, don't think it was actual kidnapping for ransom. That was just some type of a ploy. And Matt Murphy talked about something in there, and I think that it's very important what he talked about when he said that you get into a crime scene, you look at it, you think it's going in one direction, and it goes in a completely different direction. I had a case like that myself where we had, I'm not going to go through the whole story, but real quick, it was a shooting in a car service where a guy was shot over a dispute. We put a guy in handcuffs. He had a holster on him. He had bullets when he went to the hospital. He was shot during the melee. We charged him with homicide. I come back from the grand jury. He was indicted. And then a family member comes in and tells us the real story about how a friend had seen the fight, came in, picked up the gun, went to shoot the perpetrator, and actually shot the victim and killed him. And we had to drop the charges against the person that was indicted for homicide. So these things can happen. Sometimes it looks like, and the evidence is pointing in one direction. However, you got to keep an open mind. in any investigation, specifically in homicide investigation, you have to be open that, listen, the evidence is taking us in another direction. And that's where it led. It led to the fact that someone else had actually committed the murder, and we had to drop the charges against the person that we had in custody. Person was not only in custody, indicted for the murder. So DA in Brooklyn would be the one that would decide whether or not we were going to prosecute, make an arrest for a murder. So we had to get actually permission from the district attorney's office to charge the murder. They had to authorize, and they did. So it was a strong case. But however, it went in another direction. So it does happen.
When we saw this video up on the screen that now is up on the screen as still, everyone thought, oh, they're going to solve this case in a couple of days. And the reality is that no, there's still no arrest 70 days later.
Outside the 84-year-old's front door on the morning she disappeared. Well, these terrifying new images have been plastered all across TV screens all afternoon. But what exactly do they show? A body language expert is breaking it all down for us tonight. John?
I'm joined today with Susan Constantine. She is the body language expert who is brought in for trials and investigations in cases like this. So, Susan, I know there's a lot to digest in this new video right here, but let's start with just a few things here. I think we're going to see the eyes here in just a second. So when you pull up the eyes, what did you see in the eyes that caught your attention?
Well, I'm looking at the shape of his eyes, right? He's got these almond-shaped eyes, and you can see how nicely manicured his eyebrows are, and they're also very thin. So he's very manicured. What that tells me also is that there's no tension. If he were in this high alert kind of scenario, you would see his eyebrows kind of pinching together.
So he's comfortable.
He's very comfortable. He's cool as a cucumber. But what I'm looking at dimensions between here and here, eye dimensions from there to there. This you can't change.
Okay, that's just it, because if you did the dimensions there, you could line that up to databases, driver's licenses, so that's what they'll be looking at.
Exactly. And also the other point, which is now he's got like I think he's either got a light in his mouth, I'm not sure where that's coming from. And there's another photo that's actually showing a little patch underneath.
I think we have that. Let's go to the height first of all. Okay, let's talk about height. We can pull up the next one here. What did you notice when you saw how tall he was compared to the surroundings there?
So what I do is what we call environmental evaluation. So I'm looking at the archway when he comes through. If I had that measurement of the height of the archway, I could measure how far he is down from it. The other thing is too, there's another photo, which is, this is not as clear, but his top of his head when he's really up close to the wall, there's 3 bricks, 3 layers of bricks. So all you have to do is measure from the top of the brick on down. That gives you his height.
So again, database, you'll know exactly how tall he is.
So I always look at proportional measurements. I also looked at to see his body proportion. He's definitely more long torso, shorter legged. He's very athletic. When he walked away, he had a little extra weight. I'm not talking about heavy or anything, but just a little bit more curvature here. And he had a little bit thicker thighs up on the top. So I'm looking at when he walks, does his legs rub together? Does he have a bowed out? Does he have a pigeon toe? Does he have one foot that kind of flares out the other? All these things are characteristics of each person's body language DNA.
Okay, let's go to the mustache here. It's kind of hard to see in this one. Some of the other images show it a little better.
I just want to say something. I'm fascinated by people that can read body language that real, and we all do it. All of us, sergeants, detectives, you do it. Normal people do it with their own kids. They can read whether their little Johnny or little Janie is lying or telling the truth, or if there's something wrong in their life, they can read that. Any parent can do that, right? So we start learning that in other parts of our life, but these body language experts take it to the next level. But I find it a little bit tough to believe that you could really read the body language there when the guy's wearing a mask. A little bit tough, I would think. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you're not seeing his facial expressions. You're not seeing his face cringe up. You're not seeing, his eyes open up because he's got this mask on. And the fact that they can do it is pretty damn amazing. Mike?
Yeah, I remember when I was teaching during COVID, and we'd be standing in front of a class with a mask on, and all the students were masked. And it was so alien because you're trying to communicate with people, and part of your the way you communicate, not only the words, but is the way you're smiling and you know, the way you carry yourself. And therefore, you know, having a mask, it changes the way you see that person. I think the most useful thing is his height and the fact that he's got a mustache, and maybe his weight. You could guess maybe his weight. But as far as really determining whether he's cool as a cucumber or not, I mean, maybe she's the expert, not me. But I find it kind of hard. I think there's a lot of assumptions being made at that point.
Well, Mike, they also talk about, and we talk about this a lot in police work, especially if you've ever worked anti-crime. You talk about gait. That's not G-A-T-E, it's G-A-I-T.
Right.
And that's how someone moves, how someone walks. And I could tell, look, my family, I have one of 8 kids, 8 Irish Catholic family, didn't believe in birth control, obviously.
No TV in the house.
Yeah, no TV in the house, whatever you want to say. 8 kids. And people used to tell me, you know, your family, you all walk the same way. I can see you from behind. I go, that's a cannon, you know, just by the way you walk. And that's part of gait, G-A-I-T, the way people move. And I've observed thousands of perps on the street and watching the way they move. And I could tell you what crime they were going to commit by how they moved and where they went. I could tell you, oh, shit, he's a robber. Oh, no, he's just a car booster. Oh, he looks like a burglar, you know, the way he's moving. And you may say, oh, that's bullshit. No, it's not. Go work anti-crime for 6.5 years like I did, and you can read things that other people can't. Phil.
Yeah, just by the way a guy would be walking down the street when I was in anti-crime, if he's kind of holding his right hand by his waist and not swinging his right arm, but his left arm is swinging, that's the guy you wanted to get out and toss. But I think what she was getting at with the regard to the body language, you know, she was talking about the eyes not being crinked together or whatever. But he did look very comfortable in that video. And I think that's really what came through in that video. To me, he looked like he had been there before. We know that there was that previous video that was there before. So he didn't look like he was on edge. He didn't look like he was worried about being found out, that he was there in the middle of the night. And I think that maybe that body language, I guess that's kind of easy for someone like us or just anybody in general to kind of read it. When you look at the way he carried his body and the way he moved and the way he, you know, matter of factly went and got the weeds and put him by the ring camera, that told me that he was comfortable. And I think that was the word that she used. So perhaps with the reading of the eyes not being crinked together and his movements in that video, she comes to that conclusion. But Billy, like you said, when I was doing interviews, I would build up reading a person's body language just from talking to them. It didn't even have to be about what we were investigating. We would try to, you know, talk about general things, pedigree information, where you were before. We would talk about stuff that happened earlier before the crime was committed, just to get a feel for the guy. And then you would throw a question that you would say you knew the answer to. And if he lied to you, you would see what, you know, maybe he looked away or he raised an eyebrow or whatever it was. And now when you got into the nitty gritty of the interrogation, you figured out when he was telling the truth and when he was lying. And it's not something that comes to you on your first interview. It takes a lot of practice, takes a lot of experience in interview and interrogation before you're able to do that with proficiency, I guess you would say.
Absolutely. Lady Jane C., my Irish Catholic neighbors had 12 kids in one bathroom. Well,
wow.
We were 8 in one bathroom. That's how we all became good fighters. We got a lot of practice fighting who went into the bathroom first. But yeah, you can
try and find some toilet paper in that house.
Yeah, you can laugh about it now, but it was pretty serious back then. So I want to play a little bit more of this. Is from a sort of different angle on the News Nation angle here.
Investigative genetic genealogy. The technique has recently made headlines for cracking open the vicious quadruple stabbing murder of the Idaho 4 in November of 2022.
News Nation can confirm an arrest has reportedly been made in the quadruple stabbing death of 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho.
Investigators in that case were able to link DNA that was found on a knife sheath at the crime scene to a relative of Brian Kohberger. They then matched the crime scene DNA to a Q-tip found in Kohberger's parents' garbage can. And once he was arrested, got a direct sample from Kohberger himself, confirming the match.
We have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes.
Co-worker was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole in July of 2025. Genetic genealogy also helping to solve a series of brutal crimes that stumped even the most seasoned of investigators in California for decades. The Visalia ransacker, the East Bay rapist, and the original Night Stalker terrorized Californians for years.
This is a bold psychopath.
I think he's probably about as close to the boogeyman as you can get.
In 2001, DNA technology linked at least 50 rapes and 13 murders. Science proving it had been the work of one very elusive and violent perpetrator. 12 years later, true crime writer Michelle McNamara coined the name Golden State Killer, unifying the Visalia ransacker, East Bay rapist, and original Night Stalker crimes. The move helped to rekindle the public's attention as investigators worked quietly in the wings, combining old-fashioned detective work with the use of genetic genealogy. Investigators put DNA from a semen sample collected in a 1980 Ventura County double murder into a genealogical website to identify potential family members of the killer. The investigation eventually leading detectives to a trash can where they found a tissue discarded by Joseph James D'Angelo. D'Angelo was arrested in April of 2018 and sentenced to life in prison in 2020.
There was a purely evil presence in our home, a diabolical, depraved, mumbling, and weeping being in human form.
Genetic genealogist C.C. Moore has been at the forefront of this technology. She and her team helping to solve well over 300 cases and counting. And she joins us now. C.C., thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited about getting to talk about these things more deeply with you, because you always have great questions, but we're always rushed when it's live. So this is a great opportunity.
I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to diving deeper as well. And specifically, it's interesting, you said that mixed samples are common, especially when a victim fights back. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, I didn't have any experience with law enforcement until almost 8 years ago now, when I joined forces with Parabon to help law enforcement solve a lot of these types of cases. So it was very eye-opening to me to learn about these forensic samples that they have to deal with and how challenging they can be. So it is not at all unusual to have a blood mixture at a crime scene. And that is relatively straightforward to work with. If it's the victim and an unknown male perpetrator, that is relatively straightforward. But I've also learned a lot about transfer DNA and how you can have complex mixtures, how easy it is for us to leave our DNA everywhere we go. And that means that as the technology has gotten more sensitive, the ability to detect more DNA profiles has increased. And so in some ways it almost makes the work harder, because you're not just pulling that primary DNA, you're also often pulling multiple people's DNA that may or may not have been there at the same time. We also see, of course, in sexual assaults, it's really common that you've got a mixture of bodily fluid, and unfortunately I work a lot of sexual assault cases, so that's not at all unusual either. And so it's not something that is insurmountable. There are ways for our incredibly brilliant bioinformatics scientists to deconvolute those mixtures. That's what it's called when you are trying to separate out those DNA profiles. And so we've had a lot of success. A lot of our cases that we've been able to help law enforcement identify a perpetrator or Jane or John Doe, we have dealt with mixtures. And so, when I first heard there was a mixture in a Guthrie case, that didn't automatically concern me, because in some cases that can be positive, because it can give you a better idea that you're actually working with the DNA from the perpetrator versus somebody's DNA that was there for another reason.
So, I just think I love listening to CeCe Moore, because she explains it so well, and she makes something that's so complicated understandable. Even me, I can understand it, but it is extremely complicated. As Mike, you're a professor, that. Try to teach that to kids. It's really very difficult. So just to sort of synopsize today's show, what we're hoping is that science is going to help solve this case. And specifically, we brought on from another show, CeCe Moore, and that saliva DNA she believes is still inside that house. She believes that the police should go back in there. Crime scene technicians should go back there and swab everything. I can't say everything. Areas of the house
That
where
weren't already
most likely
swabbed.
saliva DNA could be, and that potentially could solve this case. And that's what we're all hoping for. Folks, just want to remind everyone, this show of Police Off the Cuff is sponsored by FanDuel on the Believe networks. That's FanDuel on the Believe network.
Billy, question for you and Mike before we call.
Okay.
Gun to your head, Bill. You're the lead investigator. Do you go back?
Yes.
Mike?
You got to, no matter how many legal issues you face later on in court, you got to go back.
Okay, my opinion is that I would want to look at the folder, see if these areas that I want to go back and look at, perhaps that front porch area or place that saliva could have dropped. And if it wasn't done, then yes, go back. And like you said, Mike, you have to deal with the legal issues. You have to process the evidence and treat it just like any other evidence.
You know, I always use the expression like you don't play not to lose, you play to win. And
Right.
you can't worry about losing because this might happen. Mike, your final thoughts.
You know, my final thoughts are, we can figure out the DNA maybe issue. It's going to take a long time. Let's hope someone with a conscience makes a phone call and helps the FBI solve this case much faster. And my heart goes out to the Guthrie family because not having closure is torture. And this poor lady deserves, and the family deserves, our prayers.
100%. Phil, your final thoughts.
My final thoughts, I'm very frustrated. Shake the tree, recanvass, targeted enforcement, parole interdiction, colorize the video. This family has gone through enough hell. It's disgusting. And this moron that's trying to collect off of Bitcoin, come on, have a conscience and just leave these people alone. Let law enforcement do their job. God bless Nancy Guthrie and prayers to the family, to the Guthrie family, and let's get a successful conclusion to this case already. I'm frustrated. I'm sick of this already. Get that colorized video out there. Every day that goes on makes it that much harder.
Hello, hello. All right, it says we are live. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the Sleuth Intuition channel. I'm your host, Patrick Vallejos, and we are broadcasting to the world live from Phoenix, Arizona. Today, we're diving back into the Nancy Guthrie case. I was doing a little bit of testing, experimenting, analyzing, doing my own little experiments. And I've reached a conclusion about the blood outside her door. Not an expert. This is just my opinion. Feel free to formulate your own. Craft Eccentricity, welcome back. Rosa Masumenos. Are you on now before dark? There's another missing woman with Walker kidnapped. I was actually watching AJ live when they found that Walker. It was actually very interesting. Shout out to AJ. If you guys want to go subscribe to another great channel doing good work locally in Tucson, staying busy on Nancy's case, go to my community page, and I linked their channel there. Sunflowers. Nancy could also be in one of those tents. Had a hateful Sanchez woman told AJ to go away on his post. CJK, what up? Deborah, how you doing? Shout out to New Jersey. Big up, big up. Mark, good evening. Left them. What's up, Michigan? Good to see you, CJ. Mama X, cool beans. Hey, hey. Sleuth Fairy, Spooky Mons. Spooky Moons. Welcome in, sweetie. Shout out to Texas. Georgia. That's Ann Fry. Starfly. Ann Fry and Starfly. Danny, hello. Who did it? I don't have a clue. Because we first need to understand what happened, right? Before we can even try to go asking who did it. Like, what happened first? Like, what are we looking at here? We got the back doors. And the thing is, we don't want to make a mistake. Right, I made this mistake when I first started covering true crime and trying to educate myself on Investigations 101. Never assume that the family really knows anything. Usually it turns out that they're very confused about things. They've misinterpreted it, pieces of information that they've gathered. The game of, what is it, phone tag? Law enforcement strategically, wording things and then them putting it in their own definition. So that's one thing that I learned. So when you're following a case and you're doing your own little amateur investigation and you're sleuthing, don't use what the family members are saying as fact. Don't ignore it, of course. Consider it, use it, to try to figure things out, but don't ever take it as like a factual piece of information. Terry McQuaid. Clarissa, good to see you. Okay, so I think it was Damn Kayaker that sent me something that we've covered on my channel before a while ago. When we're looking into the Delphi case, we referred to it as the Blue Moon killings. That was a case against Donald Hartung. Shit, I thought I had a video up. Oh, here it is. Yeah, let's watch a quick video on this. And thank you for sending this to me. This is kind of like a side topic. So I think it was Damn Kayaker who sent me the email. And if it wasn't you, feel free to correct me. I apologize. Whoop. I feel like my computer's kind of going slow. Actually, I think we were covering the Sydney Loof case. You guys ever seen that? She was lured on a dating site. I think it was she may have been bisexual or lesbian, I'm not sure. One of the two, but she was lured by a female. And then when she showed up, it was a female and some creepy guy who thought he was an actual vampire. And they sexually tortured Sydney and killed her, strangled her. Yeah, go check out that case, Sydney Loof. Well, they basically were a cult of vampires, according to that quote from themselves. The dude even tried to slit his own throat in the middle of his trial. Very interesting case. But while we were researching that case, we were looking at other ritualistic cases. This one necessarily wasn't a ritualistic case, but it could have been. They did refer to it as the Blue Moon murders. Wiccan related. This guy had like his own little private room. Right. Not everybody's going to practice the religion the same. You know, maybe they have some kind of obscured ideas of what the religion is. Mark, what's going on? Nefertiti's in the building. Hello, Lucky Kitty. Doug, what's going on? Somebody tell me what's going on with my video and my audio. Let me zoom down here. Sorry if I skip you. I just feel like on my end we're kind of laggy. Here, maybe we'll know when we play the video.
Interrogation video on display today at the Donald Hartung trial in Pensacola. News 5 is live streaming this triple murder trial each day until there's a verdict. Hartung is accused of killing his mother and two brothers over money back in 2015.
Okay, sorry. I forgot to kind of preface this here. Preface it. This is about the DNA. So that's what we're going to be focusing on. This has nothing to do with today's topic, but I think it has to do with a lot of you who are suspecting family. And I'm kind of curious what the delays are and why the mysterious wording around the DNA, right? They say, oh, yeah, we have DNA, but it's mixed. You know, it's mixed with the victim's DNA. We're trying to figure that out. Well, Damn Kayaker sent this to me, and it was like, wow, thanks for reminding me about this case. And it's very relevant. So that's the part I want you guys to focus in on, the DNA stuff. And we'll get into a little bit more.
News 5's Brian Clerkley reports from the Escambia County Courthouse.
Investigators asked Donald Hartung if he would ever kill his family, and he told them no. He had nothing against his family. The first witness of the day was a Florida Department of Law Enforcement agent that said Hartung did not seem too concerned the night his family was murdered. The agent said
damn, he looks different.
Forced entry to the home. During the interrogation video, Hartung spoke about his mother and brothers being his only family. He told investigators he has a son, but they're not close. The investigator told Hartung it seemed like someone who was close to the family committed the murders. Investigators asked Hartung who would kill his family and put clothes all over their bodies. He told them he didn't know.
I would never harm my family. Never. Never harm my mother.
The state says that Hartung was at the family home the day that they died, and he cooked them dinner. He
What's
told
up, D?
investigators that he saw everybody but his older brother. In
Jody.
Pensacola, I'm Brian Clerkley, WKRG News.
Okay, so let's kind of get down to the nitty gritty with this one here. Let me pull up my notes real quick. Okay, so the main suspect's DNA was heavily present. The suspect, Donald Hartung, had DNA all over the home and crime scene. That included areas consistent with normal access. He was family and visited regularly, which made it harder to separate innocent transfer versus crime-related contact. Also, the defense argued presence equals guilt, or doesn't equal guilt, because he routinely visited the house. The defense argued his DNA being present was expected. It did not prove he was there during the murders. This is a common forensic issue. DNA can persist long after legitimate contact. Some DNA was found on items connected to cleanup or post-crime activity, like cigarette butts and contaminated materials discussed in the investigation reports. Prosecutors argued this suggested contact during or after the killings, not just prior visits. All right, this is the most important part. There wasn't a situation where DNA didn't match or was unusable, and this is why Kayaker sent this to me right here. The issue was interpretation of why his DNA was there and when it got there, not whether it belonged to him. Right? So imagine coming to a crime scene and there's, maybe even a little bit of blood. They're like, yeah, we have some blood. We found blood at the crime scene that doesn't belong to Nancy, but we can't really talk about that. We don't really know what to make of it. It's somebody that has access to the home, not necessarily Nancy's room or whatever. We're not sure why this individual's blood is there, but we can't really tie it to the crime yet. So it makes you wonder, right? Why no searches? It's like nobody's even searching for Nancy. Only people searching are like podcasters and stuff and volunteers. It's not even like anything official. And why all the weirdness from the family? Do they know something? Is something ready to break? And could this be part of the reason, the DNA? Right? They can't explain it. They're like, yeah, we have all kinds of DNA from this individual. But they're, supposed to be there. They come in and out of this home constantly. What a conundrum that would be. Jari, what's going on? Piper. Let's go here back to Nefertiti's. Wilson, how you doing? Drop of the milk of human kindness. You can tell if humans have been consuming blood, it makes you sick. Really sick. What's that movie? Soylent Green? Charleston Heston running around. It's people. That made me think of that for some reason. All those people looking like all frail. It's Tuesday. It's Soylent Tuesday or some shit. Where's our Soylent Green? It's people. Okay, give me your opinions about the blood. Remember, I'm not an expert or anything. So don't get it twisted. Doesn't mean I'm wrong, though. Doesn't mean that I am wrong. See what else I had. Okay. Here, let me pull up a screenshot. So I snatched this from Mark the Shark. And if you guys aren't subbed up to Mark, make sure you go do it right now. Okay, so there's a lot of weirdness with the Nest camera. Why the sheriff or the FBI had to, pull teeth from Google to release the small clips that we have. I wonder if they have more. And why the question of the Wi-Fi jammer? There must be some weirdness, I think, between what was going on with the camera and Nancy's phone, right? They're like, there's some kind of interruption there, a power outage or a Wi-Fi jammer. So I did look up, or I've been kind of researching, the Nest cameras in connection with Google and how they operate with the cloud and how it's designed for power outage, right? They have the small battery that they use, something to protect the firmware. But it's really not necessarily enough power to take a large video or even react to motion, but it could momentarily. So for example, let's say the kidnapper walks back here, and notice there's a dolly back here and some trash cans that could have been used to transport Nancy against her will. And then you just simply put it back, right? You call your guy, hey, pull up the vehicle. You push Nancy out of the house, strap her to something like this, right? You drag her out through the front door and just kind of lay her down, boom. Go around the corner, grab the dolly, and then you pick her up, strap her to it, wheel her down the street to your vehicle that's probably parked right there, just down the street right there, that dark area just down the street from Nancy's house on the right. Nobody would even notice them there at 2 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning. Put her in the vehicle and just bring the dolly and put it back. Well, why would you even know the dolly was there? Well, because you came through here to shut off the power. Right, you shut off the power. Nancy has no clue. She's passed out. And this is just really a hypothetical. And I'm going to give you two versions of this theory. One that involves shutting off the power, hitting the breaker box, or using a powerful Wi-Fi jammer. And that's what people are using, military-grade Wi-Fi jammers. So it's not that uncommon. So let me pull up some drone footage or some photos from the home. No, don't think like that. Think monster knocked her out while asleep and carried her out. I can't assume that. I have to use the evidence that I see in front of me. Right. That's the only writing we have down in the book, are all of the facts, the actual facts, not the speculation. We'll speculate here in a minute. We'll speculate, but we're going to use the facts as like our foundation. We're not going to build on the sand. We're going to build on a rock. Hopefully the rocks won't be melting. Okay, so you come over here, you shut off the power. At this point, by the time you come around the corner, the Ring camera is barely functioning on a battery that is designed for simply transitioning for a power down, protecting the firmware. And I think communication with the cloud, regardless of whether or not you're paying for the subscription. right? You still have an account, you still have a profile. That's the only way you can use the Nest camera. You're just not paying for the subscription, but you can use it in real time. So you have it connected to your Wi-Fi. Boom, the power goes out. Guy comes walking around the corner, captures a short video, but nothing is going to Nancy's phone because the router's down. The router shut off. Boom, no Wi-Fi. He comes around, picks up the flowers, covers them. Right, he's like, okay, that looks nice and pretty. Goes back around, boom, flicks the power back on. Everything powers back on. Her phone, it might send a signal, who knows? Something's going on, right? She checks her phone, connects to her camera. Well, what is she going to see? A bunch of... She won't even know what it is. It's going to look like blurry. It's going to be like this blurry screen that's foggy. She's not going to be able to make anything out. So what is she going to do? She has no clue. She didn't receive any notification of a masked man in front of her home. But there was just enough power for it to send a small clip and a few screenshots to the Google end that would be only accessible by them. You know, through some hard work and legal channels. One sec. Okay, so what he's doing is he's killing the Wi-Fi, covering the camera, and then reactivating the Wi-Fi. Why would he do that? Because he wants to lure Nancy out. The Wi-Fi is going to kick in. She's going to check her camera. Right? What the hell's going on with this? She's going to go out to the front yard and she's going to remove the flowers from the camera. Like, what the hell is this? While she's doing that, bam, from behind. Knocks her to her knees. She starts choking on her blood, coughs, probably 3 times. Masked man reaches down and scoops her up. And he probably just carried her out of there. Because I don't think that this is a tire track anymore. And let me show you guys why. I should have had this all prepared, but you know how that goes. So bear with me as I'm opening up some applications here. Electrics. Nancy was fast asleep at that time, most likely removed her hearing aid before she went to bed. Yeah, she may have even gotten up to take her medication or something, She was probably all tuckered out from hanging out with Annie and Tommaso. She gets home, she's like, sits down, maybe just passes out, lays down, turns on the TV, and she's asleep. That's it, right? But has an alarm set just in case. Boom, alarm goes off. She wakes up. She's like, what the hell? Checks her, maybe there's something weird going on with her camera or something's going on, right? Her clock, maybe. Maybe her alarm was reset. And she realized that the power went out. So she checks her camera. Right? What's going on with my camera now? Causes her to walk outside. As soon as she opens the door, he just comes from around the corner and smacks her. Maybe even just grabs her from behind, right? Grabs her, and then throws her down. And then while he's grabbing her around the face, he's kind of smacking into her nose. Causes a nosebleed. She starts to kind of choke on that. And while he throws her down to the ground, she's coughing. I think like maybe 3 times. And I'll show you why. You know, I'm not just throwing this out there. I actually went through a few experiments here, so bear with me. Let's see. Okay, I think it's this one right here, the blood. Okay, so I'm no longer convinced that this is a tire track. I'm thinking this is 3 impressions of the same thing. And I'll kind of show you what led me to that. And it was the experiments that I was doing. So let me open up something else. Not sure what I did with it. I have to find it here in a second. But we can start with this. Actually, let's pull up the image this way. It's easier to work with. Okay, so here you have passive drops. That's like a bloody nose. Or when there's blood buildup. Anytime you have blood buildup and then gravity kind of does its thing, that's what you'll have. And then depending on the distance, you can kind of tell that by the satellites. Low velocity impact. And I think that's what we're dealing with here. Low velocity. Medium velocity. It's like getting smacked with a baseball bat or something. You have transfer contact. And I think that's what we have is a little bit of transfer. And I don't believe it's a tire anymore or a shoe print. And I'll explain what I think it is. And then cast off. You know, it's like you have a knife attack or something. You're trying to understand why there's this blood strewn across the ceiling. Well, it's cast off, something that's kind of secondary. You have the wound, and then maybe the guy's flailing his hand around, and the blood is casting off of the blade, the hand, the tool, the object, and maybe spraying on the complete opposite side of the wall as he kind of swings that object in that direction. So it'd be like a cast off. Now, high velocity impact, this is something you would see like with a gunshot wound, right? That just the speed of that bullet causing the blood to separate into all those little pieces. And I learned a lot about that doing these experiments. It takes a lot to really get the liquid to kind of go into those particles like that. So it would really take like a firearm, a gun, and to have, let me see, let me pull up Nancy's. No, that's not the one I want. I think it's this one, right? Yeah. And that's not what we have here. Also, in order to create this kind of spatter, you would have to have an exit wound. And if you have an exit wound, that means that the bullet would have to enter into that tile somewhere. And I don't know if we're seeing anything like that. I don't know what this is. But also, it's not the right velocity. See, we're more here. Which is a low velocity. Now, this is not something you could do with a spray bottle. I tried. I used a dropper and a spray bottle. Nothing. Not even close. I tried different amounts of liquid with dye, leaning over my computer chair like I was in a wheelchair, spitting, or not spitting, but coughing as hard as I could, and kind of wheeling myself in a backward motion. I did that a few different times, different amounts of liquid. And then eventually I found that sweet spot. I was using dye with water, and then I moved over to methylene blue, which is really thick. It's really thick and bright. So I started kind of messing with that. And I'll kind of show you all of the best results that I came up with that I kind of saved for you guys. Right, here's medium. Maybe getting whacked with a heavy tool or an object, baseball bat or something like that. And extremely high. Looks like a gunshot. So I think we're dealing with low velocity impact and a combination. Oh, sorry. Let me go back. So we're dealing with these two here. Low velocity impact mixed with passive drops. That's my final conclusion. Now, not only that, we're dealing with something that's close, very close to the ground. Much closer than if you were leaning over a wheelchair. And here were my test results. Right here. Well, these were the latest ones after I fine-tuned everything and threw some of them in the trash. I was like, no way it's a spray bottle or a dropper or anything like that. There's just no way. I mean, I guess it's possible, but that's not what it looked like to me. So here's the first one, food coloring. And I know this looks like a lot of liquid. It's 2 teaspoons. And I think I coughed 3 times in each one of these. So number 1, I'm leaning over the side of my chair, roughly 2 tablespoons of fluid, and I cough 3 times, and I'm kind of moving backwards. Right, figured, well, that's way too much. And maybe I'm spitting it, I need to cough it, right? I'm coughing, so it must be back in my throat. So that's what I did. Less fluid, leaning over the chair, kind of allowing it to force me to cough it out and trying to give it that velocity that's going to separate the fluid. And this is what I got here. So this is a large piece of cardboard, and I'm just leaning over, right? Like you would be if somebody sat you down in a wheelchair and you began coughing. Or maybe over somebody's shoulder. That was number 2. And this one just didn't quite match. And this is when I pulled out the methylene blue. I said, okay, this is much thicker, a lot closer to blood than what I was using with the water and the food coloring. And it actually separated easily, much more easy than the water and the food coloring. So I knew that I was getting close. So this is me leaning over the chair again, almost as if I'm being draped over somebody's shoulder or leaning over the edge of a wheelchair. Right? We're getting much closer. But the only problem is the droplets are too high. Look at the satellites that are basically kind of spiking off of the edge of these. It's not right. Right? It just wasn't right yet. Getting close. That's the only thing that's off. Right? We're too high. We're too high off the ground. Gravity's bringing that thing down and it's splashing. That's not what we want. That's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing like a small satellites off the edges. Very small. See this one? You can barely see them. And the separation of the blood is not a fine mist like a gunshot. It's more representative of the low velocity that we saw. So that brings me to my next test. And this is when it dawned on me. It was kind of like an eureka moment, an epiphany or whatever. And I said she was on her hands and knees, right? It's not like the perp's going to be holding her 1 foot off of the ground. That doesn't make any sense. And then we got the perfect match. I literally went down on my hands and knees and coughed as hard as I could. I allowed myself to choke on this. And all of you with a dirty mind, don't even go there. I allowed myself to choke on it. And I coughed as hard as I could 3 times. Because it's almost like that's what I needed to do to clear it out of my throat now that I allowed it to get back there. It almost just kind of triggered the cough. But I was like, there it is. There's our match right there. She was on her hands and knees. So it was from there that I transitioned back to this. Like, okay, we need to revisit this. I'm looking at this correctly. It might appear to be a tire track or foot, but if she's fallen down to the ground and she's on her hands and knees, there's a good chance that the kidnapper had to bend down and pick her up. So it forced me to kind of look back at the camera at anything that might match that design. And this is what I found. So I literally, it just kind of outlined what I found in front of Nancy's home. And this is under the assumption that it's the same object being kind of imprinted 3 different times. You have the darker one might be the first one, right? 1, 2, and then as he's moving Nancy, he's scraping it across just barely right here. So really, it's a trio. If you think about it, we're looking at transfer contact, passive drops, because she has blood building up, most likely from a nose injury, which is causing it to build up in the back of her throat, which causes the low velocity impact mixed with passive drops and a small amount of transfer contact. Possibly, right? Maybe, in my opinion. So I outlined this, assuming that it's here and then also here, right? Maybe in a different, he's moving, right? He's picking her up. He's trying to reach underneath her and grab her. And while he's doing that, he's repositioned his arm 3 different times. 1, 2, and then 3 here. And each time it's kind of less. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so let's remove this. And one thing that stood out to me was right here on the sleeve by the wrist. Right where he would kind of bend down to scoop Nancy up. And he might even readjust to get underneath her 3 times, right? You got the initial scoop underneath, move it to the left, pick her up, and on the way out, it just kind of brushes and leaves the faint, this third one right here on the way out. And then that's where you see all the blood kind of leading out towards the driveway. He's kind of scooped her up. Okay, so let's see if this fits. What do you think? So this could have been caused while he had his arm around Nancy, right? He snuck up from behind her. Boom, he just grabs her. And she kind of fights him off a little bit. And he just throws her down to the ground. Boom. Maybe she bit him or something. And then he reaches down, picks her up. Here, let's try this. Let's pull up the video. That way we can kind of see it from different angles, maybe. See it? It makes the same design. So I think what happened was when he reached down, if Nancy's down on her hands and knees, you know, the next thing that came into my mind is it's a good chance that he had to reach down there and pick her up. Which in turn could have caused that imprint. Really, it's not a tennis shoe design. It's just, you know, a print from a piece of his sleeve. Repeating. So this is kind of what I mean. So here, let's copy and paste this. So right, he's kind of adjusted this way a little bit to the right. And then he's still adjusting in this direction. But it's not the full imprint. It's just like a partial. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Maybe I can use my eraser. There we go. All right. So this was number 4, on my hands and knees, basically choking on methylene blue. It's a very thick, like blood. It had the same kind of consistency. And it's exactly what I believe we see in the front of Nancy's home. Right, it's like a combination of 3. We got the passive drops from the building, the pooling of the blood probably in the back of her throat. We have the low velocity impact from the coughing, right? The blood stain, the spatter out front of her home isn't consistent with medium velocity or high velocity, right? This would indicate maybe a bullet wound. And this one would indicate maybe like a heavy object, like maybe like a metal pipe or something similar to that. I think this is what we're dealing with here. Low velocity, passive drops, and a small piece of transfer contact. I might have, hold on, I might have some notes here. Let's see, blood conclusion. Yeah, here we go. All right, let's go to the chat real quick. Sue Harvey, what's up? Those rows of garages. There goes your catalytic converters. Tools, tires, the car, and with the kids. Blood can dry and look donut-ish under several conditions. Thanks, Jennifer. Remember, I'm not an expert or anything, but I did spend some time on this. All right, I'm going to close some of these down. I'll go over the final conclusions, and then we'll hang out in the chat for a little bit. Brenda Walsh, first time I have watched anyone do anything like this in Nancy's case. This was great. Very appreciative. Thank you. I think it's important that we try to understand exactly what happened, because I still don't really know. Right? We have the doors kind of propped open, no signs of forced entry. Nobody opened the garage again after she was dropped off, as far as I know. Damn Kayaker, what's up? We were just talking about you. Thanks for the email. Just grant it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jason Bourne, if blood lacks MLS, investigators will know the pattern wasn't expirated. Don Spain in the building. Why don't somebody ask if I don't show myself? It slows down the stream. I mean, I go live all the time. Kind of hard not to show yourself when you go live. Or I mean, like in person, live streams, you know, boots on the ground. She's probably like, Sleuth is the suspect. There's always one of those kind of, I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying there's always one of those. Sleuth is the porch guy. Christy, thank you. Wilson, what's going on? Said there was blood just inside the door. Yeah, I think she might have been lured out. Oh, the other theory that I had, sorry, I almost skipped that, would be the Wi-Fi jammer. And this one doesn't seem as realistic, but I mean, it's possible, right? But actually, we'll save that for another day. Go ahead and scratch that from the record. Erroneous. All right, so what I'm seeing, I guess we got one photo back up. Okay. And sorry if you're a little squeamish. Okay, what I'm seeing, a central dense cluster, very small droplets, fine speckling. So I believe that's the that's the first thing that made contact with the tile, was this really fine mist and some of these larger droplets shortly after. Several larger round drops surrounding that cluster, right? So this is from the pooling and gravity, and almost no satellites. The larger drops have fairly clean edges with minimal satellites. The overall pattern is localized, not widely dispersed. So that immediately tells me that she's close to the ground. And the minimal satellites tell me that as well. So if she's that close, it's likely that she's on her hands and knees. And my own testing and experimenting on this concludes that. It's almost identical. Okay. The overall pattern is localized, not widely dispersed. So she's close. Why would her face be so close to the ground? And it's not a gunshot, right? The velocity's not right. It's most likely caused by a cough. Well, why is she coughing up blood? Because she probably got smacked in the nose. Maybe she was grabbed from behind, right? Really hard. Boom. The forearm just kind of smacks her in the nose. Boom. Instantly, she's kind of struggling a little bit. And he just throws her to the ground, or somehow she ends up on her hands and knees. She could have even possibly just tried to run out the front door. Maybe that was her only option. Right? The layout of the home, we try to kind of figure out the flow of the home, trying to see if that would give us some answers. Some of you guys helped me with that. I still don't know how accurate it is, but I think it helps us understand what exactly happened. We still don't know what happened. We need to start there. What happened to Nancy? Was it one person, multiple persons? So this was sent by one of the sleuth crew members. Shout out to you. It's kind of the flow of the home. You can see the layout behind, kind of underneath. So if we have these doors propped open and Nancy's awake and she hears that these doors are being propped open for whatever reason, right? Maybe she wakes up and sneaks out the front door. And whoever's over here propping up these doors realizes that and runs and grabs her, maybe even pushes her as she's opening the door. He picks her up, grabs her, and brings her back maybe into this area or just straight to the car from there. Right? Why even bother with this plan that you had of dragging her out one of the back doors, right? You're propping the doors open because your arms are going to be full, right? You have Nancy in your arms. You need to prop these doors open. But while you're propping these doors open, Nancy's watching you. She's like peeking around the corner like, oh shit, I have a burglar. She goes running out this way through the front door and they see her. They run and grab her. She's outside. Why bother with the plan of going out the back? Right? You were going to go sneak up on her and take her out one of these doors. Let me go ahead and get these, prepped. And then I'll go in there and surprise her. Well, she woke up. Something woke her up. Her intuition. Something doesn't feel right. somebody's in my home. I can hear them, right? Some kind of weirdo's in here. Tries to run out the front doors, confronted there. And then instead of following through with some elaborate plan to take her out the back door, they abandon that, leaving that the way it was found, and just say, well, we're already out the front door. She almost snuck out the front door. Let's just continue on this way. Or they did something weird with the power, right? Wi-Fi jammer, hit the power off and then hit the power back on after you cover the camera. Nancy comes to clean off the camera and is confronted. Comes running around the corner. Calls to his partner. I have her. He just pulls right in through the driveway. They get it in. Drive off. No, we don't. We don't know. All right, guys, this is going to be our 5-minute warning. And if you need to get at me about anything that we've talked about, just shoot me an email or go to my website, sleuthintuition.com. Hit the contact tab, and you can always reach me that way. If you're part of the replay crew, sorry that we missed you, but you know exactly what to do. Drop a comment, and we'll get back to you. Doug, what up, Doug? Perp out back was removing cameras and lights. Perps inside with Nancy, one guy driving. Then Nancy screams. Everyone runs to get away or be left behind. I don't know. That doesn't seem right to me. You know, why go through all of that just to kind of scurry right at the last minute, you know? It's like, if anything, they're just going to shut her up. Right? Shut your mouth. And then like smack her. We're dealing with animals. You're right. This is not like your regular person. Like, oh, please, Nancy, hush. Right? I don't want to have to smack you. No, they're just going to brutalize her. Boom. And that could have been what went wrong. Right? One of them was just such a piece of shit. He ruined it all. Like, he ruined it. There's always that sadistic piece of shit, right? 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10. That kind of reminds me of the movie Heat. Do you remember that? Where they were doing a score. I think it was like a bank robbery or a heist. I think armored truck heist. And they recruited this guy. And they thought he was a professional. But really, he was just a psychopath. And while they were doing the robbery, for no reason at all, he decides to murder one of the guards. Because he's sadistic, and he ruins it for everybody, right? It went from a robbery to a homicide, right? 10 to 15 to life in prison. All because he's a sadistic psychopath, a serial killer. And even in the movie, he was killing prostitutes. That's what serial killers do. They target vulnerable people that nobody will come looking for. That's a really good movie. Duct tape to the mouth, bag over the head. Primary antagonist of the 1990 film Heat is Wayne Grow. Yeah, Wayne Grow. Yeah, he goes, what's your name? Wayne Grow. A notorious serial killer and habitual offender portrayed by Kevin Gage. Yeah, man, he plays this creepy, like, Nazi convict who's a serial killer, who serves as a catalyst for the film's tragic climax. Yeah, he just messed everything up. All because he was just a sadistic killer. He couldn't control himself. Right? He's out there, he's in the heat of it. And he just couldn't control himself. I think they grabbed her, possibly taped her up. Can't make noise. Say they're 41 minutes there. It was a laptop on the counter. One pick had security. All the stuff that I'm learning about the Nest Google camera Seems consistent with a Wi-Fi jammer or a momentary power outage. More so with the power outage, because there's an internal battery that's designed for that, that very purpose. It's basically to protect the software and the firmware and its connection to the cloud. So he hits the power, immediately walks around the corner, camera picks him up momentarily, but that's it. Covers the camera with the flowers. Knows that Nancy's not getting any notifications because the power's out. How is she getting notification if her Wi-Fi router has no power? Goes back, turns the power back on, and then just kind of lays in the shadows. Nancy comes out the front, and then he attacks her. Boom. Because she's trying to figure out what the hell is, obstructing her Nest camera. Like, what the hell is going on? It must have been a storm. Did I miss a storm? The power's out. Let me check my cameras. What the hell? What's this? Right, looks out the window. She's like, I don't see anything. Must have been a bad storm. Looks out her little window, can see the flowers. She's like, what the hell? Walks out there, kind of smacks him off, and looks around, and then boom, there the creep comes from around the corner. Grabs her, throws her to the ground. She's choking on the blood. Cough, cough, cough. He scoops down, picks her up, and then drags her off, or drags her back into the house. One or the other. I don't know, Kayaker. Is yes until there is a death certificate. Yeah, I think you're right. It's like business as usual. Freedom fighters, I think it was duct tape over her mouth. They carried her hands and feet. Yeah, I was kind of wondering if this could have been her hands tied too. This mark right here. Kind of looks like a phone cord a little bit, but I don't know if Nancy was that old school. I tried to pull up her video, where she's in her room and she's like talking to the Today Show at like 3 a.m. She's showing him how to tuck in the sheets or whatever. She seems like such a sweet lady. But I didn't see a phone or anything like that. Lucky says prayers for Nancy to be found. All right, guys, we're gonna wrap it up. Like I said, if you have anything to add to this, you can always email me. Go to the website sleuthintuition.com. Hit the contact tab. Also, we're gonna be doing a giveaway at the end of the month. So if you guys are subscribed to my channel, you're automatically entered in to win. We're gonna give away a hoodie, a T-shirt, and a hat. Some of the Sleuth Crew merch, and then we're gonna spin for all the members, and the members are gonna spin for a chance to win all three. So you can win a hoodie, a T-shirt, and a hat if you're a member. So make sure you're there, or be square. All right, guys, make sure you reach out to me if you need me. Everybody, thanks for hanging out in the chat. Don, it's always good to see you, my friend. Boston, good to see you. Welcome all you new faces. Electric, YG. Captured Dandy, Patricia, Kim Jones. Shout out to Ontario. Sally, what's up, Sally? Jari, always good to see you. All right, everybody. That's going to do it. Thanks again for hanging out for the live stream. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace out.
Number one, the TMC letters are all bullshit. Okay, they just are. You have one anonymously.
In today's new episode, we speak with old friend Matt Murphy, formerly of the Orange County District Attorney's Office, where he was a homicide prosecutor. He's also a true crime author, wrote a fantastic book called The Book of Murder, and you can find out more about that at thebookofmurder.com. In today's conversation with Matt, we speak about the mysterious abduction of Nancy Guthrie from her home near Tucson, Arizona on February 1st, 2026. So we hope you enjoy this episode here. Definitely check out Matt's book and let us know what you think on YouTube or Spotify. Thanks a lot for listening. We're going to break quick here for commercial. Don't forget to give us 5 stars and follow us on social media at Missing CSM. Welcome back to the podcast, Matt Murphy. How are you today?
Good. It's a very sunny but very cold day in New York City, the big wicked city, as they say. So I try to go outside, and in my California brain, I look outside and like everything's blooming, and I step out and it's like this wall. It's like a snow shovel hits me in the face, and the doormen laugh at me almost every day because I can't figure it out. So.
No, I was thinking the same thing this morning because it was snowing yesterday. So to wake up and to see like the sun out, it was like deceptive. And then I went out to let the dog out and it's like, oh no, I still need my winter jacket. I still need that. I'm not.
Have you seen some of those videos on? I think on Instagram. I somehow wound up in my algorithm, and now that we're talking about it, it will definitely show up again.
Absolutely.
Of the dogs that they open up, the owner opens it up, and they take one step, and they just nope right back inside. There's one with a bunch of ducks that do the same thing. They come out of a barn, and they're like whack whack whack. Nope, and they all just turn right around. So I'm ready for summer. I don't know about you guys, but I'm done with this.
I'm done. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. We've been covering the abduction of Nancy Guthrie over the past few weeks, and we've been trying to get as many people on who have been following it, who comment on it in such a responsible and thoroughly researched manner, and your name was on the list. And you've been on the show a number of times. Everyone knows who you are. We're grateful that you enjoy coming on the show, or at least you pretend to.
I love the show, guys. I love your show. So,
awesome.
Yeah, happy to do it anytime.
Can you just give a quick background on yourself to remind listeners who we're speaking with today?
Sure. I was a DA for 26 years in Orange County, California. Orange County uses a vertical unit system, which is kind of important for today's discussion, I think. And what that means is for certain specialized units, for me, I came through sexual assault and into homicide, means you get assigned cities. That means that any murder that happened for 17 years when I was in the homicide unit, I'd get the call out, I would go in the middle of the night, I'd deal with all the warrants starting before they moved the body most of the time. I work with the same detectives over and over again. And it's a really interesting thing for a prosecutor because you have a front row seat to the investigation starting inside that yellow tape. And then the idea is the lead detective will then be with you through the judicial process. So I'm there with them, shivering in the cold before we make entry, for the nighttime judge, waiting for the warrant to get signed, all the way up to the sentencing, where that same lead detective will be sitting next to me when the jury comes in. And usually that process takes many years, as your viewers all know. And I would handle everything from, deciding when there was enough evidence, who to charge, who to flip, who to make deals with, what charges to file. I would handle the arraignment, the bail hearing, all the way up through the jury trial, the opening statements, the whole deal. And Orange County had a philosophy of one lawyer, one case. Even though we doubled up on a few, it was essentially my responsibility to bring it home. So it was a great experience. I loved the job. I might learn slow, but I learned a lot during that time. And then I left the office in 2019. I took a job with ABC News doing legal commentary. I do a lot of stuff with 2020. I'm about to start a podcast of my own with Mark Geragos under the Megyn Kelly True Crime umbrella, which is cool. I wrote a book called The Book of Murder that basically I share what I learned about murders and murder cases and from the legal philosophy all the way to the nitty gritty of some of the more high profile cases that I did, which included, I prosecuted the Golden State Killer case. I was the Orange County prosecutor on that. I did the dating game killer, Rodney McCall. I did Tom and Jackie Hawk's case and a bunch of others. That's who I am. That's my background. And now I still have a legal practice, mostly defending police officers in LA, but I'm doing more and more true crime commentary because everybody's a lot nicer to me when I do this than when I walk into a courtroom. So walk into a courtroom, guys, there's at least one person every day. It dawned on me that there's somebody in that room that hates your guts, whether it's the defendant, if you're the prosecutor, the defendant's mom, somebody, maybe the judge is mad at you, opposing counsel, there's somebody hates you. And I walk into a shoot for ABC News. Everybody's nice to me. Somebody wants to bring me coffee. Nobody brings you coffee in court. Anyway, I like this stuff. I like this stuff a lot, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. So that's who I am. Sorry for the long blathering intro.
No, very good. Very impressive background, and your book is phenomenal. And we got to ask about your next book. You mentioned that, I think the last time that you were on, that you were working on another one. How's that coming?
It's coming along. So it's due, the first manuscript is due to the editors on June 1st. So I'm busy as soon as we get off. I was writing all morning and I'm going to be writing all afternoon. But it's coming along. The idea on this one is, last time I did an overview of murders in general. So I had talked about gang murders and murders for money and all that. I prosecuted 14 different serial killers in my 17 years in the homicide unit, and I only wrote about one in the last book. So the editors really like the idea of doing sort of the same thing, walking the reader through what I learned about serial killers in almost 2 decades of doing those cases. And so that's what we're doing, and it's coming together. And I've got I did some really, I think, fascinating cases that nobody's ever heard of before. And some cases garner media, as you guys know, and some don't. A lot of that depends sometimes on what they call elements, if you got a lot of video, maybe that's something that gets picked up, or you've got a particularly sympathetic victim, or there's something really twisted and interesting about it. Truth is, there's a lot of serial killers out there that nobody ever hears about. And so I'm going to write about some of those. And the behind the scenes I think, is some of the most fascinating, underreported, undertalked. As a homicide prosecutor cross-examine the defense expert who's going to come in and say that he's a victim of abuse as a child, and it mitigates all of his crimes, and he should get life instead of the death penalty, for example. So what happens behind the scenes on that? And I think the true crime audience, especially people that really enjoy it and are interested in it, I think everybody's ready for that. I think it's the next level, like what actually happens, because catching the person is one thing, but the prosecution successfully, it's like, I heard a great analogy not too long ago. It's like climbing Mount Everest. Everybody seems so focused on getting to the top, right? And it's waving the flag around on the top and getting their pictures. Some of the most interesting stuff happens on the way down. And of course, if you die on the way down, nobody really cares if you summit it or not. So, and that's what criminal prosecution is. You catching the guy is one thing, but holding him accountable and achieving justice for the victim's family and for the community, that is in many ways even more important in my view, because it's what it's all about. It's achieving public safety and justice, not only for the individual crime, but for the community that you serve as a prosecutor. So that's what the next one's about, and I think people like Lisa. I hope they do.
Yeah, well said. Looking forward to that. I wasn't going to ask this question because I wasn't sure what your answer to the previous question was going to be, but this kind of popped into my mind, and we will talk about Nancy Guthrie right after this, but I couldn't resist asking this question. You said all of the background stuff when going into these investigations, that was going to be super interesting, and I've always wondered, like, how does a series of crime get labeled as connected and part of a serial killing spree or part of a serial killer? Like, is that something that people within law enforcement are hesitant to say? Like, does the word serial killer come up often? Like, does a cop just go, this could be a serial killer, guys? Or do I just watch too much, like, television shows about?
So, it's a great question, right? So serial killer is an academic term. It's coined by the FBI in the 1970s. It's not a legal term. Legal term is multiple murder. So you don't have to prove somebody's a serial killer. I've seen that TV show too. I've enjoyed that TV show too, whatever it is, I think we got a serial killer on our hands. And the dramatic moment in that is very real but it's real in pretty much any murder. The distinction, of course, with a serial murderer, is that they're guaranteed to do it again. Guaranteed to do it again, as are all sex offenders, guys. If you got a real predatory sex offender, whether they advance to the actual killing part or not, if they're a child molester, as we call it, or a serial rapist, that is in effect the same dude. It is just one gets off on the murder part and one gets off, the terror of inflicting the sadistic pain is enough. They're almost all sexually motivated. There are, of course, dramatic exceptions to that, but the vast majority, the Bundys, the Alcalas, the Dahmers, those are all sexual crimes. And one of the things I talk about in my book, but I'm going more heavily into in the second one, is there was a contemporary of Sigmund Freud named Dr. von Krafft-Ebing, who was a German psychiatrist in the 1880s. And he wrote a fascinating book called Psychopathia Sexualis. He tries to tackle, it's ambitious, he tries to tackle essentially all sexual deviancy. And he talks about all of it. And it all hasn't survived the test of time. Like he says, product of his time, being gay is a sexual deviancy. Of course, we don't, it's not, and we don't look at it that way. But other parts of it, I think, are way ahead of his time. And in certain respects, I still don't think we've caught up. Like for serial killers, he didn't use that term. He called them sadistic lust murders. And I think he was spot on there. I think that somehow we've lost our way. And like the FBI definition is of serial murder is one individual commits two or more murders at different events, and that's it. And of course, that includes drug dealers who are in the game long enough who can shoot straight, or mafia hitmen, or gang members. And the psychology of those guys, well, they're all psychopaths probably. It's totally different than that sexually motivated psychosexual predator that the Bundys, the real boogeymen that we have to worry about. Or most recently, I heard he's changing his plea today, Rex Heuermann, which I think is a fascinating modern example of the serial killer. So it's a thing, but it's not a thing, if that makes sense. So I've never seen a cop go, I think we got a serial killer on our hands. But what you do is with modern forensic evidence, a lot of those are linked, of course, with DNA, especially when you're talking about a sexually motivated killing, because you're going to get what's known as sperm fraction nuclear DNA. And that's the super awesome, complete genome with, I think, 23 separate loci that they can check, which is how we get into those incredible numbers of made up numbers like octillions and things like that. That it's and they'll never say it's a match. They'll say the suspect can't be eliminated because the 1 in a 17 octillion chance that somebody else could share those same genetic markers is scientifically real, but it's not. In reality, it's not real. And as a prosecutor, you get to say it's a friggin' match. And of course it is when you get into DNA. So that's how they link a lot of them now. That's how they linked a lot of the old cases with Rex Heuermann. But one of the challenges is when you got a body that's badly decomposed, or you've got somebody that is a body that's been scavenged, as we call it in Southern California, somebody that's dumped in the chaparral, or you got a skeleton that's found in a grave somewhere, you're just not going to get that nuclear DNA. And there's a lot of those cases, there's a million that you just know the guy did. You just don't want to compromise the integrity of your prosecution. When you got 3 or 4 that you can prove, you charge the 3 or 4, and you can clear the other ones on a detective's desk maybe, but you don't contaminate your case by reaching for the moon and it doesn't add anything. It's incredibly important to prosecute people for cases that you can prove, including extraditing them from other states, because you want to bring justice to their family, and there should be no free murders. But with a lot of serial killers, you just know they committed way more than they were charged with.
We'll be right back after a quick word from our sponsor.
And a thank you to our sponsors. Back to the program.
Let's pivot to Nancy Guthrie's abduction. And I'm curious, have you worked cases like this where it's like a home invasion and I guess it's a kidnapping?
This is a unique fact pattern. I guess unique is too strong a word. It's a very rare fact pattern. And I don't think we've ever seen anything quite like this with the Ring camera and the guy with the balaclava mask on there. But I've worked a bunch of cases with FBI task forces, with abductions. The Samantha Runyon case that some people might recognize, that was mine, with a missing 6-year-old girl that was abducted from the front of her home, and she's playing with her little friend. It was done by a guy named Alejandro Avila. She was raped and murdered. She was found about a week later at a place called Ortega Canyon. I've worked a bunch of FBI task forces with fugitives. So I've worked task forces. The Golden State Killer, there was multiple task forces on that. Joseph D'Angelo, and as I mentioned, that was one of my cases. So I've certainly worked the task forces. I've done abductions. I've done sexually motivated abductions. I've done kidnappings for ransom. I've done all of those. I've never seen this exact fact pattern when an elderly woman is taken from her home. I've done 5 no-body murder cases where the person disappears. This is, in my mind, absolutely a murder case, as sad as that is to say. I personally think she was dead in her house, based on the blood pattern that we saw. But I also look at these through a pretty jaundiced lens of 17 years of murder cases and 4 years of sex cases before that. So I'm one of the interesting things, guys, that you learn working cases like this is that you have to keep an open mind. And especially when you have missing people, and I've worked a bunch, you will oftentimes walk into a scene where you think it's one thing, and you learn very quickly that that initial impression is often wrong. And you don't know what it is until you know what it is. In other words, until they got somebody in custody in this case, this Chris Nanos guy, the sheriff, keeps talking about, well, we eliminated that guy. Okay, first of all, the sheriff doesn't eliminate anybody. That's the prosecution's job to do that. And when you don't know what it is, you can't eliminate a single person on the planet Earth, really. You can systematically go through it and accumulate evidence that strongly indicates it had nothing to do with it, but you got to keep an open mind because you don't know. And I had a case, Daniel Wozniak. That was a beautiful young woman that was found in a man's apartment who the scene was staged to look like the occupant, a guy named Sam Herr, who was a war hero from Afghanistan. And they're all college students at a local community college. It was staged to look like he murdered her. There was a note. There was all kinds of stuff left for us to indicate that he committed this murder. And I walk in and I'm like, well, this is obvious. It's some lover's quarrel between the two of them, which looks like the majority of murder cases that you go into in Orange County. When you go to a scene, chances are you get that call in the middle of the night. You're walking into somebody's house and they were murdered by their spouse. That's just the vast majority of murder cases that you do in the homicide unit. And it looked just like one of those. And to the credit of my detectives, they're like, no, something's wrong. Something's wrong. And I'm like, come on, guys. And this is embarrassing to say, but they were absolutely right. And the killer, what he'd done is he'd murdered the occupant, the war hero. He murdered him, cut off his head and hands to get his ATM card because the guy had combat pay from Afghanistan. And the killer was a low-life loser, community theater actor who saw an easy way to pay his rent. And it was literally that simple. He put together this diabolical plan to murder one person to get at his money and then murder somebody else to throw the detectives off the scent. And it was, I wrote about it in my first book. It was absolutely horrible, but it stands as an example in my mind of you have to keep an open mind. And the Tom and Jackie Hawks in out of Newport Beach, that was the couple that was tied to the anchor and thrown off their yacht. Really similar. Skylar De Leon was the mastermind of that. And he was the most accomplished, most psychopathic liar I ever encountered in my entire legal career. And I monitored his interview and I'm watching this guy tell a absolutely crazy story that was so out there. It was halfway convincing. And again, same thing. I'm going, well, hey, that kind of makes sense, dummy that I am. And my detectives are like, don't be a fool. There's more to it, and they were absolutely right. And it turned out that this guy that showed up, he gave his interview with a baby on his lap. Okay, and I was falling for it, and my grizzled, experienced detectives figured it out. And turns out he murdered them, and did a completely different murder 10 months earlier down in Mexico that we also wound up prosecuting. So that's one of the things when you see a sheriff like Chris Nanos come out and go, that person's eliminated. I don't know what he's talking about on that. And it's at this point, I'm really frustrated with what I've seen from that sheriff. And by the way, on one of my Newport Beach murder cases, we worked very closely with the Pima County Sheriff's Department back in 2005, 2006 era, and they were absolutely top notch. They were steely-eyed professionals all the way. And I don't know what happened to Pima County. Because that's not what we've seen in this investigation.
Could it have been the spotlight that was put on them at the time and kind of, I don't know, causing them to make bad decisions and feeling like they were too under the radar or too under the microscope?
I've been on that stage, when reporters are firing tough questions out there. I've been at the microphone after the trial's done, but I've been on that stage with elected officials, and you have to expect that, especially when you bring the media in, which Chris Nanos did. Let's not forget, he kind of brought the thunder down, which I have no problem with. Like, appealing to the public for help is a totally legitimate tool when you need it. Okay. One of the things I've got a problem with, though, is that when it wasn't solved and when they started making, and look, I want to be fair. It's a tough job. And I really do. I want to be fair. But I'll share a story with you guys. Elizabeth Vargas, who is a real professional journalist. I mean, she's the real deal. She's at News Nation, and I've known her for years. And I think I've gotten to know her personally. She's a wonderful human being, and she is a real professional. She did her entire career. She's the real deal. And he agreed to go on her show And she asked him, this is after the gloves were found on the side of the road. Remember that, right? Which was, for anybody that's done murder cases, every single prosecutor and homicide detective in the country was kind of like rolling their eyes at that one, because everybody knows when you do a big enough canvas or a large enough surf, you always find gloves. There's always a gardener's glove. There's always a workman's glove. You always find gloves. In fact, I walked through Central Park in New York today. There's gloves all over the place. Okay, like you walk along, workman's gloves, mittens, people lose gloves. I've got a closet full of one glove that with its missing mate, because we lose gloves all the time. And one of the questions she asked him was, and here's a shocker, who could have ever imagined that a professional journalist is going to throw this one out there? Hey, did you find Nancy Guthrie's DNA on those gloves? Shocker. And he did not know the answer to that. And then instead of saying either I don't know or even I can't comment on that because it's a pending investigation, which I've got no problem with at all, he pushed back and said, you people in the media, and he turned into a gigantic dick, for lack of a better term, and pushed back on her, and she did nothing wrong. And she invited him on the show. He said yes, and that's not a gotcha. That's a legitimate, fair question, and he couldn't anticipate that coming. That's amateur hour. To answer the question, yeah, look, it's scary when those cameras pop up, especially when you're inexperienced, which Chris Nanos has absolutely demonstrated that he is. Supposedly a 40-year career in law enforcement, great. That guy has never worked a vertical homicide case in his friggin' life, or he wouldn't be behaving like that. Or at the very least, he would be answering that question, in a professional manner instead of trying to blame the journalist for asking that, right? So yeah, it increases the pressure, but he invited the cameras in there because he appealed for the public help. And that, it's, as they say, if you're in the NFL, you got to act like you've been in the end zone before, right? And that is, you got to anticipate that, and that's a fair question. And so the answer in a really long, probably boring way is no. I don't give them that. And another thing is that they returned that crime scene in 30 hours. What in God's name are they doing? And that just reflects a fundamental lack of experience in this kind of thing. And I don't know what happened to the pros that I dealt with in our murder case, because they were great. And I don't know Chris Nanos. Outside of that one case I worked with them, I have no idea the politics in Pima County. But that was a fail. And then you stack on, and I don't know, and maybe they're wrong, but I've read a lot of things about conflict with the FBI, and the FBI apparently wanted to use the Quantico crime lab, which is the best in the world, guys. And the feds have resources that local law enforcement does not have. Like, for example, they can do these things called administrative drop warrants, where they can get cell phone records inside of 24 hours. You can't do that at the state level. In California, you need a full-blown search warrant to get into cell phone records. That's California law, which means you got to write a warrant, you got to take it to a judge, you got to serve a warrant, and then you've got to go wait about 2 weeks for Verizon or T-Mobile or whoever to go through their process and produce the records. And then a lot of times it goes through the court. It's a completely different process. The feds are a weapon to use when you have a case like this. And when it comes to abductions, they should have been contacted immediately. They should have been brought in. And I can tell you from personal experience, the women and men, the field agents who work those cases are some of the smartest, most dedicated people I've ever had the pleasure of working with. And I've done numerous task force investigations with them, and they're the best. And the idea that you're butting heads with the FBI within the first week should be unacceptable to the people that work for that department, and it should be, in the end, unacceptable to the voters of Pima County, if it's true. And I want to be fair. I've read about it. I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody personally that's been involved in the investigation. So
we'll be right back after a quick word from our sponsor.
And a thank you to our sponsors. Back to the program.
So where, in your opinion, is this investigation at now then? As we've kind of gone over, it wasn't handled great. They did rule out the Guthrie family, and I'm not exactly sure who ruled them out. I'm guessing sheriff did and not the prosecutor.
I don't know what that means. honestly, guys. I really don't know what that means. Like ruled out. We understand in the parlance, a conversation here, but in the context of a murder investigation, when you don't know who did it and you don't know why, how can you rule somebody out? And I'm not for 1 second suggesting that the Guthrie family had anything to do with it, but I don't understand how you're eliminating people when you don't know. I mean, you can have a suspicion, you can have a strong suspicion that this person had nothing to do with it, but to take to the cameras and officially, quote unquote, rule somebody out or quote eliminate them as a suspect, that speaks to the inexperience I think that we're seeing here, because you have to have an open mind to all possibilities. And the problem with saying that person had nothing to do with it, whoever they are, barber down the street, janitor, family member, whoever it is, you are foreclosing, avenues of potential investigation. If it's like, well, hey, I've got a neighbor who says that the gardener down the street might have had something to do with it. No, we've already ruled him out. Let's devote our resources elsewhere. And you can see how that can become a real problem. I don't know what it means. Now, but let me mention this. Right now the sheriff is getting all the heat, but I'll tell you, the top law enforcement official in Pima County is a woman named Laura Conover. That's the DA, and I don't know where she has been in this. Now, in the way vertical units work, like we talked about, is you marry the people that are going up to the top of Mount Everest along with the people that are getting you back down again. You put the prosecutor together with the lead detective, and a prosecutor who's embedded in that investigation can see things from the perspective of justice and conforming with the constitutional rights of a criminal suspect somewhere down the line. And that's critical for fairness, but it's really critical for achieving justice, because if you make a mistake because you don't have a prosecutor involved on a case like this, you could blow the entire case. You could blow the prosecution. And I'll give you an example. It's like you get an enthusiastic, inexperienced police officer who kicks a door in without getting a warrant, for example, and lo and behold, it's a jackpot, and you find all the evidence you need. Guess what? That person's going to get away with the crime they committed because there was no corresponding search warrant. There are 1,000 ways that a sheriff's investigation can destroy a successful prosecution. Putting handcuffs on somebody is nothing if they did it, if they're not then held accountable for what they did. And when you see, and look, and again, I wasn't in the house. I don't know what they found inside the house. There's a lot that I do not know. So again, I want to be fair. And this is just my opinion here. But when I'm watching news reports of Bearcats, those tactical vehicles going out, and SWAT teams to arrest Uber Eats drivers that have nothing to do with the case, apparently, and I don't know if it's true or not, but that guy's mother came out and said they searched our house without a warrant. And now she may not know, but that's what she said. That's what's out there. If that is true, thank God that guy had nothing to do with it, because if that happened, that is performative. That's somebody that is trying to look good. That's not on Chris Nanos, guys. That's on the DA. And again, maybe she's behind the scenes. Maybe she's personally in there reviewing all the warrants. She's not, I don't think, but we certainly haven't seen any evidence of that. But that's on the DA. That's on an equal failure. It's like that beginning of Law and Order, right? There are two equally important parts: the investigation and the prosecution. She has been a ghost, and I think that's way more disturbing. And then I wanted to be fair, so I did a little bit of research, and people need to do their own here. And I don't know if it's true, but according to ChatGPT, that woman has never personally prosecuted a homicide case in her entire legal career. She's a career defense attorney. And I think that this is a failure, in my opinion, both of Chris Nanos and Laura Conover. And leadership matters, experience matters. And when you have two people at the top who, in my opinion, don't know what they're doing, this is what happens. You don't have arrests. You don't have competent investigations. You have crime scenes that are returned 30 hours later, and the DA absolutely should have been on that. saying we will maintain the integrity of this scene until it has been thoroughly processed by everybody. There, she lived there alone. What was the purpose of returning that house? And we've seen video of reporters stepping on the freaking blood, less than 48 hours after Nancy Guthrie went missing. That is inexcusable. That's the DA and the sheriff. It's maddening to me. The guy, and just to share this with you, the man that I worked for almost my entire 17 years in the homicide unit was a man named Tony Rukakis. He came up through the ranks as a prosecutor. He was in the homicide unit. He had done those cases. Then he went on to become a Superior Court judge where he tried murder cases as a judicial officer, and then he became the DA. So when we had a case like this, and I would go in and report to my boss's boss's boss, the elected official, I was sitting across a desk from a guy who had done it before, who understood it, and knew that his job was to provide all the resources he could to me and my team to give us all the help he could and get out of the way so that we could put the case together. I have no idea what this woman is doing. All I know is that she's never done it. She's never prosecuted a murder case in her entire career, if ChatGPT is right. And that is a real problem in my eyes.
Now, if we could shift a little bit to the actual abduction or the theoretical murder, maybe accidental murder during the abduction of Nancy Guthrie, what is now the motivation of the people who are responsible? And what was the motivation of them in the hypothetical that they went to abduct her, she had a medical emergency and died, and then they realized what they had on their hands? The letters to TMZ, there's a new one that came out, I think, yesterday, a new ransom demand or request. Are these real, or are the actual perpetrators, did they dispose of the body in this hypothetical and now they're just gone? And then all these other, I don't know if you call them copycats, but the people who want the publicity are taking advantage of it?
So number one, the TMZ letters are all bullshit. Okay, they just are. You got $1,100,000 in reward money, and if you Google it, you can make that tip anonymously, and they're willing to pay in cash. Okay, so just off the top, common sense wise, who in their right mind is going to want a $70,000 Bitcoin when they can get $1.1 million? Like that makes no sense on its face. Another thing is when you look at the tone and the way it's written, it is like part of my practice, guys, since I went into private practice, is I've been hired as a fixer a couple of times for people that have been caught up in these scams. And I don't know how many of those text messages you guys get a day on, you must pay your ticket, or, go to the DMV, scammersrus.com website. It's just ubiquitous in our society, right? All of those things are fake. Maybe at the very beginning, maybe one of those was real. I don't know. The FBI, again, best in the world, in my opinion, at sorting that out. And they're not taking those things seriously, and for very good reason. The TMZ ones are patently ridiculous. Like, hey, I could get 1.1 million, but all I want is half a Bitcoin. What do you have to lose? Those people are the biggest parasitic scumbags. In a way, they're even worse than the killers here, because they are taking advantage cynically with the apoplectic grief of a family who has lost their mom. There's no hell deep and dark enough for them, in my personal view. They're the scum of the freaking earth. And I really hope that the FBI, somewhere behind the scenes, is spending some resources trying to find them. They found one in Hawthorne, California. I don't think there's a sense big enough in my mind for those people, because they are attempting to cash in on the grief of a family that is really suffering. And I'm my heart breaks for the entire Guthrie family, all of them. So no, those aren't real. I think that one of the hypotheticals that she was kidnapped for ransom and died, that's a possibility. I think when you look at the video, I think there's a tarp in that backpack, which means they were planning on moving her out at the very beginning, right? But it could be anything. This, and again, jaded lens here. Typically when a lot of people right at the very beginning of this, immediately discounted the potential that this was a sexual assault related thing, that this could have been a sex offender because of her age. And I hate to say it, but you don't age out of sexual assault. You just don't. The very, very first case I worked on as a junior law clerk in the Writs and Appeals Unit of the Orange County DA's office in the summer of 1992 was a 78-year-old Jehovah's Witness who was brutally raped inside of her home and later died. So it could be that. Again, we have to maintain an open mind. I would be able to speculate, I think, with a lot more accuracy if I could see the photos from the inside of the house. And so we're kind of reading tea leaves here. But the sheriff originally came out and said she was abducted from her bed, right? And then, like everything else that Chris Nano says, he then backed off on that, right? And then Savannah Guthrie later came out and said something very similar, that she was taken from her bed, which indicates to me that there was either blood on the bed or some indication of that she was actually pulled out of her bed. Another thing that seems suspicious, he didn't knock on that door. They was trying to cover the camera. At least we didn't see that, or they destroyed the camera ahead of time. And speaking of cameras, remember the clips of them on the roof? They discovered a camera like a week later. Again, guys, that's just friggin' inexcusable. That's amateur hour. Experienced homicide investigators, one of the very first things they're going to look for is cameras, and they're going to look very closely for that. And by the way, kudos to the FBI. FBI is the one that got those images, and they were able to do that. And also, I got to tip my hat to, I think it was Google that monitored the cameras that were involved in this, and they were able to find what they call metadata, even though she didn't have a subscription. That's really, really good forensic work that is to be commended, because without those images, we wouldn't even know that. But we have to have an open mind about it. Could be a sexual assault. It's likely financially related. I'll give them that. But again, I've been wrong before, and we have to have an open mind. It could be the discharge of a debt. Maybe somebody owed her money. You hit a roadblock on almost every theory, right? Because sexual assault, usually that takes place in the home, and then they leave. This person clearly had a plan to abduct her. That doesn't mean it's not a sex case. Doesn't mean it's not a serial killer. It could be either one of those. So I want to practice what I preach here and keep an open mind as to everything that it could be.
Yeah, absolutely. And Matt, we really appreciate your time here. If we have just enough time for one more, I just want to get your take on, you mentioned the video of the assailant. Like, what are your observations of his behavior?
Well, that's the boogeyman right there, right? My first thoughts on that, when you look at the gloves and you look at the pistol, which is a 22, and that either indicates, again, amateur hour by him, or perhaps it's just to get compliance, which he doesn't really need with a woman that old, but maybe that's what that's all about. Or 22 long rifles also they're quieter than virtually any other firearm. So maybe that's more professional. So again, it could be a lot of different things. I've heard speculation that it appears to be a walkie-talkie in his pocket with the antenna. That's very interesting. That obviously would indicate that he's communicating with somebody else. But hey, we had a famous case in California where there was a guy that was abducting people, and he came in and he was doing that to fake out his victim. He was doing it alone, but he made it seem like, and he came in all tactical gear. And that was a very famous case where one county they thought it was the husband who did it, and they really braced him hard on an interview, and then he did the same thing in another county, and it took that detective about one day to put the whole thing together, and that was one individual. So again, got to have an open mind. But I see that guy, and that is the boogeyman. My first thoughts, honestly, was there's no way it's his first rodeo, and I'll bet you anything, and I stand by this one until I hear different, that guy has been in the Pima County Jail before. I would not be at all surprised if that guy is a known figure that has learned a couple of lessons and put that mask on. And again, blind speculation by me. That's when you see the gloves and you see the balaclava and the backpack. He came in. I mean, backpack screams rape kit to me, but I don't know, and we don't know what the DNA, where the DNA was recovered from inside. So there's so much we don't know and shouldn't know, in a pending investigation. But I think this case will eventually be solved, guys. I think these questions will eventually be answered. I think that it will be years, and tragically, look, the no body cases in Southern California. As a general rule, if they get a body out into the Pacific Ocean or they get a body out into a shallow grave in the desert, we don't find them. Now, that does not mean that that you can't prosecute a case like that. I've prosecuted 5 no-body cases, including 3 where our victims are somewhere out in that same desert. Arizona and California. There's a borderline that we drew on a map, but it's the same desert, and we don't find those. Now, the one person that has never prosecuted a no-body case, again, is Laura Conover. So whether I have any faith in her office to actually do it if they have mass evidence against somebody, we'll have to see. I hope so. But I'm, as you can tell, I'm down on her and I'm down on Nanos at this point. So it'll eventually be solved, but I think it's going to take years. And I don't think, unless somebody talks, I don't think we're ever going to see a body in this case.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I mean, we started this by saying that we've been covering Nancy Guthrie's abduction, and we always try to have people on who can give that type of perspective, all types of perspectives. And we love the fact that you can come on and give your opinion, say that it's your opinion, say you could be wrong, because that's the way to maturely handle this. But you know what? With your experience, I mean, odds are it's probably going to play out in some form, the way you think it's going to play out. And we super appreciate you coming on to give us that insight.
Yeah, you bet. And let me say this last thing. I pray to God I'm wrong on everything. I hope this DA is working diligently behind the scenes. I hope Chris Nanos
she can feel it in her soul. Look what here it is. Go to heaven when it hits your lips. You say one more tweet, but you already stole the show. You take a bite, close your eyes, say, hold up, let me analyze. Yeah, crunch so loud, it alibis. Yeah, juice from down, you apologize, you laugh. I almost did it. But the smile says, girl, you did. Sticky notes on a fridge door, reading, this is it, this is it. Warm Betty in the kitchen, listen. She be solving what the recipe's missing. Almost perfect, she can feel it in her soul. Bam, here it is. Golden heaven when it hits your lips. You say one more tweet, but you already stole.
Betty rocks.
Let's get this late morning kicked off right. Come on in. We've got some announcements to make.
Coffee steaming, files on the table. We clocking early, hunt what's unstable. Bullhorn Betty on the curb, voice raised. Flip-flop queen with the homemade phrase. Notebook thick, got the screenshots flag. Names in red ink, every rumor, every tag. Late night live stream, screen glow on her face. Truth in her throat, got a lawman's pace. She don't blink when the threats roll through. Come see me, she says, if you think that's cute. Bullhorn Betty in the coffee club. We hunt bad guys till the sun comes up. From the front porch steps to the courthouse rug. We fighting for the ones that they gave up. Bullhorn Betty in the coffee club. Sip that guys till the sun comes up. From the front porch steps to the courthouse rug. We fighting for the ones that they gave up. Bullhorn Betty in the coffee club. Sip that truth from a styrofoam cup. Insane Asylum, that's our crew nickname. Laugh so loud while we track these names. Whiteboard wild. We hunt bad guys till the sun till we get rich.
I don't know. I think I like my intro. I don't know. I'm back here bebopping. I don't know about y'all, but I'm back here bebopping. Guys, I got a special little surprise for you. I got a special little surprise for ya. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that, baby. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, dear goodness. Oh, dear goodness, it's coming. It's a-coming. It's coming soon. It is coming soon. Wow. Talk about beautiful. Talk about beautiful. If you don't know what that is, we'll get to it. If you've been on the Bullhorn Betty show, you guys know what time it is. Fake news hater up in the chat. It's nice to see you, my lady. Sweet Jenna. It's nice to see you, Downey. Denise Bullhorn Betty is present. I am here. I am here. It is nice to see you. Ooh, we got some new light roast. We got Kimberly and KMH. I think those are from this morning, but we're still going to welcome them in because I'm a love machine. I'm a love machine. Welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the Insane Asylum. Grab your straitjacket in your padded room and welcome aboard, my love. Miss Sonia in the chat. Melanie, it's nice to see you, love. I hope you're doing well. We got Barbara visiting us. It's nice to see you. Stacy, Let Them 66. Maury, hello, my loves. It's nice to see you. Humphrey, good morning. It's nice to see you. Rue, hello, hello. We got William. It's nice to see you. Good morning, guys. Pussy Willow Pendercat, it's nice to see you. Hello, hello, hello. Trust the process. Bluegrass Meadows. Rachel, it's nice to see you. Hello. I hope you all are doing well. Tammy, good morning. This is the second show, so if you are here and I haven't said hi to you this morning, it's because you got your butt out of bed too late. But that's okay. You're here. We don't hate. Well, we do sometimes. If you're a bad guy, we don't like you. West Virginia Holla Girl, it's hot. Nice to see you. Lady for Justice. Cinderella. Adrian, it's nice to see you. Good morning. Linda, hello, my love. Nanny, it's nice to see you. Julie, Teresa, Dan, it's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Ooh, Bookworm came by and visited. It's nice to see you, Bookworm. Ruby for Justice, it's nice to see you. Nancy, hello. Hello, hello. Our beautiful YouTuber is here. It's nice to see you. We got a lot of people. You guys have been out here chattering. It's nice to see you guys. Come on in. If you guys haven't already come in, does that say the real Me Too has become a member? I would give her the good old welcome in, but she's been part of the family. Yeah, we're not falling for that one. No, I'm just joking. Be Betty fan. Thank you. 45 months. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. It is hard to believe. Me and you, it's nice to see you. Arizona Raven. Hello. Groovy Gal up in the house. It's nice to see you. True Crime Justice. Hello, love. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Guys, don't forget, as you guys have, stories and other stories that we don't cover here on this show, don't forget we have an entire group. A Facebook group. We've got two of them, and they're both Bullhorn Betty. One's a fan club, and one's our Bullhorn Betty group. And both of those, you guys should be able to post and or tag me in any missing child, person, murder, homicide case, whatever, if you need to get some information out. Don't ever forget to utilize our Facebook group. Our Facebook group is the way to get to our 4,300 members immediately. right? We have more here on this show, but these are people that are, you know, on Facebook that come regularly to our Facebook group. So if you have missing persons, if you're trying to help somebody in your community, make sure that you are putting that in that Facebook group, the Bullhorn Betty True Crime Facebook group. It's nice to see you, Marissa. Hello, my love. I hope you are doing well. Carla, it's nice to see you. Veronica, it's nice to see you. Good morning. Good morning. I think I've got just about everybody. Dixie, it's nice to see you. You Google it, y'all. Kim, it's nice to see you. Marilyn, I guess I didn't get through all of you. We got 503. It's nice to see you, love. I hope you're well. Who else? Captain, it's nice to see you. I Spy. Amber, good morning. We're not in the afternoon just yet. I saw Kathleen in here. It's nice to see you. Kata, it's nice to see you. Big Mac Mike in the house. Dreamsicles, it's nice to see you. Rose, hello, love. I hope you're well. McBriggs, it's nice to see you. I feel like I'm running over people by accident. Ricky, it's nice to see you. If I missed you guys, be Betty fan. If I missed you guys coming in, just say hi, and I'll get to you guys throughout the show. I'll get to you guys. So I'm sorry. Oh, I can take this pin off. We have a pin. We're not on the news show anymore. How do I get this pin off? I don't think anybody can clear my pin but me. Oh, good gracious. I've got a pin. That's the pin. Telling you guys about the new show that we have, but that show is over. Oh well. I can't disable the pin at the top of the chat, so I apologize about that, folks. There's nothing I can do about it. So, anyways, I wanted to take a bite of the fried chicken before we started the show. So we're gonna take a bite of fried chicken. We're gonna start the show. We're gonna see if this is any crispy, if this is crispy or not. Mm. Mm. Maybe I shouldn't have taken such a big bite. A big bite live on the air. Okay. If you guys don't know what I've been doing, I have been working for months on, because I've been cooking for so long.
That shit looks nasty as fuck.
God, it's so good. I just throw stuff together.
And that shit look nasty as all get out.
Right? So when you actually have to make something or package something or try to figure out how much salt you have, how much pepper you have, you know, the balancing of all that, you're not going to get the recipe. That's the secret. But we are making a fried chicken seasoning. Right? I don't know what we're going to...
Shit looks like a fried squirrel. Shit look nasty as fuck. I saw that. Oh, it's good, you guys. That chicken big bite is so good. That shit look nasty as all fuck.
Call it yet, but I've been working on it for a while. This is the fried chicken seasoning right here.
Oh, that shit looks nasty.
And so I've been trying to make sure that oh gosh, it's so good. Oh my gosh. So anyways, not to make your mouth salivate. This is just our traditional fried chicken recipe. I still have to make a medium and a spicy. Prayers to the states that will be affected by the storms this week. We will pray to stay safe. Prayers for the Guthrie family. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Let Them 66. I appreciate you, love. I appreciate you. So this is just a traditional, simple fried chicken recipe that I am developing. Like I said, I've been making this stuff for years, but I don't measure. Okay, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that have been cooking, especially from the South. We don't measure shit. Okay, after you've cooked stuff for so long, you do this, you do that, you do that, you do this, you do this, and it's like, this is good. Yes, it is. Okay, and we don't measure. Okay, very rarely do I get a measuring.
Because that shit looks nasty. Hold on, look how nasty this shit is. I can tell by looking at it, it's nasty. And then when she took a bite of it, that fake ass. Oh, it's so good, you guys. It tastes so good. I'm gonna get sick all day from that, and probably the day after too from eating that shit. Hold on, I'm gonna get a good shot of it. That chicken, quote unquote. Let me see. Hold on. Bitch, you lying. The fuck? See, even on YouTube, like Google's like, that shit's nasty. You don't want to show me that damn scene again. Hold on, here we go. Let me. And she didn't cut it up or anything. That's a whole ass fucking fried ass chicken. Ooh, that shit looks nasty. I thought it was a taco salad. The fuck? Thought it was a damn taco salad. That's fried chicken. Ooh, that shit looks nasty. Google, let me show this white bitch nasty ass chicken. Stop glitching and shit. God. There we go. How nasty. Look how nasty this shit is. I thought it was like a tostada. That's fried chicken. Believe it or not, that is fried chicken that she didn't cut up. It looks depressed. It looks like a damn, like a aardvark. Like, oh, it's so good, you guys. Oh my God, it's so good. I don't measure like you don't cook either. Ooh, that shit looks nasty. So glad this is not a cooking video. And I'm just trying to get information on this nasty poor lady. But yeah, I don't. Ooh, this bitch cannot cook. Girl. Moving on. Bitch. I'm gonna throw up just looking at her eat that shit. Girl.
By the storms this week, we will pray to stay safe. Prayers for the Guthrie family. Oh, thank waffles. Ooh, we can make a waffle recipe. Ooh, that would be good. Chicken and waffles. Maybe we will do something like that. That'd be easy. I could package something like that and sell a combo. Anyways, okay, get off the stuff. That's future. We're not even there yet. We're still in the developmental stage. So I had to figure out the balance between the salt, the pepper, the other seasonings that I put into this chicken. And so, like I said, I've never really measured my stuff before, but now I'm having to measure it. So I think I finally got it just about right.
No, you didn't.
And so we will be sending some samplings out, and we're going to get the audience's sample, because we're doing this is a traditional. We're going to be doing a medium, something that has a little more heat to it, and then something that's a spicy, for our people like in Arizona and Texas that like something that mule kicks your mouth. So we need to come up with a mule kicking mouth chicken recipe. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll make a bullhorn Betty chicken.
No.
I don't know. But I wanted you guys to see. I am. It's me, not we. We are not doing it. It is going to be labeled bullhorn Betty or Betty something or other. We don't know. I don't even know what I'm going to label it yet, but it's been developing. It's been coming. So we'll be sending some samples out for people to try it. Tell me what they think about it so we can make the final adjustments to the palate of the majority of our audience. And then after that, and we also have a taco seasoning. A taco seasoning that does have a little bit of kick. It's not your Tony's taco seasoning, okay? It's something that has a little bite to it. It's not that bland crap. So I'll be sending out seasonings. So we'll have a sign up and everything like that when that point comes. So I just thought I'd show you. And if you really want your mouth watering, we're going to go back to it just one more time. We're going to go back. Not that one. We're not going back to that one. We're just going to go back. We're going to go back to the chicken one. I want you guys to see. I love AI. Look at that. Damn. That's peanut oil.
White fucking Becky, but you cannot cook. You can't. Like, just get Popeyes. My God. Not only did that shit look disgusting, like the turd I just got through doing probably looks and tastes better than that shit. The fucking shit I just got through, dump I just got through taking probably looks better than that fucking shit. I clicked this bitch because I want to look at true crime. I didn't click this bitch for her cooking channel or cooking. No, And she can't cook anyway. So even if she was gonna like, if she was multi-talented, which she isn't, you know, she showed me some nasty ass fucking fried artwork, and then the bitch was so fake. She took a bite of it. Oh my god, guys, this tastes so good. No, lying, bitch, you lying. God, get to what I clicked this video for. If I want to see Food Network, I would have clicked that shit, bitch.
Yes. I'm ripping it off. You guys can do the reverse engineering once you guys get the package, okay? But I gotta tell you, it's made. This is hard. This is hard. Thank goodness I already ate. Okay, so we only had at least I did a bigger bite than they did for McDonald's. Did you guys get Cinnamon Shogun or Cinema Shogun? He is funny. He is funny. He's got a couple different channels. One's Fat and Opinionated, and I didn't realize. I didn't know who he was, but him and I, I'm telling you, we could be friends. We could be friends. He thinks a lot like me. He really does. So anyways, he was doing this skit on McDonald's. They I guess they had the CEO starting to get in some of these advertisements, right?
Yeah, bitch, you know what? Yeah, that was the big arch or whatever, and that shit was nasty as fuck. So it's funny you bring that up while you're still holding that nasty as fuck chicken. So if I were you, I wouldn't be bringing that example up. Because why are you talking about a nasty ass hamburger while you're showing some nasty ass fucking chicken? That's why they couldn't finish it, because it's a nasty ass burger. That's why the fucking McDonald's CEO couldn't finish it, because it's a nasty ass fucking hamburger. Nobody liked that big arch shit. Bitch, God.
All right, let's get off the damn food. Okay, Betty, this is a bad idea. Bad idea, Betty. Bad idea.
Looking at it, yeah, come on, bitch.
Nah, boo boo. You guys can't have none.
Bitch, I don't want none.
Oh, this is good.
And bitch, I hope you get the worst fucking runs diarrhea ever known to man, bitch. Cause you know you lie. You know that chicken looks fucking disgusting. That fried pigeon you just cooked. Ain't nobody want that shit. God, I'm at the point to where if it's not a black woman cooking it, I don't want no fried chicken. Ain't no white woman know how to cook no damn fried chicken. Fuck you. It is not racist. I'm not trying to be racist. There's some shit white women are good at, like cross stitching, but fried chicken is not one of them. Okay, fuck you.
And I'm making it so you literally don't have to do anything to your meat. You don't have to soak your meat. You don't have to, nothing. You do nothing. You do nothing. You just literally take your meat out of your package. You do the little simple steps and it's ready for the fryer. Okay? It's going to be everything you need. Trust me. Betty got you. Betty got you for dinner.
No, I'll just
get on with the show. Let's get on with the show, Betty. This is not an advertisement. Maybe we need to make an advertisement. This will give me the ability to break away a little bit. Oh, good gracious. We're in so much trouble. We're in so much trouble. As you guys know, I'm Bullhorn Betty. This is my chicken show. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. We're actually covering the case. You wouldn't know it by the intro, but we're actually covering the case of Nancy Guthrie, an 84-year-old grandmother ripped out of her bed in the middle of the night by a masked gunman. Oh, thank you. Thank you, guys. Let me go through here. Let me say hi. Did I say hi to everybody? We did say hi. And then there was a couple of people that came in. Let me just, before we get started, since it's so early in the show, we really haven't said hardly anything. Thank you, guys. Oh, you guys have been awesome. Look at this. We got new members, Kimberly and KMH. Thank you, guys. Our beautiful Betty fan, 45 months. 45 months. Good gracious. The Real Me Too, showing her love at 38 months. So, Karen, what's going on here? So you haven't liked me 6 months, 7 months less. Oh, look at that. I'm off kilter, right? I cannot believe it. Hold on, let me see if I got something to fix this. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Let's see if we can get this. Ooh, that was still running. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I have to reset everything again. Please don't tell me I gotta do that. It looks like I gotta do that. I hate when I have problems with this, and it's going to drive me crazy the rest of the show. Damn it. All right. Well, we're not going to take the show down. If it bothers me enough, we might just go ahead and dive in for the 10-minute, go get yourself a beverage, let me reset the show type of thing, because this is going to irritate the shit out of me.
Yes, that chicken you ate, bitch.
Like, really irritate me. I mean, it's off bad. Guys, I'm going to have to pull down the show. Thank you guys. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. But we're having, obviously, some technical issues that I can't overcome during this show. So we've got to figure something out here, because something is definitely wrong here. So let me shut this down. It's going to be about 10 minutes before we're back up. So guys,
eating that chicken, bitch. Yeah, now she's like, well, I got some technical issues, you guys. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Yeah, but you got to shit. That's what you get for eating that fucking chicken. And, you know, I was hourglassing, but because Google is mad at me now because I'm talking shit about this bitch. But yeah, that's what she gets. She looks fine to me. Her camera looks okay. Her microphone looks okay. But why does she gotta take a 15-minute break after she ate that nasty ass fucking fried fucking seagull that she tried to say was chicken, bitch? You know, she got a shit like that shit didn't go down right. Like she's regretting eating that damn chicken now, bitch. God. Yeah, she's regretting eating that fried seagull that she tried to say was fried chicken, bitch. Yeah, let me take a 15-minute break.
guys, do me a favor. Just go get a beverage. A lot of stuff
while
to go over.
while I go take a shit because I ate that chicken, y'all. She's not
test. Make sure they food. Stuff with to go over, not just the chicken, which some might actually think that I reset the system just so I could stuff my face on the chicken and stuff. And I just want to say that there is absolutely no evidence of that at all. So whoever is making those terrible, terrible, terrible accusations that I turn this channel off so I can eat the chicken is just I don't know. I think that you need a little more evidence.
Oh, shut up, bitch.
I think you need a little more evidence of that. It was the chicken's fault.
It is.
Pretty
100%.
much. All right, guys. All right. We got to get this show back on track. We got to get it back on track somehow. So, Nancy Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie, well known on NBC's Today Show. Her mother has been missing, and nobody has seen her mother from the family since January, since about 9:45, 9:50, right shortly before 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. on January 31st. Now remember, January 31st is just days from her birthday. I believe her birthday is January 27th. So she had just turned 84. And I want to also remind everybody going into the show that she had a dog that also, interestingly enough, her dog lost his or her life just last year, shortly before all of this. She finished off one piece and made it look like the same piece. No, I didn't. I only had a small little nibble. I was showing you that I stuffed my face because all of this is missing. I only had that little bit missing when we decided to take it down. All this was still a piece of chicken. So I was actually being kind of funny. But in all fairness, Delilah helped me. I just want to let you know Delilah helped me. I was trying to stuff my face, and she just kind of looked at me down here by my feet and kept licking her lips. And I'm like, oh, you want a piece too, huh?
Don't get that dog
you little
that
shit.
Shit.
I'm just joking. I'm not a hyena. I'm just, I don't like to share. That's all I'm saying. All right. So Nancy Guthrie, as many of you know, 84-year-old mother ripped out of her bed in the middle of the night. We found out that her family came to her house, dropped her off the night before around 9:48, 9:50. And while we may not understand why was she out so late, okay, we don't know why. Okay? It doesn't matter. Just because somebody doesn't live like us doesn't make it, this crazy scenario. Sometimes it just is what it is, and sometimes people lose track of time, and sometimes this might be a customary thing that they do several times a week where they don't bring her home until 10, and she may love it. She may be waiting 2 weeks for this specific night every couple weeks, right? For all we know, we don't know why, but she did take an Uber to her daughter's house, and then her son-in-law drove her home. And from everything that we learned, we didn't learn a lot at the beginning, but now, hindsight's 2020, and we learned not only did he drive her to this house, but he physically got out and walked her through the garage and into the home. We found that out later. He walked her inside and in the home. They saw her physically in that home. So, despite whether you believe him or not, that's the story. Now, I personally think that we need to kind of move past the immediate family. One, because law enforcement's no longer looking at him. How do we know that? Because they've cleared them. And I kept saying, they've only cleared the family, but they haven't. And I think that this is important to notate too. They've also cleared a restaurant worker. But they still have not cleared Carlos, and they still have not cleared Luke. But they have cleared a restaurant worker. So Nancy Guthrie's immediate family is not the only people that have been cleared in this case. And so our angle now is starting to migrate to an inside job. This really feels like an inside job. And I think what is starting to really reflect that is the dog. I do believe the dog is going to be evidence. I hope that they are looking at this case, and I hope they're looking at this case as the dog being evidence. I think that they need to close that worry box. That is just in too close proximity. And I know that investigators have to, if they're looking at a timeline and they see this, because they're going to go back years, guys. I mean, we're short-minded in a way. Hold on just a second. Let me go up here. Who did I see? Just saw somebody who... Letha, thank you. I have a doctor's appointment today, so I need prayers. Thank you, Betty and mods, for all you do. Letha.
Yeah, it was Pepto-Bismol chatting like, you shouldn't have ate that damn chicken, bitch. We told you not to. And it was the official Pepto-Bismol channel. It wasn't no troll. It was actually Pepto-Bismol that chatted. Shouldn't have ate that chicken. They had the verified check mark and everything. You shouldn't have ate that chicken. Because companies are doing that now. They're talking shit. Like, it'll be like Kodak or like fucking Coca-Cola. They'll be like, they'll say something funny. Well, girl, I love your shoes. Like when the fuck the companies start leaving, verified companies start leaving comments on you, but they do that shit. They'll be like Oreo, like leaving a comment, girl, I love your purse. Like, it's like stuff like that. Like, why is Oreo cookies leaving comments like that? But it's true.
Letha needs prayers, so we have our prayer warriors in the chat. So guys, please, if you guys have, Letha's been with us for a while. Please give her the prayers that she needs. I don't know if you meant to do 2 of them, but you just did 2 of them, honey.
Prayers for what?
Oh, we got Veronica. That's the one I missed, right? Oh, I missed a lot of. Oh no, I didn't. That's the one I missed because I see the one above that is Melanie, and I see her. Oh, I missed Pussy Willa Pendercat. She says, "I love you," and Delilah. Can you guess who I love more? Probably Delilah. Oh, Let Them 66 says prayers to the states that will be affected by the storms this week. So we got a lot of prayers, folks, but right now Letha needs our prayers as she's walking into a doctor's appointment. Thank you so much, Aletha. Thank you. So who had access to Miss Guthrie? And if this whole situation with the dog truly does pan out, folks, then we're talking about somebody that had to be ultra close, because who would have access to that dog? Now, a lot of people are stating that the dog is probably just a coincidence, that the dog had cancer and died, by natural causes. But I know how I am with my dogs. And I've had dogs that have died suddenly. I had no choice. I came home, my dog was dead. My mom had to come and bury my dog because I was freaking a hysterical wreck, as you can imagine. I've had dogs that have been hit by cars, got out of the gate. One of the neighbor kids came over to play and without my permission and let my dogs out, and one of my dogs got killed. It's very sad. But I never had their blood tested, like even Bailey, when Bailey just died, I don't know, unexplained death, she came to me as her owner died suddenly, and so she was orphaned, and my neighbor knew her prior owner and asked me if I would like to have the dog, that the dog was really sweet. And this dog really took to me after her owner died. And so I kept her with me up until I came home one day, and she was laying in the backyard, and I went to bring her in to give her a bath. I was about to give her a shower. I called her and she wouldn't get up. So I went out there and went to go get her up. I thought she was just playing with me. And when I touched her, she was stiff. And I just started screaming, just screaming. And it was hysterical. So, but I don't know what happened to her. Could she have been poisoned from one of the neighbors? I mean, I doubt the neighbors
some
poisoned her.
pesticides
She's
that
such
happen to
a
animals
sweet
that are
dog. But,
outside.
if she had been with me for years, for example, and I knew she had cancer or something like that, what would I have tested her? To see if she was poisoned or something like that? Of course not, because I knew that she had cancer, or I knew she was ailing. I knew she was, something was coming. It was just a matter of, it wasn't a matter of it was just a matter of when, where was this illness going to take my dog? So, if I was thinking like that, naturally I wouldn't think anything about it. She probably had this dog for years. Everybody just assumes when an animal dies, they die of natural causes.
Usually that's how it works.
That's what everybody assumes with older dogs. They just die of natural causes. Even the vets, because without those blood tests, they don't know. They just know that your dog's been diagnosed several years ago with cancer, and you've known about it. You've known that your dog's going to die. Maybe the dog was lethargic and wouldn't get up, and they just said, "Listen, the cancer must have really kind of taken over the body, and this is it." We've known this day was coming. Or is she really going to pay the additional $250 to run tests, blood work on her dog to find out what it is? And how do we know that they're going to, test for the right stuff? Because you can't just say, "Oh, I'm testing for poison." You got to have specific poisons that you're testing for. That's kind of how it works. That's my understanding in the medical field. Even tests for us. That's why stuff is missed, because if you have something that's rare, then your standard testing is not going to uncover that. And that's the same thing with this. So I really do believe I had two pass away, and I had them cremated, and their boxes and paw prints on my dresser. Oh, yeah. I buried most of my dogs. We've never been able to afford cremation, of the dogs. We just put them in a box or somewhere, and they're buried on our property, whatever property we're on, But most people, they either have, just like I said, they have the dog and buried them somewhere on the property, or they're like you, where they have them cremated in boxes on their property. But typically, like Delilah's never going anywhere. She's going to stay with me no matter what happened. Wherever she go, whatever happens to her, she's going to be with me. So she's going to be one that would definitely be cremated and taken with me. She's, her and I have a very, very special bond. So, hey, popcorn jurors, it's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Melody, it's nice to see you. Happy Monday to you too. So we know that the family took her home around 9:30, 9:45, and that there was some blood, at the front of the house, at the front door, and there was a masked gunman. So let's go ahead and get over here to this aspect of it.
Or this is the person that Sheriff Nanos is referring to. The FBI released these stills obtained from Nancy's Ring camera of a masked suspect at her front door. They believe this individual is a man between 5'9" and 5'10". You can see he's wearing gloves and a ski mask, carrying a black Ozark Trail hiker pack, and has what appears to be a gun on his waistband. Take another good look at these shots. If you have any information, reach out immediately to 1-800-CALL-FBI.
1-800-CALL-FBI. So, we have this masked gunman. We know that this masked gunman is not Tommaso Cioni. We know that this masked gunman is not Dominique Evans. We know that this masked gunman doesn't appear to be anybody in this immediate family. So, it took us a while to get here. It took us a while to get off the family and get off people really close to that side of the family and start focusing more on Nancy Guthrie. And I think a lot of things that distracted us is, I think originally many, and still some to this day, and even one of my theories, yep, thank you, call 1-800-CALL-FBI, absolutely. Oh, thank you, I am doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Hey, Nana, it's nice to see you. But we know that the masked gunman is not any of these people, and it took us a while to kind of get back on track with the fact that this might be something else. And I think we were distracted, one, by Savannah's fame, because that was an absolute catalyst that would draw a crazy person into this family, right? So I think we were distracted because many of us did believe that this had something to do with Savannah. And another part is the fact that Savannah is not only well known, but she has a lot of money, a lot more money than the rest of us do. I still think it's not really all that much money. Not that I'd love to have love to have her bank account. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I would love to have this woman's bank account. It's not a bank account that I am blessed to have, okay? But in today's society, when I'm thinking of hostages and ransoms and, just all around stuff like that under that umbrella, I just think of somebody more wealthy than Savannah Guthrie. You see what I'm saying? I'm expecting them to target some ultra wealthy person, So that's kind of, what I mean by she, I'm not saying she's not wealthy. I'd love to have her bank account. Hey, Tiff, it's nice to see you. I'd love to have her bank, but in the grand scheme of things, she's not like the wealthiest person in the world, I hope Nancy journals are in her, oh yeah. And not only that, they might be able to provide some insight. Hopefully she does journal well and write about what she's done for that day or any problems she's had. There might be some things in that journal. But this just feels like... I don't know. It just feels like there's an inside person. And I know that her daughter, Annie, and Tommaso have a big hand in this, but they're not the only hand in this. And I think it's one of those outside hands. I have to think that Tommaso and Annie has undergone a lot of investigation related to this case because of their close proximity to their mother, to them being the last person to see her before this masked gunman. And people are talking about this financial motive. And of course, anybody could theoretically have a financial motive, but it doesn't mean that financial motive exists just because we think it exists. And I think that that's where we're at, And so we have this intruder at the front door, and then we learn about the glove that is left behind, or the family that's being cleared, right? We heard about the glove, but we also know that Savannah and her family were cleared. And this is, the catalyst to why I say we have to move past the family. And the reason why is because nobody's looking at the family but us. And granted, we should be looking at the family, but if there's no new information and all we have is what is out there about the family as it sits today, it's not enough. And if we keep focusing on the family, we're wasting valuable time looking at down other avenues. And I think that this warrants other avenues, especially when we start applying some real statistics. And when we look at legacy cases, much like Miss Guthrie's case here, there's a few things that stand out, whether we want to hear it or not. And those few things that stand out is that the legacy cases, that means the two cases that are most familiar to hers, is a lady by the name of Nancy Woodrum. She was 69 years old. I believe this happened in 2015, 18, something like that, several years ago. And she had a painter over at her house, and she gave her painter a lunch, like a tamale and a drink. I mean, just, good old fashioned, Southern values it's what I call Southern values. It might be considered some type of values from whatever state she was from, but that's what we do here in the South with just Southern values. Somebody's working for you. They're hot out there in that Florida sun. If you got a bottle of water, well, by God, you offer them a bottle of water. If you're making them some lunch or making yourself some lunch and you have enough, you offer them a lunch. It's just good old Southern values. And so she did that, and he thought, at least that's what he said. I don't believe that he thought she was flirting with him. I just think that he looked at her differently after that moment. Because if he truly thought she was flirting with him, he would have flirted back. He wouldn't have thought that was code to break into her house in the middle of the night, her, bludgeon her to death, wrap her up in her comforter on her bed, and remove her from the house. Remember, Miss Guthrie was removed from her house. And the reason why these assailants removed them from the house is because they are known to these people. And not only that, but this painter from Nancy Woodrum, he was a witness to another person that they suspected as being responsible for Nancy's homicide or disappearance. He was a witness. Witness became the suspect in the Nancy Woodrum case. And then you go over to Marcia Norman, which happened in 2025, a year ago. And that was her handyman. Again, another lady, I think she was 82, lived alone. Innocent, not in the house or helping her with her activities of daily living. Just a lady, and this her handyman, a much younger handyman, like 40 years younger than her, 30 or 40 years younger than her. And she regularly sits him down for dinner and eats dinner with him. She's an older lady. She's got a handyman. She offers him some food. And he ends up coming in, most likely essaying her, bludgeoning her, torturing her. They're much different than Nancy Woodrum. She was bludgeoned. This woman was tortured. Miss Marcia Norman, the 82-year-old lady, was tortured. It was awful what this man did with her. And then he buried her under a shed on a job that she helped him acquire. 82 and 47, fake news hater says. There you go. Big difference in age. Big difference in age. And so, these both, and they were both removed from their home. They were done by a contracted person that should have been on their property, somebody that knew them and somebody that knew their property. And the person went in there to essay them, bludgeon them, and then conceal their crimes. Both of them were the same way. Now we have other ones that are financial motives, and then those were by the caregivers, right? So everybody is saying that Miss Annie Guthrie and Tommaso Cioni helped Miss Guthrie the most. But I'm not confident that they were the only people that helped her. Like, her house was immaculate. And I keep thinking about, Annie and all the little things that Annie has her hands in doing throughout the week. She works at a university. She does jewelry. She has poet classes. It just seems like she's just constantly working. Do, right? So I don't know where in her busy schedule she has time to also clean Miss Nancy Guthrie's home, or take Miss Guthrie to her appointments. Does Miss Guthrie go to her own appointments? Does she drive herself to her own appointments? Can she get around like that? We don't know. Nobody's really given us a whole lot of insight into Miss Guthrie, not even her family, not Annie, not Savannah, nobody. We don't know how she gets around during the week. We don't know who those people are. We could assume, right? And we have assumed. We have tried to figure out, who in this dynamic has been the ones that do the most for her. Right? And I think Annie, as far as family-wise, I think we can conclude that Annie and Tommaso are the ones that, do the most for her close by. But there has to be other people. They're not going over there and keeping her yard taken care of. They're not going over there maintaining her pool. We know that she has those pool cleaners because we saw them when they were going over to her home. We know that they have pool cleaners because we've seen them. What we haven't seen since we've watched this is people coming over to do her yard. Since this has been going on, we haven't had anybody that we've seen over doing any type of landscaping work on the outside of her home. So who's the responsible party? She has a gardener and a housekeeper. I mean, we can conclude that. I haven't personally heard that from anybody that can confirm that she has, but we know that she does. We know that she does. Annie couldn't do both households, work, write books, and manage her kids. Exactly, fake news hater. That's where I'm at. Hey, Tiffany, it's nice to see you. Like, how did Nancy Guthrie to get to her friend's house to watch church service? That's another good question. And many of us have that question. And when we found out about that, we do see she has a car. And I'd have to assume if she wasn't able to drive anymore, they would have gotten rid of her car. So it's not a temptation for her to drive, So it sounds to me like she has the ability to drive. And many people ask, well, why did she drive over to her daughter's house? Well, if she went over there at 5:30 and say they know that it gets dark around 6:30, then she knows that it's going to be dark by the time she leaves. And she might be one of these people that don't want to drive in the dark. So she just told her daughter, listen, I'll take an Uber over there. Maybe you guys can just drive me home. And they're like, sure, Mom, no problem. Why don't you do that? Right? Or that may be, normal and customary for them. Maybe she frequently goes over there by Uber, and they frequently send her, home. Why isn't this going down? Oh, am I at the bottom? Oh, no, there I am. I don't know why it wasn't going anywhere. There we are. Well, if immaculate, she couldn't be wiping walls, baseboards on floors. Yeah, exactly. There's no way she could do any of that. So get security, please. Monitor the home windows. Yeah, everybody, I think this is a wake-up call for a lot of people, not just people in Arizona. I think this was a wake-up call for a lot of people across this country because we don't hear cases like this very often. And even when we do hear cases like this, they're really contained. They're not widely known. So they don't really make mainstream media. And this one made mainstream media, and they all watched the debacle with Pima County Sheriff. They watched the debacle in the investigation, and it unnerved people. It unnerved people that have aging parents that don't live with them. This probably unnerves. It probably hits a little harder to people that live, a good distance away from their parents. Because you love your parents. There's nothing about this life that even sometimes people have parents, and they still love their parents, you know? People love their parents. And so when their parents are aging, and we hear cases like a mass gunman going into their home and ripping them out of their bed and never understanding why or what happened to that person, it unnerves you. You realize that these monsters do exist, and it just hits a something inside your soul that makes you concerned, because we love our families. You know, it's very rare. Like, we're interested in true crime and stuff. This is always somebody else, right? It's never us. But sometimes there are cases that come across our desk that have it hits a little closer to home. And I think this is one of them, because so many people live away from their aging parents. And this is their worst fear. This is literally your worst fear for your parent. That they're home in a vulnerable situation and somebody violates the sanctity of their home and privacy to hurt them and cause peril to them. It's unnerving. We don't ever like to think about it, and this is forcing us all to think about that with our own family and our own parents and our own grandparents. I got to tell you, out of all the cases we have covered on this platform, we've been here for several years, 5-6 years. This is the first case that has drawn in this many men. Not that true crime is only a woman's spectator sport, but women are a little more nurturing, a little more curious, you know, and when it comes to children, they fight like it's their own cub, you know. But this case, you know, true crime you know, in analytical like there's a huge gap from the men that pay attention to true crime and the females that pay attention to true crime. This huge gap. In this case here, we have seen, I mean, the gap is not that, we still have a lot more women, but there is just a lot of men. So it's telling me, this is what it's telling me, just on those, I'm just speaking for what I'm seeing from my lens. But it's telling me that there's a lot of unnerved people in this country that are thinking of their parents or their grandparents, and that includes men. You know, men move away. You know, men are tough guys, and they typically are the ones that don't mind moving further away from their family. They are able to, even though they love their family a lot, they're able to, you know, they're not so sensitive or emotional. But this is making them emotional, because these are probably things that they don't want to think about, that they're being forced to think about. You know, what happens if? I guarantee there was a lot of elderly parents and grandparents that got security systems on their homes since this case. I guarantee that. Because as many people that have came up and showed out for this case, that tells me that there is a lot of people that force their parents or their grandparents to get security for themselves. And reminds them, don't leave your windows and doors unlocked. This was a safe place. These people lived in this area for decades, never once had a problem, ever, ever, ever. Hey, G-Ma, it's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I don't believe he could have walked her in and drive, or walked out of the garage in 2 minutes. Not enough. Actually, it's a lot of time. I did a test on it. It's more time than you think. Because you got to think. 1, 2, 3. If you look at the garage is not like a mile away. I mean, it's literally a car length to the door. I mean, it's a double wide, but it's literally a car length to the door. There's not much. Like, if you see her car in that garage, there's not a whole lot of, you know, wiggle room, you know, lengthwise in that garage. So I think 2 minutes would have gotten her not only into the house, but also to the kitchen table, and also to say, are you settled in? You know, do you need anything? Da 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 da. And for him to walk out, because he's walking out a lot quicker than he's walking in, because he's walking in with her. But if you time 2 minutes, believe it or not, it's a lot of time. It's a lot of time. I've timed it myself just for this case because, quite frankly, I thought her having the garage open for 2 minutes before I knew that Tommaso walked her in the house, I said, that's a long time for that garage to be open. I thought it might have been a window of time for the perp to get in, is what I was kind of, leaning toward at that moment. But that was way, way, way early into this case, before we got new information. You got to remember, from February, for 9 full days, from February 1st to February 10th, we were on a completely different talking point. By February 10th, the assailant, the masked gunman, was being released to the public, and that's when everything changed. So for those first 9 days, the talking points and how this case was progressing was much different than after that 10th day. That 10th day shook this case to its core. It shook this case to its core. And once that happened, family was cleared, very quickly after that. Where am I on this? I think we should be at the glove. The glove should be coming up next. Okay, I'm off on my cues here, so just bear with me. Let me pull it back here while I go through my notes here real quick. So we've got that. We know the intruder came in. We've got Nanos. Oh, the targeted. That's what it was. So we have the Facebook here, the update of the first 48 hours update, and this is where Chris Nanos says that that they cleared them as suspects, and the targeted, it's a targeted known target. That's where we're at here. So that's what I was showing you. The sheriff is investigating the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of U.S. TV presenter Savannah Guthrie, says authorities believe they have a motive, but did not identify the suspect. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos told NBC, let me pull this up so you guys can read it right along with me. This is what I just had up for your information. Let me get down to the bottom here. After the show going until someone for my daughter, she wants me to this beautiful, I'm not understanding. There's some, after the show going to till some for my daughter, she wants me to do this is beautiful. Someone with brain injury, PTSD, she wants to get some flowers and food. I'm not sure what that means, Tammy. I'm sorry. I wish I did. I have no patience for so-called kids wanting recognition for caring for theirs and did nothing. Yeah, you talk about for the people, like for the kids letting their parents live at home and stuff like that. Yeah, so let's get back to this. So they're saying here, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos told NBC that we believe we know why he did this. And he believes that this was targeted. And they're not 100%, although they're not 100% sure of that. So this is pretty interesting, this whole statement right here, They believe they know why he did this. They believe this was targeted, but again, they're not 100% sure about that, which is just a little crazy. And then, of course, we have this insider angle. Guys, we've had an insider angle since February 13th. Since February 13th, when an ex-FBI agent points to the insider information. Look at this, February 13th, right before Valentine's Day. First thing in the morning, too. 7:43 Eastern Standard Time. The suspect in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie had insider information a former FBI agent has suggested. So we've been talking about the flip-flopper Nanos. Yeah, I know. Hey, aristocrat, it's nice to see you. This is for a political project I have, The Decay of Safety. While the elite live in gated compounds, the rest of the nation grapples with crime, kidnapping, and human trafficking. How true that is. How true that is. You're right. Like I said, what has our government done for us? I mean, really, what have they done for us? They haven't done shit for us. They've stolen from us. They've broke us. They've taken everything, all of our worth, and put it in their personal coffers so they can be powerful and have money and live the life that we should all be living, that they're stealing from us. That's what our federal government has done for us. So again, we've been talking about this disappearance. We've been talking about this insider notion since February 13th. We've moved away from it because some information came out, like the ransoms, that distracted us. Many people said that this is a distraction. It distracted us. We have not had one confirmed source, not one, not FBI, not Pima County, confirmed that these are legitimate ransoms. And trust me, I don't believe, especially after a Savannah thinking that the whole world thinks her brother-in-law did it, and all she's wanting to do is take the attention away from her brother-in-law because she knows her brother-in-law didn't do it. She wants these ransom notes to be real. But even with that, I don't think that they are. But I don't think her family did anything either. There's something at play here, and we're not over it yet. I feel like when we are hovering over what truly happened in this case, we will know it in our heart, body, and soul. Right? We will know it. We don't know it yet. We're still all floundering out here. We have no earthly idea what the hell's going on, and law enforcement still wants to keep it secret. I at this point, I feel like this case is so botched. They can't say anything. I think this case is so botched, they're just trying to find some happy footing somewhere. You know, have they found it yet? I don't think they have. And I don't think they're willing to show us their hand until they get a little more, because they don't know. But at the end of the day, don't you think they should be at least giving us some information on the suspects, so maybe somebody is calling in leads about who it could be? So they can start running down those and finding out which ones might hold water and which ones don't. I would think that would be an important task, but and we are hearing a lot of FBI agents saying we really need this. They need to release this. So these are people that are former FBI, so they must be accustomed, you know, when they get to this point to releasing the information. I think the question we need to ask is, in their experience, what has prevented them from releasing this information, right? Because we know that they're not privy to the whole entire file. So if they're saying, well, in typical situations like this, we release a little more out there so the public can start sending us more leads. That's a strategy when they're hooked, when they're at a standstill in the case. But what's making these FBI agents think that they're in a standstill at the case, that they need to release this? Is it because they haven't arrested somebody? Or is it because they know they're not as far along as they should be based on some, you know, what they're visualizing or what they're hearing these people, or what placement these people are in this whole dynamic? I don't know, because what would make them not release this information? They have it. They're accustomed to releasing it when they're in a pickle. They have chosen not to release it, so it could imply that law enforcement may not be in this pickle where they need to release it or need to get those phones ringing again. So we need to be asking, you know, I hear Jennifer Coffindaffer and Maureen O'Donnell talking about, yeah, they need to start releasing some of this behavior analysis stuff to help identify or provide a profile to the public so they can generate and start looking for the suspect. But we're not asking them why would they choose not to release it. Maybe there lies a clue. Maybe they're further along, and maybe they have identified somebody, and maybe they don't want anybody calling in right now. Maybe they're just trying to develop that lead and that suspect. You know, could it be something like that? I'd like to know. And I don't know if we will know unless, you know, Jennifer Coffindaffer further discusses about it, or, you know, Maureen chooses to discuss it. But it seems like the overall, you know, feeling of law enforcement out here is kind of anti-social media. We've watched them not really appreciate media or social media being out there. They started blocking roadway access. They started trying to arrest media out there for failing to violate, you know, for violating an ordinance. Again, for you folks out in Arizona, you need to pull the right for your community, your county employees to, I mean, it's one thing to have an ordinance that has, you know, a fine attached to it, but it's another thing to authorize your county commissioner, your supervisors, to provide an ordinance that can have you arrested. Okay? There is no way in hell people in Florida would ever give a small county commission or supervisors the authority to make laws that can get you arrested. That is the stupidest thing I have ever heard in my life. If I ask you guys to change anything about Arizona law, it would be everybody standing up and getting that changed. That's pretty stinking scary. That is pretty stinking scary. Because what's preventing your local government not liking something you doing that you've done every day and then putting an ordinance in just to arrest you? That's some dangerous stuff. And this has been going on for a really long time in Arizona, and nobody has balked at it. I'm balking at it. You should balk at that. That is the stupidest law I have ever heard in my entire, like, you're giving people the authority to arrest you. There is nobody that's going to have authority to arrest me in my state except my legislature. You put out laws for everybody. Think about how are they able to apply the 14th Amendment in the state of Arizona, when every county and county place can have ordinances that different ordinances that throw you in jail? How can they say that in the state of Arizona they are applying the law equally with that? That seems so unconstitutional. It seems so blessed unconstitutional that I can't even think. If I were you, I would definitely change that in Arizona. That scares me. That scares me for you. But they've made these ordinances that they can arrest somebody for parking on the road, in a residential area, on a public easement, on public roadway, where there's no traffic. They can literally now arrest somebody just because this a-hole right here says, I said so. That's the danger of the way the laws are written out there in Arizona. That you're giving just a handful of people, literally a handful of people, the right to arrest you. I would be arrested right now in Arizona. I would force them to arrest me because I would want to absolutely challenge this up to the Supreme Court. I would absolutely want to challenge this all the way up to the Supreme Court. It's just bad. But I want to remind everybody, social media is not the villain here, folks. It's not the villain. Sleuths like us have solved the Gabby Petito case. Red, White, and Bethune are the only reason why the Petito family has their daughter. Okay? I just want to let you know that. She was never going to be found. It literally came down, if it wasn't for them, she would never be found. It may have been years before her remains would have ever been found out where she was. Years. And there's so much wildlife out there that it would have taken so long because she would have been scattered everywhere. But Gabby Petito, the van that the cops missed, was spotted. So we're the asset. Law enforcement should be embracing this, not fighting this. Today we map Nancy's real life. Who outside of the family had access, grudge, or had something to gain by her disappearance or death? This is where we believe this was an inside job, and this is what cracks this talking point wide open. It really is. So we're going to go back to January 31st around 9:30. This is when her son-in-law drops her off at her home. This is after their dinner. The doorbell camera catches a masked figure, brown, black skin tone per night vision analysis. So we know that there is, this is showing a darker skin tone than, say, me. Blood spatter in the entryway. Gloves recovered. DNA mix. We have a high risk of violent crime scene and posture related to this case. We fast forward to the reward. Now we're up to $1.2 million in reward. We went from 400 investigators down to about a handful. Then we come to the ransom note and the continued TMZ coverage of even more ransom notes that are coming in. We also know that one person, Derek Kalela, was charged for fake ransoms to Annie and Tommaso. How did he know their phone numbers? We don't know. We don't know. But what we do know is just about every single one of the ransom notes called for Bitcoin. We also learned, because of the great work that Chris McDonough did with the View Room, that he was convicted of murdering her stepson, Gannon Stout. She has just been afforded a second bite at the apple, another trial, because of a major error, and it was a major and well-known error. They knew better. Period. I don't know how they overlooked this. How this got. I mean, this was huge error, and so it afforded her a new trial, but there were a lot of things that went on in the Gannon Stout and Letitia Stout case that put her square in the crosshairs of who did this. And now she is going back for a new trial. It does have something that we can look at here related to the type of person that might have done this. When it comes to Letitia Stout and Gannon Stout, Gannon was left there by, she was a caregiver of Gannon. She was absolutely a caregiver of Gannon when he disappeared. But the family knew something was odd. And I keep wondering, will the family know something that's odd? But that's a different track, a different mindset. We have the DNA, but the ransom note. Oh yeah, I remember what I was saying with the ransom note. The ransom note. We found out by Chris McDonough that they also had a ransom note. And when he read the ransom note, or the affidavit that had indicated what the ransom note had written in it, it sounded like a lot of the ransom notes that we heard about in the Nancy Guthrie